1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good evening, Australia, and welcome to DBN for our first coverage of an Australian tournament. We are overjoyed to be able to provide this coverage and excited to see how Australian play might differ from the play we see in other time zones. I am Brandon Fogel, one of the co-founders of DBN, and joining me today for this broadcast is Aussie, oi, 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 Ed Sullivan. Ed, welcome to this coverage of the Melbourne Open.
Thank you. But I think we know that the Aussie play is better with all the victories that they seem to always have everywhere in diplomacy.
Certainly, the top of the Australian hobby has been top of the world for several important tournaments recently. Someone who knows something about winning an important tournament, Michalis Kamaritis, previous DipCon champion, I should say, no longer, joining us from the UK. Michalis, welcome to our coverage.
Hi, pleasure to be here. Looking forward to some great play from Commonwealth countries today.
Spreading the wings. And then I think the DipCon champion before you is in the bottom right corner here, Adam Silverman, joining us from the Bay Area in the US. Adam, welcome.
Thanks, Brandon. Really excited to cover some good games.
So we have not covered an Australian tournament before. It's not for lack of desire. There haven't been too many over the last several years, but this is the Melbourne Open. We actually don't have info about whether this tournament has been held in the distant past. It has not been held for the last 4 years. At least it hasn't been part of the DBN Invitational Qualification circuit. This one is being run by a well-known name, Andrew Goff, and it looks pretty successful by all accounts. So none of us have played in Australia before. Is that right? All right.
Hope to one day.
All right. So we're going to be experiencing Australian diplomacy for the first time. We have, I think, several of us have played with some Australians before, and we have at least seen how effective they can be. I've seen some of that firsthand. Do you guys do you want to speculate at all about how Australian play might differ from play we see on other continents? Adam, I'll start with you.
Well, I mean, from the Australians that I've played with and the ones that travel are really darn good at this game. We're talking about world champion caliber play. Well, two of them are world champions, and the other is DBNI champion, right, Peter? They play a very dynamic style. I think that they're not. They're trustworthy players, but they tend to not necessarily go in for a strict alliance style of play. They're really all around the board. They're taking advantage of what comes, and they don't make mistakes.
Adam, they set it up for you. How do they attack?
Is there a particular direction they might attack in that's maybe different from the rest of the world?
Well, it's Australia, right? So they got to attack in the anti-clockwise direction, versus in the north, in the northern hemisphere, we go the other way. So
there we go.
Very good. Not scripted at all. Completely off the cuff.
Yeah, I was waiting for the spontaneous moment to use that one, Brandon, but you're killing me here.
In any case, some of the people referred to obliquely here were Peter McNamara, who just won his second DBN Invitational, won the inaugural one, and then just won his second one recently. We also have Jamal Blackarly, who won the Virtual Diplomacy Championship just in January, and then also the World Face-to-Face Championship in Bangkok in August. And then we have this other guy, Andrew Goff, running the tournament, who has won a couple things in his career. With that, why don't we dive in and have a look at some games? What do you guys say? Without objection, we shall do it. All right, we are going to give Mr. Ed Sullivan a break from Houston to go pour himself a glass of whiskey. We'll see you in a little bit.
Foster's.
Oh, you're you're going native today. Very good. All right, we'll see you in a little bit. All right, gentle people, let me pull up a game here if I can be so bold, and apparently I cannot. A little bit of technical difficulty. So with that in mind, I'm going to give you guys a chance to give me your thoughts on Karthik Kaneth, who is the sole North American player who has traveled for this tournament.
Do we have to, Brandon?
Yes.
All right.
Wow. I mean, what can you say? Karthik, we've all known him for years, and if anyone's going to talk about Karthik for a long period of time, it will be Karthik. So it's a shame he's not here to do it himself. But in his absence, he's not played so much recently. I think he took about a year out of the game and has sort of been coming back in, I think, in the last month or so. And maybe he's in it to win it, because Cascadia, I know, was the first time he was playing at a tournament that he, according to him, it was the first time he was playing competitively and seriously in quite a long time. So maybe he's gone to Melbourne and wants to win that, because the Australians don't know him like we do, so they might let him get away with stuff.
Yeah, I think he had quite a good tournament overall at Cascadia. I don't remember whether he finished. I think he finished in the top 3 or 5 or so. I don't remember his final placement, but he did have quite a few good games and was in it till the end. I mean, he's a great player. I think we give him a lot of flack, but really strong player. Knows how to work a board.
Well, here we're going to get a chance to see whether Karthik can work with players he's never played with before, because there are a lot of players who were new to the DBN system, the DBN database at this tournament, and presumably that means that they were new to Karthik as well. So we're actually, a lot of these players, these names are not going to be familiar to us, and so we're going to be having to figure out their play styles just by watching the moves. And with that, let us look at our first board. This one is named Karma. You will notice the theme and probably figure it out right away, but we'll wait until board 2 to see if you can figure it out. In Austria, we've got Dave Ryan. England, we've got Joshua Crowther. In France, we've got Zoe Cameron. In Germany, we've got a name we recognize, Karthik Kaneth. In Italy, we've got another name that we should recognize, Gavin Atkinson, part of the Diplomacy Games podcast duo. And also made the top board at the WDC in Bangkok as well. Russia, we've got Soham Shindi. I hope I'm saying that name correctly. And in Turkey, we've got Stuart Barton. So here we've got 6 Australians. Gavin is an Australian as well, even though it's not marked here. And 5 of those are players that we will know nothing about. So with that, let us dive in and have a look at some moves. All right. If I can figure out how to operate this, we will do it like this. All right. Adam, since you're on top, why don't we start with you? Tell us what you see.
Yeah, I think what stands out on this board, actually a number of things. One is the bounce in the English Channel. And then on the other side of the board, Venice moving into Trieste right away, and the Turks moving into the Black Sea, with the Russians moving into Romania. That's really interesting. That could be an agreed upon move with Russia putting the fleet in Romania and Turkey not going to Armenia in that position, or it could be Turkey just slipping in, which is always quite interesting. So a lot of interesting dynamics. The bounce in Galicia. On top of that, so I'll be keeping an eye on the East and then seeing how England and France respond to that opening bounce in the Channel, which we don't have any insight into whether that's something that was discussed and arranged, or whether it was something that was sniffed out, or they just both were trying to get advantage.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah, the Turkish move is quite interesting because obviously fleet in Romania is not very good for Turkey. It's not at all flexible for being used against Austria. But this isn't a particularly anti-Russian opening either. They haven't opened to Armenia, done the Sunstrom as we know it. So maybe this was expecting a bounce, and it's actually Russia that hasn't followed through on a deal. That there was an agreement to bounce Black Sea, and Russia has instead gone straight to Romania and wants to do something pro-Austria. Although, if that was the case, you might expect Moscow to go to Sevastopol. So, slightly strange opening, but between those two.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what happens with Romania here. I mean, maybe this is a deal to blow up the fleet for to get an RT up and running. It'd be unusual, but again, I'm sorry, a TR. I think is how we should say it for Australia. Yeah, it'd be unusual, but you never know. Things might be a little different. All right, fall of 1901. Adam, will stay with you for the play-by-play. Tell us what you see.
Oh, very fascinating. Another bounce in the English Channel. That's something that's not too common because usually you have France wanting to get that fleet out of Brest so that they can build a second fleet in the mid-Atlantic if needs be. But that's what happens, and you get that convoy up to Norway. So England potentially setting things up to go north over the top if they can work things out with the French. Of course, it's actually more positive towards England and France potentially trying to figure things out in 1902 because neither of them will be building that second fleet on top of each other. But we'll see how that goes. France supports the Germans into Belgium, which is also really fascinating. Enabling Germany to get 3 builds while France is only taking 1. That's a really interesting choice on the France's part. We'll see how that plays out for them. And then we have in the East, we have a real Key Lepanto opening, which I haven't seen happen this way in quite some time. So Key Lepanto is this beautiful opening where the Italians go through Trieste and take Serbia with the Austrians. Instead of taking Greece with their fleet, they take it with the army in Serbia. This is really always an interesting thing to see when it happens. It's super risky because it runs the risk for Turkey to bounce Serbia if they sniff this out, but that's not what happened here. So this all takes place. It's also locks the Austrian fleet up in Albania, which isn't always what you want to do if you're attacking Turkey, but should be interesting to see how that plays out. Meanwhile, Romania fleet is completely untouched, and the Russians just slide themselves into Galicia.
And Michalis, it's a bit conservative here by Turkey. What are your thoughts on what Turkey might have done differently here, or are you happy with the set of moves?
I think it really depends on the diplomatic situation. I would imagine that they didn't see the Key Lepanto coming. If they did, you do just bounce Serbia 100% of the time, which is why it's not always such a favoured move nowadays. You don't love the RT, like Ukraine going to Galicia. Yeah, okay, you do like that, but you don't like the fact that Romania is a fleet still, and that's still an issue for actually putting pressure on Budapest, putting pressure on Serbia. So maybe you actually want to go against Russia, but the diplomatic conversations with Austria and Italy didn't go well enough for you to do that. So in that case, you stay in Black Sea, so you've still got room to actually go against Russia if you can get something going with them, but you don't want to necessarily commit really hard against Russia in 01 if you are not sure what the AI situation is going to be. I think also the West is really interesting with France choosing not to get a build, because this, well, only getting 1 build. This looks up front like a really pro-Karthik move, which in some ways it is. But Karthik's got to make a decision with these builds. And if you're France, you should be lobbying that Karthik is putting 2 fleets down here. Like, I'm going to give you Belgium, you put 2 fleets down. Anything other than that, and I'd say this wasn't worth it for France, but if France can get Germany building 2 fleets in 01 out of doing this, I don't hate it at all.
Yeah, I mean, without Germany building 2 fleets here, it's almost impossible to attack England to begin with, because, as France, maybe you're going to put down Fleet Marseille here if that's what you want to do, but that's going to take forever to get back around, right? So you really need that if you're going to have Germany on side. Just one other comment about the Russian position. I think that forcing Galicia from taking it from Ukraine rather than Warsaw is an interesting choice, and maybe is a little bit less flexible for the Russians, because they may want that army in Ukraine to be able to cover Sev or be able to support Romania, depending on what they end up choosing for their builds here. So I'll be interested to see how that plays out.
Yeah, the Russian builds I think are interesting here as well. Does Russia fully commit to the east? Do they build in St. Petersburg to try to keep a finger in the west? Let's find out. The answer is on two fronts. First, let's see if I can get the highlighter. There we go. Soham has built two armies, and so that represents likely a commitment to the east. But we have here two armies and a fleet. Not only is the fleet, is it only one fleet, but it's in Berlin rather
Did
than
France forget to build?
Looks like it.
And
This
and
is
Italy,
impersonal. How do you forget to build? Is this an error on this, like,
you could
sandbox?
miswrite it. I guess you could
Yeah,
miswrite it.
true.
These may be
Yeah.
there may be some new players here. It happens. It's really unfortunate, but it happens. So we got to play with what you got. Also, Italy building two armies is crazy. I mean, that's fascinating, but crazy.
I mean,
Yeah, a speculation on France's build could have been Fleet Brest, right? Forgetting that Brest is occupied. But if France can make it through this year, then they might be able to come back here. But it's a difficult situation. So let's focus on Gavin's two armies here. Gavin's an experienced player, so this is not an accident, presumably. What do you guys make of it? McCall, let's start with you.
I mean, it's very pro-Italy, very, very pro-Turkey, rather. It suggests that you want to go in on Austria. It doesn't even make any sort of secret about that you want to go in on Austria, which means Austria is likely to do things to stop you going in on them. Maybe you're seeing that RT situation and going, there's not going to be a strong RT in this game. They're in a difficult position with the fleet in Romania. It's going to take some time to unwind. So maybe you're not afraid of any sort of juggernaut and you're just going, right, I'm going to go and lock these Austrian dots down now. We know these games end in 07, so patient play isn't necessarily going to be rewarded. I'm going to take these Austrian dots and I'm going to count on Russia and Turkey not being able to unwind, and instead one of them or both of them wanting to side with me against the other. And I mean, Russia's builds aren't necessarily particularly pro-Turkey either. Like, the second army in Moscow is quite interesting, because you could easily see that going down to Armenia right now as well.
I'd be surprised though. I was surprised not to see something appear in St. Petersburg, and with England, especially with those German builds going down, as England is pretty freed up to do what they want in the north. So I don't know if you can afford not to cover St. Petersburg. I mean, I can understand not building there and putting it in Moscow, but with that position, I think you've got to go cover it.
All right, let's move forward and see what happens. McCallus, let us go to you for the play-by-play for this year. Tell us what you see.
All right, let's start in the West, as the West is easy to describe. So France goes into Portugal, goes into Mid-Atlantic, doesn't have to worry about Germany, despite all those armies. None of those German armies are coming their way. Great news for Zoe. England holds London, so it seems that the EF detente has begun. It seems potentially Western Tripoli with a huge Germany, and maybe this is why the other reason why Germany can get 3 builds in 01 is for a Western Triple. Not entirely sure I would have liked to do it with the double bouncing channel, but hey, this is a way to solve that, and it definitely all streams anti-East. On the eastern side of the board, we have Turkey supports Italy into Romania, which does piff that awkward Russian fleet. Italy moves into Eastern Med at the same time, which suggests that actually the AI is still on, because Albania is there in Ionian Sea now, and they've got a Lepanto convoy set up. Turkey is in Smyrna, probably not expecting this. I'm not sure. What did Constantinople support?
Let's see here. Supported Serbia to Bulgaria.
Probably a mistake, maybe, or
Presumably.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Maybe it was just one of those orders.
Or it
that
had nothing.
Sandbox. Yeah.
Had nothing else to do. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe they talked about having Bulgaria be the mover into Romania, and then Serbia follows, something like that.
But the Russian, like Galicia to Bohemia, is also a very interesting move with not following to Galicia, because Bohemia isn't actually well placed to attack Vienna in the way it would be if Warsaw had gone to Galicia. So Russia seems to be sort of getting stretched out on all fronts, and obviously with Munich in Silesia now, they have even more fronts to cover. It's going to be interesting to see what sort of happens with this AI versus Turkey situation if Russia stops being a player, because AI are getting a decent enough position against Turkey, but Serbia is still there and needs to be covered, and presumably can only be covered by Budapest now, which is a real problem for Italy if Romania gets dislodged. So there's a lot of things that they still have to cover for this interesting AI to actually keep going forwards.
Gosh,
Yeah.
if this was done optimally, wouldn't you have loved to see Budapest to Serbia, Vienna to Budapest, Venice to Tyrolia, right? And then look at that beautiful line set up against for taking down Bulgaria, for convoying into Syria, doing all kinds of interesting stuff from that position, and you're really well set up to attack both Russia and Turkey. Then that gap in Serbia is going to make things a little bit more difficult. It's not a killer for them, but I think if this is really an AI, this also could be a feint on Italy's part, and he's going to plow into Austria right now. So I'll be looking for that.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a peculiar alliance structure, and just it looks confused in the East. Different people seem to think they're allied with different people, and Gavin Atkinson is the one with the wild card in his hand.
Italy's got a big problem if this is a Western Triple, because they have no fleets except for the one in Eastern Med. And if this is a Western Triple and France is about to charge into the Mediterranean, and bear in mind that France is going to have 2 builds this year, given that Portugal's going to be taken and they didn't build in the first year. So Fleet Marseille, Fleet Brest is eminently plausible, and Italy is probably not going to be building unless they somehow keep Serbia and Romania, which seems very ambitious.
Yeah, Romania could get blown up, and
yeah.
Let's move forward. I mean, there is also the possibility here that some of the play we're looking at is just from inexperienced players who are learning the game. And
that's okay. That's okay. It's still fascinating
totally fascinating.
Yeah, I'm not going to give that excuse to Gavin though.
Yeah, not to Gavin, but it creates an unpredictable dynamic on the board, and the question is how to work it.
Why has a fleet in Spain just appeared?
Okay, so I'm going to speculate that in the Backstabber sandbox, you have the ability to modify.
So there was a fleet built in Marseille, probably, and it went to Spain,
right.
and we just okay, that makes a lot of sense.
That does make sense. So rather than go back and fix it, they just added the fleet.
That makes a ton of sense.
It also changes the calculus a bit here too, right? It makes an attack on Italy even more plausible. And this may actually have been what prompted the building of that fleet. May have been what prompted Gavin to take a turn siding with Austria. So let's move forward here and pick up the pace a little bit, and let's go back to Michalis. Lots of fun times in the East. I'm going to push you to start over there. Tell me what you see.
All right. So this is not a good game to be so hand-shinned. Italy takes Sevastopol with Turkish support. Turkey takes Romania from behind. AI solved the Serbia hole by putting Austria into Serbia, but having Greece taken by an Italian convoy, which they must have been pretty confident was a sign that France wasn't going to come into the Med, because you probably don't leave Tunis if you think France is about to drop to Western Med and North Africa, because then Tunis instantly falls. So instead, we've got Carthage convoy into Livonia as well. Sweden falls. England's in Barents Sea. England doesn't have a build though, and France is now in North Atlantic and Mid Atlantic. So Joshua is quite out of position, and this has turned into a pretty good position for France, whether or not they have a German ally.
Adam, does the activities in the East here give you any more clarity about what the alliance structure may be?
None whatsoever.
Tell us why.
Well, I mean, look, Italy appears to be working with the Turks against the Russians, and is coordinating with the Austrians, who in principle might be fighting the Turks, but maybe aren't. So maybe it's an AIT. yeah, it's not entirely clear, and I think everyone is trying to work with everyone else to the best ability that they can, except Russia certainly seems to be the odd person out. So I think that much is clear. I'm excited because we may see the convoy to Clyde right now, which I would be very excited about. Though you could convoy directly to Liverpool, so maybe that will happen instead. But very much looking forward to that.
All right. This year sees Russia drop from 6 to 3. So a drop of 3 in 1 year is always rough to take. And with units spread out a little bit, it's going to be a question of a tough decision about which ones to disband. The answers are Bohemia. Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't a difficult decision because you had 3 armies to keep. Russia pulls Finland and Bohemia. Karthik builds another army. So we'll be interested to talk about Karthik's strategy going forward here. Meanwhile, Zoe in France puts down another fleet. So Zoe is all in on the English invasion without a German ally. So let's keep an eye on how effective you think, what the chances are you think that will be effective or no. But I'm going to push us to move forward here, spring of 1903. Play-by-play, go back to Adam. Adam, tell us what you see.
Oh, I'm sad I didn't get the convoy into England. I guess maybe this is really some sort of triple, and Zoe is just keeping a fleet in the North Atlantic. I don't know what this is all about. Maybe this is like long-term thinking. We're going to let England keep pushing forward, and we'll do something later on. But on the other hand, having Portugal hold, Paris hold, I think that it's just not the most effective use of units. But that's okay. I think that in the long run, though, making this kind of back and forth decision: are we going south now? Are we going north? I think that's going to make it very hard in a shortened game to really take advantage of what I think is otherwise a really strong French position. So we'll see what happens. Elsewhere, we have Karthik continuing. He pulls back out of Ruhr, really trusting his allies, and they're obliging him, right? You got an English fleet sitting in London and no French units against his, so good for Karthik for keeping everything away from him. Otherwise not doing a whole lot, self-bouncing, etc., but the English do take St. Petersburg, the Germans take Warsaw, and Turkey and Italy continue to sort of advance, though now it's advantage Turkey for taking 7, just putting Italy into Ukraine, which is obviously not a dot. And is that Ukraine unit going to find another dot to sit in? Maybe not.
All right. So for the moment, it looks like we've got a Western triple versus AIT brewing here. Let's push forward here and tell us what you see, Adam.
Yeah, so indeed, now the Austrians and the Italians are pushing west with the fleets, trying to block France. We have elsewhere in the west, well, not a whole lot, really, a lot of units kind of holding position. But interestingly, the Italians and the Austrians push the Russians into Warsaw. So Germany loses that. They really are setting up kind of a pretty early line against the Germans and the English here, which is interesting, but it will put Turkey in a great position to make a move later on, which is what happens in Western triples.
This was an incredibly risky turn from Gavin. Like, not only is he giving up Sevastopol knowingly, given that he's not trying to take anything from Ukraine, but if France had bounced North Africa here, Gavin would have been pulling 2 units. And it's not that outrageous to think that France would have bounced North Africa in this position. So Gavin took a hell of a risk doing that, and it sort of paid off, although he's still got a disband. Paris to Picardy is a fascinating move on this map, because that's not Western Tripoli at all. That's it. Now France is sat next to an empty German dot and an empty English dot, although England is going to get a build, so I presume we'll be able to cover Liverpool. But I mean, if anything, this could easily turn into a strong EF position.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, that Zoe's doing some cagey things here, which a lot of diplomacy players would appreciate. One is this move. Another is keeping North Atlantic up here. I mean, this easily could have been, and if you're England, you probably were negotiating to have Mid-Atlantic be the mover into West, and have North Atlantic dropping down. So Zoe's keeping dots in places to do something against their erstwhile allies, which I feel like that's something you in particular would appreciate, Adam Silverman.
Well, I like it, especially in this game where you're going to get into 1905, 1906, and the game is going to end, so you can start just dot grabbing with relative impunity if somebody can't do anything about it in a turn or two.
Yeah, so we haven't talked about the game structure so much. The games are year limited. At the end of 1907, they must draw if they have not drawn before then. The scoring system is the one used in Bangkok last year. I think its name is Bangkok 2023. And it's one that is largely center-based, provides some bonus for topping and more bonus for either finishing within one or two of the topper, or if no one does that, then the topper gets more points. So that's the quick overview. Builds this year, we get more armies. This is an army game, really small number of fleets relative to the norm. We do get that protection in Liverpool that Adam was asking for, and Turkey. Turkey's just sort of chugging along here now in second place with six units. So let's push forward here. McCallus, will go to you for play-by-play on 1904.
So this is some really nice tactics from Zoe to blow up the fleet in North Africa. Gotta love that. It also gives you an excuse to once again stay in North Atlantic, because the only way to guarantee doing that was to move from Western Med. So, Mid-Atlantic can't move. Oh, well, that means I've got to stay in North Atlantic. Sorry, England. So good move on both parts there. Elsewhere in the east, Turkey moves into the Ionian Sea to follow up behind Italy. Gavin continues his immense risk-taking in this game because Turkey is getting some incredible power out of this position. And Russia is blown up in Livonia. Not a lot more to say in terms of moves. It's quite a sort of stalemate line dominated board at this stage with France and Turkey's.
One little fun move here. England has pulled a fleet back. Clearly not so happy about that.
I think this is the turn where I'm going to tell France you need to be out of the North Atlantic, and I'm probably going to drop into the English Channel right here. And that's going to be my leverage to say in the fall when they don't move out, now you really need to be out of the North Atlantic,
There's a world England's doing this to convoy Clyde to St. Pete. Just can't help but notice that that's wide open right now.
All right, let's see if it happens. The answer is yes. Well done. And for their troubles, Joshua also gets Zoe to move out of the Atlantic. So,
and Belgium
takes Belgium. So very strong negotiating here. This is clear. Presumably, this is all arranged. Interestingly, it's not a free dot. Carthage is going to go down. Is not gaining one on the other side. This is where things stand after 1904. We have Turkey now moving up into first place with 7. We've got France and Germany tied at 6. Whose position do you guys like on this board at this point? Adam, we'll start with you.
Oh, Turkey's position is so dominant. It's just insane. I mean, this is, typical Western triple Turkey. And I can't fathom anyone else in this board topping. I think it's Turkey's to lose.
McCallus?
Yeah, it's very hard to argue against Turkey here. Colvig's going to be pulling a fleet, presumably, because no other dispan makes any sense.
Right.
With 3 years left, that could open the door for England before the end of this game to actually take a few dots from Carthage. So if I wasn't going on Turkey and somebody else could sneak it, now that Italy and France are sort of locked in against each other, I don't see it being one of them. But I think England could have room to do a stab on Germany that succeeds and gets them a few dots.
All right, you called it correctly. A fleet comes off the board in the Gulf of Bothnia, and a fleet goes on the board in Marseille. Meanwhile, Austria gets a rebuild here, and Turkey puts down another army in Constantinople. You have to wonder how Austria is feeling about the centers that Turkey is clearly looking at.
You have to wonder what Italy's feeling about Army Trieste as well, to be honest.
Let's find out. Spring of 1905. Not a whole lot happens here. In fact, the only movement is Belgium going into Burgundy, which takes away a possible dotting opportunity from Zoe Cameron. Otherwise, it's static here. So maybe this is a case of players not figuring out other options and just waiting until it gets closer to the end of the game to make a move. Here again,
it was good tactics by Italy to defend Lyon in spring. We should call that out. That should not have been defensible, and well done to guess the right for that.
So it was a matter of tapping Marseille, and the Tunis support didn't make a whole lot of difference. Okay, so I believe it's we're back to Adam here. So there is a bit of movement here, possibly consequential. Why don't you tell us about it?
I see a lot of red arrows, but I mean London to the English Channel. Is that what you're referring to? I mean, I don't see a whole lot else.
Yeah, London to the English Channel. That provides some interesting opportunities for England. We can talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think again we're getting into 1906. There's 2 years left in the game. I mean, I think what again strikes me certainly, English Channel could just be like now France has some more flexibility to try to slide Mao down, or can go Mao to Portugal in case Italy and Turkey line things up. But the reality is what you have Turkey lined up on 4 centers that they can take with impunity, probably in fall of 1906, and take the last game year to enjoy that. So that's what this looks like to me, but maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, the question I'll be asking you guys is when do you make a move with 2 game years left? Let's say you're Turkey. Is now the time to make a move? Do you wait until the fall? Adam, you just said wait until the fall.
Probably fall 06. Yeah.
All right. Let's find out if that's what happens. We have Stewart moving fleets into place. This is very delicious position. We also have England now in mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, but this is all agreed. This is exactly what I was saying. This is just agreed with the French to really lock things down. Also, it's good for England because it means that they can probably make a stab themselves to get a few more dots the last year. But I mean, I don't think it's going to get them enough to really make a difference for topping. But yeah, it'll help their position. I don't think England though can make that move until 1907, in which case France can just back up and stop it. So I think it's a lot harder.
McCall?
I think England probably, I agree England probably can't top, but from a perspective that this scoring system does give some bonus points to second and third, England's in a very good position to take second or third at the end of this game and get extra points in that regard. And maybe I'd even go now, like you could coordinate something with Turkey, possibly, with Italy. Who knows? Like, if I'm Turkey, I'm probably attempting to walk into 5 dots right now and hoping that I get into quite a few of them.
I think you go for all of them, right? I think you just go for all 5 and see what happens.
Yep.
All right.
Because 3 are guaranteed, so why not try for 5?
The answer is none. Oof.
But Austria does.
But Austria does, yeah. So imagine if that was coordinated between Austria. Well, imagine if Turkey knew that Austria was going to do this.
That's no good for Turkey, right? Because now Austria has a build, and now you can't do it.
Yeah. Yep.
Now you can't do it.
Yeah, if Turkey knew that they were going to do this, they'd probably be going to Budapest and Serbia.
Yeah, kind of have to do that. Okay. So England does not move into place to take dots. Let's move forward here. We do have, that is that's a rough army build for Turkey if you're looking for a big score here. Let's move forward here. Spring of 1907. We now have clear Austro-Turkish fisticuffs. Turkey goes into the Adriatic. We say goodbye to Soham. Probably Soham, I think, is learning the game. I think this is probably best described as a learning experience. Otherwise, England's not getting into position to take dots from Germany. Still in position to take 1 off of France. This is going to be the final turn of the game, and what happens here is, wow. Oh wow, that's hard to watch, isn't it? Let's see, Adam, talk us through what happens.
Well, I mean, the Turkey, instead of taking some dots off, they really just end up even here, right? Because they take Greece from Italy, but they lose Romania to the Austrians. So well played, Dave Ryan in Austria, in holding that stab back and then playing great tactics in the last year to get up to 5. That's or 6. That's fantastic.
No, loses Venice, so ends up at 5.
Oh, I lost Venice. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the final count is if Turkey is still on top or if somebody caught up. But if Turkey is, it's a big tie. I mean, it felt like could have been a pretty dominant top for Turkey, but that's okay. Sometimes you don't want to make the move. You're working with your allies, or you don't see the risk benefit analysis isn't quite there. I think that's okay. It was a certainly interesting game. I give some credit to both Zoe and Karthik for coming out at the end and ending on a shared top as well.
Yeah, it's quite a miraculous finish for Karthik, isn't it? To manage to snag this score. Looks to me possibly also like a learning experience for Stuart. May also be a newer player. And a lot of times you have to sort of have the opportunities and pass them up for a while before you have the courage or the gumption to grab them when they appear. So
there's also this is the first round of a tournament. You don't necessarily want to stab people you're going to be working or playing with again. I know it's a decent sized field, but it's not a gigantic field. There's a pretty strong likelihood you're going to play with at least some of these players again. So if you stab all of your neighbors and they all come out of the game with a bad opinion of you, not necessarily the best thing to do in round 1, whereas round 4, who knows, maybe it's not quite so bad then.
So this is something that the North American hobby has become very conscious of over the last several years, is how to play a tournament as a whole. And I think it's become more or less de facto that in the first round, you don't go for big scores in order to avoid being a target and to avoid making enemies for the rest of the tournament. And I think there's definitely an alternative point of view that you got to take the opportunities when they come.
Were you at Weaselmoot this year, Brandon?
Talk to us, Adam. Tell us.
Well, I mean, I think I was in a similar situation in Weaselmoot on the first night of the tournament. I was running a really, really solid alliance and could have probably coasted that to a shared board top and went into the second round in, kind of a good place. But I made the decision to go for it and use that high score in the first round to, push myself through the tournament and ultimately won the tournament. And I think that it would have been harder to do that had I not had the first round score. I think, even I mean, my other 2 scores plus a moderate, okay, second and third round would not have put me on the top. So, I think there's an element of not. I hear you, but on the other hand, when the opportunity is there, I think you've got to take it because you don't know that the opportunity is going to be there in your subsequent rounds of the tournament, right? And so I think and that's not. And I'm not a never leave points on the board kind of player. I definitely don't believe that, but I do think that when you see the opportunity for a big result, you have to take the chance and go for it regardless of what round it is, because the big results in the tournament, those don't come up often. These sort of like okay results, like most players who play tournaments can find their way to that for once in a while. But if it's there, you got to go for it, man.
That's the exact debate, and I think we're gonna see that continue to play out. And some of this is dependent on the scoring system as well. The scoring system used at Weaselmoot Open Tribute is one that heavily rewards board topping. So whether that was a factor in your decision or not, it was probably a factor in why that strategy was more effective there than it might have been at other tournaments. All right,
yeah, I'd point out conversely, like Cascadia, we saw 2 people who took big tops in round 1. Round 1 of that tournament, Dave Mletsky and Gnome Brown, who did then have a bit of a backlash. In particular, Gnome had a big backlash against him. And Katie Gray instead worked with an alliance where she still got the top, but she didn't stab her allies at the end. She just got the top by 1 center, and she just did that each round, ticked it up, and won the tournament as a result. I think put her head too far up above the parapets there. I
think we can all agree that that not stabbing and still topping alone, definitely the best way to go if you can hack it. All right. Let's bring Mr. Ed Sullivan onto our broadcast. Welcome back, Ed. And McCullis, we're going to give you a break. So we'll see you in a bit. All right, gentlemen, let us try try to pick up the pace a little bit here. I think we are getting in the groove, and it's time to use that groove to move through some games. Here is board number 2, Love Story. If you are starting to figure out what the theme is, very good. You can post that in the comments. In Austria, we have reigning face-to-face world champion Jamal Blakarli. In England, we've got Robert Hillier, who I believe is a local Australian. Actually, I'm not sure about that. That was a name that was in the database without a location. Similarly with Marcus Loan, who's also played in an event last year. Germany, Craig Purcell. Similarly, Italy, James Corey, hopefully I'm saying his name correctly, who was new to the database. So presumably is in Australia. And then in Russia, we've got Alan Thompson. And in Turkey, we've got Sasha Heilman. I believe Sasha was one of the organizers for the WDC in Bangkok, if it's the same Sasha. So at least know that Sasha has played before with the others, apart from the person playing Austria. Not sure. All right, let's dive in here and check out some moves. Ed, you've been hanging out on the sidelines, so we're going to give you first crack at doing the play-by-play. Tell us what you see.
Okay, so I don't see anything that blows my mind here except for the bounce in Burgundy, which can work. It just sometimes that's really good for England, but Paris moves to Picardy. So, and then Kiel moving to Holland. You don't see that so often these days. I think it's a little underrated, frankly, but it gives Russia Sweden there. And I'm actually sort of happy to see that move by Craig. And then in the East, we don't know if this is a Sundstrom opening because I'm not sure if they speak English in Australia and know about the Sundstrom opening, which is, to my mind, only been publicized in English, or an attack on Russia.
All right, let's push forward here into fall of 1901 and tell us what you see here.
Me? Again?
Yep.
All right. I like it. Well, it wasn't a Sundstrom opening, as suspected. I have to think that this is a I think it's got to be a misorder with Bulgaria not moving to Romania here. Which happens in face-to-face. You can just ask me. I make more misorders in face-to-face than I even do in virtual, so that's difficult.
Impressive.
It is, but I'm reading a Western triple here for what it's worth, right? With the convoy to Norway, Norwegian goes to Barents, Marseille to Piedmont, and the fleet goes to Spain. Germany wasn't in a position with the bounce in Burgundy to take 3, which is what you'd like to see in a Western triple. Or if I'm Germany, at least, I wouldn't care if I was France or England. But that's how I'm seeing this. I guess we'll learn more in the builds.
Yeah, Adam, we'll turn to you. What are your thoughts on this interesting development at the end of Fall of 01?
Oh, I mean, this is absolutely a Western triple. I think that the Piedmont Tyrolia fall 1901 is not something we have seen very much of. So I'm actually really interested to see how that plays out as part of this. Often what you see with the triples is more of a focus against Russia rather than Germany kind of pushing south or pushing east. So I'd be curious to see whether Germany can play their hand here and maybe, maintain relations with Russia while they're doing something somewhere else on the board. That would be quite interesting, and I think possibly to their advantage.
All right, let's see some winter 1901 moves or builds, I should say. So we got lots more fleets than we got in the previous game. Here France puts down 2 fleets, England puts down a fleet in Edinburgh, and Germany puts down 2 armies. So this is pretty much as Western Tripoli as you can get so far.
I kind of like to see another army for England, though, maybe.
To try
and I'd also like to see a fleet for Germany, right, to go to the Baltic. So this again suggests, and maybe I'm mistaken, but this suggests we might go see like something like Bohemia and Munich or Bohemia and Silesia here, as opposed to going out to Prussia, Silesia type of thing, which I think would be quite interesting, actually. Because if you're not going to bother building the fleet to go after Sweden as Germany, you ought not to be attacking Russia because you don't want that fleet dropping down to Baltic and causing you all kinds of problems.
All right, let's find out. And Adam, so it looks like you were correct. Germany tried to go to Silesia and Bohemia. What else do you see?
Yeah, though they did support the Russians into Sweden, and Russia was very obliging in retreating to Bothnia rather than Baltic Sea. So that's good news for Germany there. But what actually happens is that the AI sniff out this set of moves, and the Italians take Tyrolia. Really, actually, great tactics by AI. They force the Germans out of Tyrolia. They bounce Bohemia. It does create a not optimal position for Italy with that French army in Tuscany, but it really does set up some options. And now maybe you can have some conversations with the Germans about trying to move to Marseille or something instead of continuing what they're going for. So that will be interesting. Elsewhere, you have the Turks attacking the Russians successfully, taking Sev, and the Austrians just staying out of that and working with the Italians.
My eyes drawn to this hold in Serbia.
Mhm.
Let's see if Jamal is just taking the spring off before joining in with Turkey, or had something else in mind.
No, he doesn't want to help. He doesn't want to help Turkey here, obviously. Why would you?
Adam, tell us what you see.
Yeah, it looks like that that Austria tried to support Tyrrhenian Sea, but Tyrrhenian Sea elected to do a self bounce in Rome, so that that did not work, and that unit was dislodged. They elected to destroy it and rebuild, which makes sense. Is an interesting tactical play on Venice, which is quite an interesting choice by Italy to basically, so they support the Austrians into Venice to beleaguer it against the French and the Germans going against Venice, so that protects it. It's a 2-on-2 there, so that freed up Italy to do a self bounce into Rome. France takes Portugal as one does in this position, and whole lot of bouncing up north. That's cool. The Russians sniff out the bounce in Finland, so they cover that there.
So Ed, let me turn to you for your thoughts on this year and who you think this particular alliance structure might be benefiting the most.
I'm loving France right now. France has got good position, good fleets, which can be turned around if necessary. But play on Tunis, play on Rome. You don't like to see the army in Piedmont there. I suspect France builds an army here, but maybe not if they're still considering Western Tripoli moves. I wouldn't. I don't like what's happening with Turkey. Turkey's best friend is the Western Triple, but you got to exercise a little discretion when these things are going on. And instead of preoccupying Russia kind of here is starting to move away. So maybe they've reached some sort of détente. But Russia's disbanding too, if I'm reading that correctly. And that's one. Maybe one got piffed.
They had a piff.
Yeah, one got piffed. And so I think if Turkey grows, it keeps doing what it's doing, there might be an incentive for the Western Triple, if they got progress, to keep going. Depends on this disband by Russia here, because if Russia disbands in the north, England may want to continue with it. I don't know. It's an interesting game right now. I think it's a 4-horse race.
Well, I think the thing that's interesting is you've got this AI that's, coordinating against the Western Triple, right? So often when there's Western Triples, you'll see Austria get crushed because the Eastern powers want to get builds very quickly. But Jamal has fought a nice balance early in the game to keep himself viable. That doesn't bode good news for him in the long run. And frankly, I think the English-France position here is so much better than the Germans. And I think this is part of the problem with Germany not building that fleet in 1901. You're now giving England Sweden, which should be a German center, not an English center. And now what's your next build as Germany here? I mean, you're sitting in Bohemia, but you got nothing else next to a new center. I think this bodes really well for the EF and not so good for Germany.
I'm very scared if I'm Germany right now. I'm very scared. My fourth horse was Austria.
You're so out of position with that army in Piedmont. France is going to put down Army Marseille, I can only assume.
Yeah, I've been impressed with. Well, I guess what I'm curious for you guys is So Jamal clearly did not want to take a position in the RT battle this past year. And so trying to keep things somewhat stable diplomatically in the East. A question for me is whether that will backfire or whether that will buy him enough time in order to then take advantage of something. So I'll just leave that there so we can move on. Interesting disband here. Disbands the army in Romania, keeps the fleet in Bothnia, which England is probably not too thrilled about. Elsewhere, we get fleets we get 3 more fleets going down while England does put down the army. All right, let's move forward here and keep going. It is back to Ed for play-by-play. Ed, talk us through spring of 1903.
Oh, okay. So Italy lost Tyrrhenian Sea, which is not good. Didn't take Tunis. I could have taken Tunis, but went the wrong way. Meanwhile, so this actually could be beneficial for France, this band here, depending on the rebuild. And England showing that they're continuing with this triple, convoying to Norway, Skagerrak to Sweden, Sweden to Finland. So, well, as Russia sort of says, I'm defending North, and what I can only assume is a pass-through here with the Army Armenia to Romania in the spring to sort of prop up Russia for the short term. Meanwhile, let's see, Germany gets back into Tyrolia here. Doesn't do much other than advancing England. So I think the pain and the pressure is off of Germany right now. I think the key is what's Turkey going to do? And now that France is in mid-Atlantic, fleet could have gone to Spain. Maybe they'll set up bounces in the channel. We'll see what happens.
If I'm England here, I'm probably thinking about, if I can get France on board to drop into Ruhr, I'm probably thinking about a convoy from Norway to Holland, because I'm not getting St. Petersburg this year. And even once I do get St. Petersburg, my chances of pushing further down are maybe slim. So if I can turn Russia to be protecting itself against the AT, and I can make my move against the Germans with some help of France here, I'm seriously thinking about it at least.
All right, let's find out. Ed, back to you. Tell us what you see.
All in Western Triple, that continues. Someone surely, though, has to be thinking about how a turn would look. I noticed North Sea does not move out. So we're putting the complete pressure retakes, Tyrrhenian Sea, bus up convoy to Tuscany, and France, if I'm reading your London Tube map correctly, gets into Venice. So this is a great turn for France with a rebuild and a +1 in Venice. Meanwhile, nothing in St. Petersburg happens. It could have happened had Sweden cut Bothnia, which it no. Am I right?
No. They need to take
Bothnia.
Yeah.
Yeah, take Bothnia. So let's do it the slow way. And it was a pass through, but this is looking really good for Turkey right now. Obviously, with Romania in pocket, Russia doing yeoman's work, keeping St. Petersburg for now. Those are Turkish dots in the future, and Turkey gets into the Ionian. Presumably arranged.
So this is where I'm going to turn to Adam. So Sasha passed up quite a stab opportunity here. Could have taken Serbia and kept Romania, and kept Jamal and Ionian out of Greece. So clearly passed up the stab opportunity. Do you like that, or do you wish Sasha had made a move here?
No, I think it's right. I don't really think you have the units to backfill and hold what you're taking. Right? You're not you're taking one. It's a 1-dot stab, and the dot. If you really need the dot, you just stay in Romania. So I think this is correct, and I also like walking out of Romania actually to let Russia continue what they're doing in the north, because you can up your position a little bit here, get your position a little bit better, and then make the move at the time when you have the units in position, which he's starting to do. Black to Khan, get that other fleet out, and then you've got plenty of time. So and you're Turkey to a Western Triple. I like it. What I was wondering is, what did Rome do last turn? Because Venice.
Rome supported Tunis to Tuscany, which was attempted to be convoyed by.
I see. Okay. Got it. Okay. Yeah, Rome supports Apulia to Venice will pretty much guarantee that that can be held. But okay.
All right, let's push forward here. Winter 1903 sees France go up, opens up a 2-center lead at 7-5. We've got 4 players now tied at 5. And France puts down Fleet Brest and Army Marseille. So presumably Marcus has good tactical reasons for saying needs another fleet and needs the army to be in Marseille so it can head over to the boot. Let's see if A, Robert buys that, and if B, Marcus decides to use that for any other purposes. The answer is not yet. Adam, this is over to you for 1904.
I want to point out something very clever that Marcus does right here. The way to force Tunis from this position is to cut Ionian and move in from North Africa with support of Western Med. But presumably, Italy and Turkey know that as well. And so they do something different. And so Tyrrhenian Sea does something different and goes to Rome to cut a potential Rome support or something like that. So I think that's pretty clever to not bother cutting Ionian. I mean, it's risky, but I think it was a sensible move in this position. Gets kicked out of Tyrrhenian Sea anyway, retreats to Tuscany. Elsewhere, the Austrians still, Jamal's got to be very frustrated in this position because of this triple, but manages to piff that German unit, which I think will be helpful to the cause. But it's really just all coming up Turkey, going to Romania, going to Warsaw. I don't know if the Greece to Bulgaria thing is agreed or not. It certainly could be as a balancing move for Turkey, keeping Austria on side for a little while. But we'll know in the fall, I guess.
But here we are again. Sasha has another opportunity to make a move on Jamal here. Can can guarantee piffing the fleet, or can try to take Greece at the same time. Big tactical opportunity here. Does Sasha take it? The answer is maybe. Interesting. I think if this is a stab, I think you want Ionian to be supporting either going to Greece or supporting Aegean to Greece here, don't you? Rather than taking a dot off of Italy.
This could certainly be an agreed upon way to piff the Austrian fleet, though, right, and rebuild it. So this could be agreed. This is not necessarily a stab. Of course, it's pretty inefficient in that it doesn't enable you to protect Sev, which is kind of horrible for Turkey to lose Sev in this position.
He is still going up 2, however, picks up Warsaw, Romania, Naples, loses Sevastopol. So, it's a possibility this was also by agreement. Elsewhere, I'll just call this out. We've got England taking St. Petersburg, while everything else... Oh, I'm sorry, no. North Sea takes Holland here. Hard to believe that was agreed upon.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think if you're going to do that, why not pass up St. Petersburg, go Sweden to Denmark, convoy to Holland, and just tap St. Petersburg from barons or something like that, right? And really just go do this. St. Petersburg is going to be yours whenever you're ready to take it. And as it turned out here, you would have walked into St. Petersburg with a single unit.
Yeah.
So I'm a little, I like the decision to take Norway, but I would rather take it with an army where you can follow up. That fleet is going to be less useful, and take Denmark as well.
And you meant Holland there as well. Ed, over to you. How do you feel about this turn?
It probably was time if it wasn't an 04 for ENF to, but they didn't coordinate it because Belgium goes to Burgundy. I assume worried about a retreat of Munich, but it seemed to me that there wasn't a lot of coordination with the orders that were happening. Certainly, it seems like north to Denmark, Belgium to Holland were moves if you're working in concert. So I think England freelanced it here, and I don't know what France's response is going to be. France, I guess we'll see. He's getting a build here, but England's getting 2. I also think the Russian move to Sev was good, right? Which is ultimately St. Petersburg wasn't going to be held in the long term. Turkey's not been, like a good ally or anything. So that's not good news for Turkey, that there's going to be those issues there. And if anyone can pull a rabbit out of this hat, it's Jamal. So I'm curious to see how it goes.
All right, winter 1904. We get lots more fleets again. This is definitely a reaction to the first game, even though they were played at the same time. It's at least an evening out, return to the mean. We've got fleets everywhere in England. Fleet in Marseille here suggests that France is not too worried about England coming after them, at least, or needing to respond. Sasha puts down Fleet Khan and Army Ankh. Fleet Khan is very interesting. Suggests that Sasha wanted some tactical flexibility. Maybe we'll still go to black here and Ankh to arm. Let's find out, shall we? That is what happens. I believe we are on Ed for play-by-play in 1905. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, I think this was anti-Russian builds, and so it makes sense. Meanwhile, England and Germany are at war. France's moves to the Channel, I'm not 100% that they're, I don't know which side France is taking, but you would think if it was totally anti-English, we'd see that fleet in North Atlantic or Irish, and we don't. So this might be a bit of a pile on here, but they leave and they exit Burgundy. So that's curious to see what happens next there with Holland. Man, France keeps chugging along. Should note that Sweden got into Denmark. And man, I'd love to have all those English fleets up there. I'm not sure why Finland is supporting St. Petersburg, but fine. Meanwhile, we say goodbye to James, whereas Italy loses Rome here. And we'll see if there's détente between Turkey and France. I think it's probably a good time to turn around, and so does Jamal. Jamal sensing that there's an issue up and then pulling everything back east against Turkey, and I think Jamal sees that as his next play.
I think Eddie to Clyde or at least Norwegian, but to Clyde here might have been a good idea for England since they elected to build the second fleet. Just holding it in Eddie isn't doing a lot for you. So,
all right, fall 1905. Ed, back to you.
Well, France didn't come to aid anyone other than France, apparently. Although I think Belgium is supporting Holland, if I can see that correctly.
That's right.
So that's I'm not sure. I mean, thank you, sort of, I guess. Meanwhile, other issues with Germany going to Ruhr. I think France has a build. Luckily, there was no malicious support by Turkey there, so France will get a build, presumably builds an army. Let's see here. Ooh, not a good turn for Turkey, as Turkey does take Sev, but loses Warsaw thanks to Russian help, and loses Romania. Am I getting that right? But he got Greece back. I feel a bit like Tommy Anderson is. Every sentence is a new surprise. So I think Turkey here remains even, but and good. And obviously, look, that's a great Turkish position, but there's a lot of fighting going on.
Yeah, Turkey is even, but Austria is +1. So we do bid adieu to James Corey. But elsewhere, we've got Germany going down 1, England and France both going up 1, to the tune of now armies. It was fleets last time. Now it's all armies, which presumably makes good sense. Let's plow ahead here. We've got 2 years now, so the players have now positioned themselves for the final push, the sprint to the finish line, and now we get the beginning of that sprint. And I'll just call this out, and then I'll turn to you guys for some analysis here. The England-German war continues. France abandons the north, decides that the dots left to take are in the south, while Austria and Turkey continue to fight without either side really getting an advantage here. The army in Ukraine gets popped, which may provide positional advantage, presuming that Alan Thompson's lone Russian army is actually red underneath the paint. And then let's look at fall of 1906.
By the way, I mean, I know you didn't talk about Munich going to France. Turkey walked out of Naples. This is a heck of a turn in a race for France. The only thing I don't like about all of this French play is leaving English Channel. Nicolas Saget talks about the power of once you have it, being reluctant to give it back. So, I'm sure it's a sop to England, but we'll find out.
The question is, what do you need England for at this point, right? It looks like everyone else is helping you out to spite their neighbors. All right, fall of 1906. What we find here is that Turkey gains an advantage over Austria in the south, while I think we're getting some local color from you, Ed. Oop. There you go. Yes, so Austria ends up down 1. Meanwhile, Turkey's even because Russia gets into Sevastopol. But yeah, it all comes up France here, doesn't it? Adam, let me turn to you.
Yeah, I mean France walked into Naples and walked into Munich, right? So this is tight for France, but of course we're playing one last year. They're both France and England are +2, so it's a race between the two of them. Looks like England might be able to get Berlin. France, is going to be hard pressed to get anything else, I think, unless they manage to somehow get into an English center. But you'd think England is going to keep something back home to prevent that. So, I think if France wanted to make a move against England, they probably needed to do it while they were in the Channel, convoy Belgium up and go up to North Atlantic, which is something they could have done the previous year. But from this position right here, convoying to Wales, going up to North Atlantic probably nets you London and Liverpool the following year. You may not be able to keep Munich from that position, but England being your number one rival on this board, maybe that's something you're thinking about. Will be interesting to see whether France can pull another dot out and get a solo board top, with England maybe being able to get Berlin here, though.
Yeah,
tricky situation.
Talking about unit efficiency here. In fact, these 3 units, English Channel, Mid-Atlantic, and Western Med, aren't going to net you any dots down here, but they could net you dots up here. So better to devote them, especially with knowing the short time frame.
I think Western Med to Turanian makes sense. I'm not sure about the other two, but let's see how this goes.
All right, so we get a bunch more armies now. So fleets are over, and it's now all armies. Curious, you can make a good argument for Fleet Brest here. I mean,
if France and England don't want to fight each other, that's fine. I don't actually see the argument for England not building a second army, though, here, and just keeping something and having something in Liverpool as well.
Just there was a wave.
French. Yeah, I don't see a lot of rationale for the wave, right? Just keep an army there, even if you're not going to do anything with it. Good fences, good neighbors.
Does Marcus get away with it? Does Marcus end up keeping the lone board top, which is worth points? We should point it out. So in the south, Marcus actually walks into Greece, which, if he keeps it, will end the debate about who wins this game. Meanwhile, some fisticuffs between Austria and Turkey, who clearly are not happy with each other at the end of the game. Wow. So the game ends on Kiel taking Berlin with the help of Munich.
Holland.
But Belgium moves into Holland, which will keep which I believe actually will give France, even though they don't keep Greece here, will give France a 2-dot win, which is significant for the scores here. We look at the scores. We've got Marcus at 27-30. The shared board toppers in the previous game, I think, had around 1590, something
1539 or something like that.
Yeah. So this is a much bigger score. So almost twice.
And it's even better for England compared to the last game.
England at 10 beats the previous ones. All right, so let's put this game in the books. We, I think, again, luxuriated in that game. We're going to have to find a way to speed ourselves up. But just a quick button on this game. Adam, is this the right result? Did France deserve this win?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was a great, this is what often happens with early Western triples. It kind of played out that way. I think Jamal played a good game, but was constantly being stymied by everything going on around him. And, I think, France pushed down south, got all of Italy, and just, got their way to the top. I think it was well played by them and well played by England as well.
Any regrets for Turkey here? Did Turkey pass up an opportunity to get a big result, Ed?
I don't know. I think Turkey probably the problem with Turkey is Turkey made that big enemy of Russia. And so once that move came down to Sev, and they had not had the units to really deal with it, the stab of Austria was off the table. So I don't know if that was Jamal speaking in his ear, but I really want to say this is a diplomatic victory of France. First of all, I mean, remember England's the one that made the move on Germany first, not France. France got Naples and out of Turkey. France didn't really have a lot of enemies in this game, which is a good way of winning. So I thought this was a really good diplomatic victory by France, and a lesson to all that Western triples necessarily aren't as bad as they say on DBN, but they are bad if you're not getting 3 builds in 1901.
All right, we'll leave it there, and welcome back to the stream, Mr. Michalis Kamaritis. Welcome back, and Adam, we will see you in a little bit. Give you a break here. All right, let's move on to board number 3, which is the third and last board of round 1. And let's see if we can try to stick to our time. First, we will view the players on this board. We've got Stephen Litton, who has played before. He was in the database. Jarni Bilkarli is, or Yarni, I actually don't know how to say that first name, is a relative of Jamal's. Kieran McKernan was also in the database before. These are all local Australians, as far as I know. Jonathan Sun, new to the database. Nicholas Lawton is a name that we have seen. I believe has played some VDL games. Ken Gordon in Brisbane has played before, and Robert Chatterton is new to the system in Australia. All right, let's hop into the map and check out some moves. If I can get the tech to work. I was able to this time. Michalis, let's start with you. Tell us what you see in 1901.
Another game, another Sundstrom. Bit of a recurring theme here. Turkey once again opens to Armenia and to Black Sea. Elsewhere, France does a more traditional opening this game. Spain and Mid-Atlantic, bouncing Burgundy. Not the first time we've seen a bounce in Burgundy either. I think that's 3 games where we've seen a bounce somewhere in the West each time. But pretty standard opening from England, pretty standard from Russia, and the other really notable thing is Austria DMZing Galicia and going Vienna to Budapest. So Austria trusts both of their initial neighbours. Not always good news for Russia to let Austria put 2 on rum.
All right, fall of 1901. How does it work out?
Well, works out quite well for Russia with the fleet getting into Romania, the self-bounce in Sevastopol, Turkey not trying to do anything with Armenia, but they do walk into Black Sea. Still looks like a RT war by my read of it. But other than that, yeah, pretty standard turn everywhere, I think.
Ed, your thoughts on 1901?
Nothing.
All right. Moving ahead on the builds, we've got Fleet Sevastopol and Fleet North Coast St. Petersburg. So Ken Gordon splitting the pins. We've got 2 fleets also from Jarni Bilkarli, 2 fleets as well from France, no fleets from Germany, no fleets from Austria, sadly enough, but we do get fleets from Italy and Turkey. All right, so Australia, I should say, does like fleets after all. First game.
I like how there's no debate. You're either building 2 armies or 2 fleets. Everyone, that's what they did, or they just built 1 if they only had 1.
Ed, talk us through spring of 1902.
Okay, so my eyes are drawn to Germany here taking Belgium. Looks like maybe France is going to be involved in this at some level, but they didn't go to the channel, so I think they knew that was happening and they wanted to cut a potential retreat, but it wasn't going. But Munich didn't go to Burgundy, then they could have pipped it there, but they didn't. Let's see here. Meanwhile, England loses Norway, gets into Skagerrak, retreats to Barents from Norway. Well, a lot of pressure on Russia here, and we'll see if that turns around. I think it will, given what's happened. Meanwhile, in the east, Turkey loses Bulgaria to Greece, which is a way to do it. Typically not the optimal way. Michalis can probably give you his thoughts on that. But Russia does take Black Sea back, and got nothing else.
All right. Yeah, especially with a fleet in Romania, there's really no reason not for Serbia not to be the mover here.
I would imagine it's so that Greece can be given to Italy. I usually, when you see this, Austria's opening Greece up, and it's by an agreement that Italy's going to get a fifth, and Greece is going to be that fifth. So I'd expect a convoy there, possibly.
All right. Let's see if it happens. The answer is no. Ed, talk us through this.
Okay, so I can't tell what Picardy is doing. So, supporting
going to Belgium.
Picardy's going to. Okay, Picardy cuts Belgium. Ruhr tries to get into Burgundy, but it's supported. So now I guess we have the EF, and that's what this Mid-Atlantic English Channel thing is about. Though I'm not sure how much I love that. If I'm England gets Norway back, and yeah, in the East, yeah, there was no trade for Italy. Italy's going to be struggling with what to do now. Pushed out of Tyrolia, moves back to the troops to Venice. A lot of zigzagging in Turkey. It seems like nothing really happened except, as Karthik says, the crown jewel of the East, the Aegean, is in Italian hands, and we'll see what happens.
I'd be a bit worried if I'm Italy. Austria getting a build here. They're in Tyrolia. They could easily build Army Trieste right now and just seize Venice.
What about Fleet Trieste?
I mean, Fleet Trieste is fun, but I don't think it's actually as good in this position for an attack on Italy.
All right, let's find out what the answer is. Army, Fleet. I mean, if Aegean's the crown jewel, Adriatic is like an ankle bracelet. All right, we do get a fleet here in Germany, so Germany does build a fleet finally, and that's about it. All right, let's move forward here. Spring 1903. Back to you, McCallus, I believe.
So this is the other benefit of building the army, is that you don't immediately piss Italy off, and Italy will now support Austria into Constantinople. So this is still all coming up Austria in this AIR. The fleet in Romania means they don't have to fear Russia whatsoever. Russia only has 2 armies on this board. One's in Armenia, the other's in Livonia. So Austria is in a delightful position in this game. Elsewhere, I mean, we've seen a GR for about a year, and it looks like that's continuing. So Kiel goes to Helgoland. Russia helps defend Denmark. England doesn't choose to cut Sweden, so it doesn't seem to think that that's a risk. I'm not entirely sure why, given you're not defending Norway from the Russian fleets either. So I think that's a slightly inefficient set of moves from England. Meanwhile, Germany seems to believe that somebody was going to convoy them to Wales, and France did not agree. France is trying to take Belgium with the fleet, but it's bounced out all as a beleaguered garrison. And Austria in Tyrolia is apparently actually only there to support whole Munich.
But has brought another army up into Bohemia just for extra support.
You need to really make sure that Munich has that support.
From all of the foreign armies threatening it. All right, cool. Let's move on to follow 3, and then Ed will turn to you for commentary on 1903. McCallus, tell us what you see.
All right, so Russia gets Ankara and goes to Prussia. Presumably, they're going to build an army this time. Another fleet in Sevastopol would be pretty wild. But, you've got to think that this is an army that's going to Warsaw, and the GR is over. The GR is over without Russia actually getting anything out of England. So it's an interesting time to actually stab Germany here. So who knows? Germany, meanwhile, goes to Burgundy, and it turns out both of those Austrian armies were there to defend Munich, because it really did need that extra support. So much so that Munich can just walk out, because I don't need to fear Austria at all. I'm going to just go into Burgundy, and France doesn't get Belgium because EF don't coordinate. So yeah, I mean,
yeah, you got to. I do wonder about Russia's strategy in the north here. Sweden and St. Petersburg were both unordered here, and either one could have done something productive here. Did not hold Denmark, so that suggests that Russia didn't want to stay in the RG, but also doesn't attack Norway, which again was an option here. So one does wonder what Ken's larger strategy is. Ed, let me turn to you. What are your thoughts on what you've seen here in 1903?
My thoughts are really, I feel bad for Italy right now. Getting the junior position on every potential negotiation or dot. Got problems potentially with Venice down the road, not getting anything out of Turkey. Well, Russia and Austria do. I think it's pretty likely that Khan was going to get cut, so there was no real way that Italy was going to take Smyrna. So I'm looking at a pretty good Austria here with, a sort of weakened Italy and a completely, wide open Russia. So what Austria decides to do here is key.
All right, the AR is in good shape here, both tied at 7. The next closest are at 5, and that is all of 3 of the Western powers. Meanwhile, poor little Italy sitting at 4, as you pointed out. This nets us 2 new armies in the east in Warsaw and Vienna, also an army in London, while Army Belgium and Army Smyrna come off the board. So Italy, again, is the odd person out, thanks to Turkey probably being on a warpath of sorts. Spring 1904, Ed, this play-by-play is up to you, and tell us what you see.
I'm thinking that we see this this Italian convoy in Greece to Smyrna as Italy recognizing that Italy is the junior partner here, potentially trying to janissary on a larger number and to try and gain favor. But meanwhile, Romania goes to Bulgaria and walks back to Sev, so maybe there's some dot rearranging there for Austria that could possibly be happening. In the West, we have England finally getting into Belgium and Burgundy, but there's a retreat to Picardy. Yeah, I think I read that correctly. And Austria attacks Munich for some reason after supporting it in the turn before.
Yeah, it feels like the AR has just decided that Germany is now a target. Interesting moment down here for the AR. Is this a decision to blow up the fleet, the Russian fleet down here in order to rebuild it elsewhere as an army, or
that's what it looks like to me?
Maybe, yeah. I didn't think.
Yeah. But Austria also is in position to cause trouble for Russia. Perhaps not this turn, given that the Russian fleet's sitting in Bulgaria. But gotta like this Austrian position, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't want to blow up that fleet if I'm Austria. I love the fact that Russia's got 2 fleets they can't really do anything hostile with. So I actually think the blowing up is better for Russia than it is for Austria here.
So do you take Ankara here and keep Khan and just leave the fleet there and just maybe try to slip into Romania?
Yeah, could do.
All right. The answer is neither of those things, just blowing up that fleet in Bulgaria. And I'll let Ed, I'll let you call out the rest of it here.
Yeah, so they blow up the fleet in Bulgaria, which I should have seen. Austria gets Munich, gives Greece to Italy, so score 1 for Italy. Italy's now going to go west. That's the plan without getting anything out of Turkey. That was it for Italy. Thanks for all your help occupying the fleets. Meanwhile, England gets into Denmark and Holland. This is a nice little move by Germany getting into Paris from Picardy. That's
totally unnecessary.
Really bad.
Too,
yeah. Especially when, I guess you could have lost Belgium, but I think I would have rather not losing Paris in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is catastrophic for France. Like, the Italians move on Marseille, France loses Paris and doesn't even get a build out of Belgium. This could go pretty south pretty quickly.
But Russia is +2 here with because of the rebuild, but only has 1 home center open, so we'll have to bank one of those. Meanwhile, Austria and Italy both get builds, and the Buklarli clan grows in the north. All right, let's see. I have wills to say I'm amazed at how long Jarny has been able to hold on to Norway without having to support it at all, despite 2 Russian fleets next to it. We do get now a fleet in Edinburgh, also a fleet in Naples. I think that's Italy's first build since 1901, that is. And Ken in Russia does build another army here. Let's push forward here. And then after 1905... I mean,
Austria waved there as well.
Oh, they did? Thank you.
I'm pro-wave, but I'm not pro-wave in this situation.
Who do you like here at this point? Good, quick answer here. Not too much analysis. McCall, let's start with you.
If Austria hadn't waved, I'd pick Austria, but I actually really like Russia now.
Ed?
We'll go with Jarny.
England. Make up a 2 dot deficit in 3 years. All right, let's see. Spring 1905. McCall, back to you.
So the main reason I like Russia is that they've got this good relationship with England. I'm not sure how or why, but they do, and it's really paying off now as England puts them into Kiel. So Russia keeps daisy chaining armies forwards. Elsewhere, the French collapses on. Like, this is pretty catastrophic for them. They lose Marseille to Italy. They lose Burgundy to Austria with German support because Germany's just janitoring. And France has decided that their dying move in this game has been to screw England.
So much for Jarny, but that is just brutal. Like, God, when players do that to me, I hate it.
I mean, this is how, like, if this was an untimed game, you'd be saying 11-11-11-1 right now from an AIR. It's going to be hard to do that by 07, but this is going to get pretty bad for the West. And Nicholas Lawton's going to come right into this game. If Austria taps Gascony and Nicholas gets Marseille and Spain this year, he's right back in this.
And then we'll discuss whether it was a mistake to allow him to do that. But we can leave that for another day. Conservative moves here by Italy. But it looks like you were almost ready to take off your headphones and throw them on the ground, McCall. Tell us why.
I mean, Austria walked into Paris for free in 1905. You don't get to say that very often. Just Germany's walked into Brest. English Channel just holds, because why bother covering Brest? You've got to just hold English Channel. But they've taken Liverpool. Cool, sure. France and Germany are working together to attack Holland at the same time as Germany's taking Brest. I mean, this West is complete and utter chaos.
This is interesting here. Sweden drops down to Baltic here rather than staying in Sweden. Probably an argument here that it's better just to stay in Sweden, whether you're planning to stab England or not. But
they might be planning to convoy Livonia to Sweden.
To Sweden. All right, we'll find out after the build. So Ken did have the one in the bank, picked up I think Kiel as well, and now puts down 2 armies. Meanwhile, we do get Fleet Trieste, which is typically a prelude to a move on Italy from Austria. And if you're going to do it, now is the time to do it, isn't it?
Venice is open. Greece is open. Italy is strung out west. It's probably a game-winning build there, if I'm looking at this correctly.
I don't know. 1907, I don't actually think Fleet Trieste is going to get you anything in this game. Like, the dots you get from Italy are Venice and Greece either way. And I think that if you build the army and Italy sends the fleets west for one more turn, you've got a better jump on them. Whereas I really struggle to imagine Italy seeing Fleet Trieste and not now moving defensively. That would be quite an incredible sell on Stephen's part if this somehow doesn't turn into Italy.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry. I need to fix this so that it doesn't show the game over until we click to show the moves. But you're preparing to say that there's lots of dynamism left in this game, and presumably you were also going to focus on what Russia might do in response to Austria trying to make a big move. Doesn't matter because the game ends here after 1905. Austria and Russia share the board top at 9. Because they are 3 ahead of the next closest player, I believe they share all of the possible bonuses, which gives them a almost 2,000 points, which is I think pretty good. I think we'll see that puts them in a tie for second place here. Definitely better than that 3-way tie we saw earlier. Not as good as the lone board top. Before we move on to...
It does change my analysis of that fleet build slightly, in that this may well be that Austria were just saying to Italy, like, you're not getting part of this top, so just accept the draw. It may have been that Italy wanted to keep playing and the others didn't.
Which would be fascinating to know, and unfortunately, we don't have access to that information. Question for you, Ed: is this the right result for this board?
I think it's the right result for the board. Could one of them maybe gotten better than the other? I don't know. They're having a fun game. I'm totally down with the stay in the mix at the end of round 1. So I think that's good. I feel a little bad for Italy, but not too much. Italy, if I'm being honest, didn't have the same game that either Austria or Russia did. But they had a game deserving of third place, and that's what they got. So I think it's a fair result.
All right, we will leave this there. Congratulations to Stephen Litton and Ken Gordon in Austria and Russia for topping this board. And let's see, why don't we take a look at the... so Adam is here. I'm going to bring Adam back to the broadcast. Welcome back, Adam. And then together we are going to take a look at the standings as of the end of round 1. Marcus Lone with that nice board top. Lone board top sits at the top of the standings with a 420-point lead over Ken Gordon and Stephen Litton. Robert
We can't
Hillier.
see this.
What's it?
We can't see this.
Karthik's going to be in the top 5. We can't see this.
That's your problem, not mine. All right, there we go.
Top 6. All right, we feel better.
All right. The 3-way board top from the other game doesn't seem to be showing up here. And let's see here. Because their scores were... It wasn't a 3-way board top. Is that right? You know what? We didn't go to the very end of the game. That was why. All right. We just knew that it ended in 1907. So
it looks like a 3-way board top. 15.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not showing up here. Let me see if I can do this.
The scores it's showing are
There
here.
we go.
Okay.
There it is.
Yep, I had to click a button. All right, so those 3 players who had the 3-way board top are actually in a tie for 5th place. Robert Hillier, who was in second to Marcus Lone, is ahead of them. So there's possibly a lesson there that in the scoring system, having a high center count second place is better than a 3-way board top. All right, let's with that move on into round 3, and I believe it is Ed's turn to take a break here. All right, see you in a bit, Ed. Welcome back, Adam, and we'll see how long we get you for. We know you have to leave in a little bit, but first, let us have a look at the players for round 2, board 1. This board named Antihero. Have either of you guys figured out the theme here yet?
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift song titles. Very good.
Yeah.
All right, in Antihero, round 2, board 1, we've got Joshua Crowther in Austria, James Corey in England, Stephen Kumar making his first appearance in this tournament in France. Stuart Barton, one of the 3-way board tops, along with Karthik Kaneth in Germany and Italy, respectively. Marcus Lone, tournament leader, I should say, in Russia. Stephen Litton, second place in Turkey. So that's a fun little subplot here. We've got 4 players in the top 7. Let's dive in here and see how it went. Spring of 1901. Adam, we're going to turn to you for the play-by-play.
Sure. We've got the French supporting themselves into Burgundy. We've got the Italians moving into Trieste. And we've got the Armenian fist bump. So I think those are the main things that I'm seeing on this board. This is potentially really interesting see how the TI plays out. Will be kind of what I'll be watching with Turkey, trying to get that fleet out, and Italy making the run into Austria, which could be part of an AI. So,
all right, fall of 1901. This is how it plays out. Tell us what you see, Adam.
Yeah, and indeed, this smells AI all over the place with Italy bouncing the Turks in the Aegean Sea right away, and Austria bouncing in Galicia again. And I guess with all of that, we missed that Germany opened to Silesia.
Oh yeah.
Small little point there, little thing. Sorry about that. So this is pretty interesting actually, because you also get the Germans bouncing the Russians in Sweden, and you got England going straight into Skagerrak. So super interesting. France. This situation enables France to get 3 builds again. As we've seen in several other games, this is awfully Western Triply looking for an opening. It's not as aggressive a triple as we've seen in some other boards, but it certainly looks that way from the start. So I will be interested to see how this plays out and whether Germany can put themselves in a better position to not be the odd person out.
Yeah, I think isn't this the AI assisted win Norway or win Scandinavia as England strategy that Noam Brown sort of employed in the DBNI top board last year that did not make Germany very happy.
I don't think I would be very happy about that move to Skeg either. If I'm Germany, I'm certainly liking it more than a move to Helgoland. But the other thing we should not be remiss is that Russia's in the Black Sea, so that's kind of cool too.
So with that, Russia only had 1 build after getting bounced in Sweden and put down an army in St. Petersburg. Elsewhere, we have, again, a lot of fleets, including 2 from France who got 3 builds and went for the 2 fleets, 1 army route. Germany does build a fleet, I should say, which feels unusual for the Australian hobby in our limited experience already, but puts it in Berlin, which makes 100% clear where it's going.
Army Smyrna's the build that surprises me the most. Like, that is an incredibly pro-Italian move, which is great, except you've just bounced Italy in the Aegean Sea in 1901. So
maybe it's your olive branch, right? Maybe it's your olive branch, and maybe you're trying to send a strong diplomatic message. Is it going to work?
I don't know. It's an IT.
Yeah, I would have to guess that that's more a reaction to the fleet in the Black Sea than anything. So if you're surrounded, you pick the person to punish. But I would also then spin it, even if it were just that, I would then spin it as an olive branch to our friend Karthik Kaneth, who has some experience in TIs. Is that correct, McCallus?
Yeah, he's done quite a few of them. I have to say that if it is just to punish Russia, I'd probably have built Fleet Smyrna and maybe tried to shuffle them around with Ankara to Armenia, something like that, to force black. But yeah, who knows?
All right, let's find out. Adam Silverman, you are our play-by-play for Spring of 02.
All right, so we got a little conga line there. I'm not entirely clear why Turkey does it this way. Could have moved Ankara to Armenia and Khan to Aegean or something along those lines, but nonetheless, this is what we have. So they lose the Aegean, bounce Armenia, lose Bulgaria. So whatever olive branch they might have been sending, well, I mean, it could be worse. Naples went to Tyrrhenian Sea, but presumably that's just to take Tunis. The Trieste to Tyrolia is certainly interesting. It's a good move for having some influence on the middle of the board. Then in the West, well, this does not look as Western Triply as it did. Is what I would say. I personally, I mean, I love it. Actually, I think these are great moves by France and Germany. So take advantage of what's given to you, and that's what they do here. So I'll be watching what that plays out. I don't like Paris holding. I don't know why you don't just go up to Picardy or even Brest in this position so you can convoy it. But otherwise, really like the moves.
What a dynamic board, huh? Very unusual status to be in spring 1902. McCallus, you have a quick comment?
Yeah, there's an issue in. I love the move to North Sea, but I really dislike not putting something in Kiel to actually defend Denmark here.
Yeah. Maybe you want to pull Holland back to Kiel so that you can do that. Good point.
Or Munich up and Silesia back to Munich, because I don't think you're actually getting Warsaw here.
Yeah, Silesia doesn't seem to be serving you a whole lot. Question for me is who gets London? Is it France or Germany?
It has to be Germany.
Should be. This is a huge win for France if they're the one that gets London. Right now.
I mean, that'd be crazy if they pull it off.
I think London just convoys gas to Wales. France does, rather.
Or Picardy, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the two.
Yep. And the answer is France gets London convoyed through the German fleet. Germany does manage to hang on to Denmark, however, which is perhaps a little bit of a surprise. Elsewhere, so this is interesting between Karthik and Stephen. Karthik manages to take Tunis with the fleet, being confident that Leon isn't going to go to Tyrrhenian Sea. So that's some good diplomacy between the two of them. Whose turn is it for? I just took away, I think, McCallis's play-by-play, or Adams. Not even sure. What do you guys think about 1902?
Sure. Yeah, I think that it makes sense for France and Italy to disengage. Like, France isn't going to want to fight England and Italy at the same time, so I think Karthik was probably correct to assume France wouldn't be going to Tyrrhenian Sea there. I think Joshua's in quite a nice position in that all of the three around him got good scores in round one, so I suspect all of them sort of want to work with Austria, and therefore he's actually in the nicest spot overall. He gets to keep Bulgaria. He's probably going to build in Budapest, because why not? But he's not necessarily going to use that anti-Russia. He's had a couple of chances to support Germany into Warsaw and chosen not to. So he's really keeping his cards close to his chest. And meanwhile, whatever diplomatic coup France has got to get Germany to convoy them into London, I don't know. But that's something special.
All right, let's look at winter 1902 builds. We've got armies from France and Austria, and another fleet from our dear friend Karthik Ganeth in Naples.
I'm sure Army Paris is exactly what Germany wanted to see after London was given to the French as well.
I was going to say, that's very bold.
So what is the problem with it, Adam?
I mean, I think maybe the incentive for Germany to do that is to get one of the French armies off of the mainland, right? So it's less of a threat to you. And then when France just puts another army right down in the middle, I mean, you're hoping, at least if they were going to build it, maybe Marseille, but really what you want them to be building is another fleet, preferably Marseille, actually, so they're not escalating the north. So I think this is one of the worst builds, one of the builds you'd least want to see is Germany. It doesn't mean that France is going to plow into Ruhr or something right now, but in terms of sort of the way the game is going to play out and the strategic position for France, it's not very pro-German.
So I don't know if we we didn't comment much. There wasn't much to look at in the East here. It does look like Marcus isn't getting what he expects to have in the East. So let's keep an eye on that moving forward here. Spring of 1903. McCallis, tell us what you see.
All right, so England retakes North Sea. Sure, fine, why not? Germany retreats to Norwegian Sea. Again, sure, why not? France takes Liverpool with the fleet, which means they can't support Germany into Edinburgh, which is another downside to Germany. So France now has 2 English dots and Germany has 0.
Probably going to Ruhr is an even bigger
Germany.
Yeah. that also isn't ideal. Italy's in Tyrolia, which doesn't generally look particularly friendly, but could be. They really need it to be friendly, because if that Italian army is anything other than supporting Munich right now, Germany's just toast. But at least Germany's kept hold of Silesia, which it's done so much for them so far.
All right, let's move forward. Fall 1903. McCallis, back to you.
Munich was not friendly and Germany is dead. That is essentially the West for you. Like that's a pretty catastrophic turn. England chooses an ambitious move to try and take Denmark by convoy with Sweden support. I think that expecting Russia not to hit Sweden there is pretty bold, but also if you'd moved Sweden in, it wouldn't have worked. So, I don't know. Not easy to see how England had a winning scenario there, but France is the one that's
feels like a lose.
coming up.
It feels like a lose move, because if Russia's going to cover St. Petersburg, they're still going to hit Sweden with one, cutting the support. So you really can't make this work. Yeah. So the safe thing to do is just protect Sweden.
Yep. And Meanwhile, yeah, this is a great turn for France. Like, they've got Liverpool, they've got Holland, they've got Italy taking Munich, which is pretty ambitious from Karthik, because that's a rather shonky, as they would say in Australia, way to try and hold Munich from here. And yeah, the East is just all against Turkey still, and France is getting a pretty big lead pretty quickly here.
It kind of feels like Germany and England fought and France won. So,
I mean, we've seen this game in last year's DBNI. We saw it repeatedly in last year's DBNI.
Just one comment about the four moves that I want to just throw out there for the benefit of the newer players here. I've seen this throughout. This just a lot of units holding when they could be offering support orders, and I'll point out one here that could have been disastrous for Austria, which is that Bulgaria unit. It's holding, it's not doing anything, and Constantinople isn't moving, so there's no reason for that unit not to be supporting Constantinople here, right? You're counting on the Italians cutting support for Smyrna, but what if Turkey goes the other way, right? And then you're toast in Constantinople. So I saw this earlier with Belgium holding instead of supporting Burgundy to Ruhr. It's just one of those things, for newer and even intermediate and experienced players. If a unit is not doing anything, if you're going to write a hold order, you're not going to write a unit or an order for the unit. Just see if there's some support it can give, even if you're not sure that it's necessary.
What I will say is that sometimes in sandboxing, especially if that's the last country to be entered, they don't bother entering
They just miss the
unnecessary
order.
holds. Yeah,
Certainly possible. Certainly possible.
All right, spring 1904. Adam, over to you.
Okay. Well, here's a lot of holds from Austria. That's the first thing that stands out to me. But they do write one order, which is to support the Italians into Smyrna, which gets bounced because the Russians don't cut Ankara. Elsewhere, let's see. Everybody wants Munich to stay put, so it does. France is doing not a whole lot other than taking Edinburgh and repositioning the fleets, and Germany is repositioning the armies.
All right, fall of 1904.
Finland to St. Petersburg was a really weird move there.
And it doesn't go because St. Petersburg doesn't go. Okay, fall of 1904. Adam, talk us through it.
Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled by the French moves here. Why walk out of Edinburgh? Why not cover London? You have English Channel. I'm guessing that's a mistaken. I guess that's a misorder support, right, for Belgium, because Belgium's moving. So couple of maybe some misorders here, but forcing Ruhr, trying to attack Kiel, but ultimately what's happening here is you're losing London and you're not taking Edinburgh, so you're going to have a disband right now.
I'm really puzzled by Austria as well, that they've spent, a whole year with 4 units doing nothing whatsoever, and the 5th unit just defending Munich. There's an awful lot of stasis in this game that I don't especially understand. Italy's not gone to Piedmont, just self-bouncing in Western Med. The only person who's actually moved anywhere really in this whole year is Russia, who's finally taken Norway, and everything else is sort of a bit meh. England, yeah, they've taken London, so it's bad for France, but they have lost Norway. Maybe this was a pitch by France. I'll keep you in North Sea if you're Janissary for me. I don't know.
But what does he need him for in that case? And it's worth pointing out here that this is not the way to take apart Turkey. Khan supports Black into Ankh, and Aegean goes, then Turkey is guaranteed to lose 1.
But I can also see why you don't want to let Russia build 2 by giving them Ankara as well.
Indeed. Remember, this is tournament leader Marcus Lowen, who is doing quite a nice job of closing the gap on Stephen Kumar here. All right, so Marcus puts down a delightfully unclear army in Moscow, and that's about it. Stephen in France pulls that fleet in Norwegian. Let's move forward here. Spring of 1905. Back to you, Michalis.
I was going to say, it was an unclear build in Moscow, but it wasn't that unclear. Austria wasn't going to like a build in Moscow. The whole plan here had to be more fleets in St. Petersburg to break the deadlock in Germany. And as soon as that wasn't what was put down, I kind of expected this attack to come. I think it's interesting that Karthik's chosen now to pull the trigger on France, which was the perfect time because France has moved all the way away and Karthik's got a 50-50 on Spain or Marseille. Possibly 100% if France instead decides to continue the attack on England as well. And yeah, Karthik was also getting French support into Kiel, so that was pretty... That's just bizarre, because France was supporting them into Kiel, but also cutting their own support and trying to move to Kiel themselves. So maybe that was a last-minute move, I don't know. Yeah, Turkey's not dead and isn't going to die, I think.
Yeah, this is really risky on Marcus's part, not covering Sev here. I mean, I understand that there's been a pattern of Turkey making certain moves, but especially when the dynamic on the board is changing, which I think, as Mikhalos pointed out, if you don't build Fleet St. Petersburg there, you build an army in the middle, there's only one thing you can do with that army, right? So you had to know the dynamic's going to change. So that's taking some chances here, but it pays off because now he doesn't have to cover it in the fall.
I mean, it's also like Austria taking Romania or attacking Romania takes a chance. Does like
retreat to Serbia?
Yeah, the retreat to Serbia is far worse than the position that it is now. Like, if anything, if I'm Russia, I'm actually wishing I hadn't defended Rum there, because, God, if you get into Serbia, that just blows the AI position entirely.
Well, but you don't have Sevastopol to cover. This is why I would have thought Sevastopol would have been an even more anti-Austrian position. But it does feel like 1905 has shifted the dynamic on this board, and we now have fisticuffs in the east, and we have Italy moving on France, which is fascinating. If Stephen had not lost a dot last year, maybe this isn't possible. Back to you, I think, Mikhalos still. Tell us what happens here in fall of 1905.
So Karthik makes the correct guess on whether to go for Spain or Marseille. He gets Marseille. He also takes Greece. I can't imagine anywhere whatsoever where Austria should be agreeing to give up Greece. So I have to assume that that's a stab for Greece. Like, there's just no reason you would accept that as Austria. So maybe this is about to turn into a wintergreen with Russia into Galicia. I'm a little surprised that Russia is sending their fleet up to Norwegian Sea instead of down into Skagerrak. I feel like Denmark was a really viable position for them to try and take here. Edinburgh is going to be a lot harder, but not impossible, I suppose. France, I don't like this. Like, you knew you were in trouble with Italy. You had to take a guess on Edinburgh or London. You couldn't just not go for either. If you took a guess and got guessed wrong, sure, fair enough. Like, what can you do? But this is too conservative for my liking, and this is another disband, and there's no good disband again. So,
all right, possibly a learning experience in progress for Stephen Kumar. Winter 1905 finds Karthik, the rise of Karthik, putting down Venice and Naples, taking the lead now at 8-7-7. Meanwhile, Stephen continues the slow descent, pulling fleet North Sea. All right, real quick, who do you like? Mikhalos, who do you want to be on this board? Or Adam?
Marcus. I'll choose Russia.
All right. Adam?
I'm going to go with Karthik in Italy. I think those are probably the clear two right now, but I think Karthik has a clearer path to some dots, but he's got a balancing act in Austria and the Balkans, so we'll see how that plays.
Yeah, we should have noticed the pulling of the fleet in the Aegean here. That suggests maybe that Greece wasn't a stab. It's possible this was some concession on Joshua's part.
Maybe, but I think that if this is a stab, then I think Austria defending from Italy, they'll prioritize that, and that Marcus is going to have stuff to walk into.
All right, let's find out. Spring of 1906, and Adam, talk us through it.
Yeah, so again, these holds, and I just wonder if this was, what the reason for this is. But Budapest gets dislodged. Could have been supported from Vienna, or could have made a supported attack on Galicia or something like that. But instead, just retreats to Trieste. Certainly, these moves don't suggest that Josh sees Karthik as an enemy. The retreat to Trieste is pretty obvious. I guess it's the only one, so that makes sense. But otherwise, he's not making aggressive moves against them. But look, the Constantinople is now unoccupied and potentially there for Turkey to retake in the fall. In the West, France retakes Marseille from Spain, but the cost is pretty great in losing Gascony and losing Spain here. So I think that the tactical advantage is probably still going to be with Carthage. And again, France in Liverpool holding, and now Russia's in the North Sea, which is, I think, pretty huge for them.
Yeah, I will say Silesia to Bohemia, I don't see how that's anything but anti-Carthage at this stage.
Yeah, I agree. Fall 1906.
Well, there you go. That's how.
Stranger things have happened. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so it does not appear to be anti-Carthage because you have actually Austria making every effort to retake Budapest from Trieste. I'm sure Carthage had a lot of suggestions for how to make that attack, and this is probably the number one way. Carthage does throws Bulgaria support, and for some reason
Bulgaria moves to Romania.
It moved to Romania. Okay, so that's why that didn't go.
Yeah, Turkey, it was tapping Romania in order to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Turkey indeed does
get a build.
Welcome
back to the table.
Congratulations, Stephen.
That build's a problem for Carthage as well, if assuming it's fleet Smyrna, because Carthage with the fleet in Western Med doesn't have great ability to keep sending fleets east.
Yep.
It's not optimal though. Fleet Western Med might go away, maybe.
But I see France supporting Russia into Edinburgh, and go. France is very much on the Russian side.
Yeah.
So Russia, I believe, is going up 3 here from Edinburgh, Denmark, and Bulgaria.
3.
So plus 3. So tournament leader Marcus Loan suddenly in quite good shape, although lots of units in various locations. But
if this wasn't a 1907 game, you'd be solo watching this Russia.
Yeah, I mean, look, those units are in various locations, but nothing is under threat at all. I mean, Denmark and nothing up there is. There's no fleets in the north.
And if you've got France on your side, the entire west is yours.
There's literally no fleets of the Mao and north other than Russian, and there's only 3 fleets up there. That is insane.
So remember, this game will only has 2 more turns left. So this fleet, North Coast, is actually a bit of a wasted build. It really can't do anything. I think you'd be better off just building an army in Moscow and sending it down to Ukraine here. In any case, we've got 2 turns left to see if Marcus can hold on, or Carthage can catch him. Let's find out. Spring of 1907. Michalis, over to you.
So Marcus tries to hold Bulgaria, which I think that was a little ambitious. So I don't see a reason why Turkey wouldn't have taken support into it, but sure. He does get North Sea, but he loses Edinburgh now, which that is a lot bigger. If France is actually going to side against you with England, then you've got a lot more trouble. Sure, you've got to walk into London, so it's 1-1, but your chances of actually gaining centres this year went down pretty dramatically. Elsewhere, there's interesting moves for Carthage in that he's not actually moved to take anything this year. Maybe he's hoping that Russia goes down 2 and he wins that way, but I have to look at Munich as being deeply suspicious right now as well.
He's got a guess for Paris.
Yeah. And Brest is probably.
No, you can actually defend Paris if you.
But you can't also. But it's a guess for Paris and Brest, right? Because if you tap Gascony, then you're leaving Brest open.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, so this is really coming down to whether Marcus can hold the lead, and whether is that right? No, Marcus is just going to be on 9 no matter what here, unless he can. No, 10. Sorry. Well, no, 9 because he's losing Bulgaria.
Turkey could take Greece from Bulgaria.
Okay,
there's a world that could happen.
So can Marcus manage to hold on to Bulgaria here? And
well, there's also a guess, right? Ankara, Constantinople. There's some guesses here.
I mean, there's also, in fact, Marcus might just say, "Hey, Turkey, I'll tap Serbia. You take Greece," and because he can defend Romania while doing that.
And then it's a guess over Khan or Ankh.
And that costs Carthage a dot. Just Greece is Italian, so I actually think that's the better play for Russia here.
It is worth noting that if he'd built in 7 gone to Arm, he would have been guaranteed Ankh, but in any
I think
case,
he did build in Sev. He went to run with it, didn't he?
you're right, but he didn't go to arm. But so then it's the guess over Paris here, and then any other shenanigans in the east or possible diplomatic solutions in the
Well, Munich as well, right? Does France and Germany to kick Carthage out of Munich is another question.
Fair enough. Let's find out. Answer on Munich is it's kept. Paris falls. Constantinople is taken. And that is about it. Greece is held. So I believe this means that. Oh, but London doesn't get taken. Oh,
That's a big mistake to try Ferretti instead of London.
That's tragic. So this is going to end up, I believe, as a shared. Nope. Carthage takes it. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
That
London was a guarantee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is that's not a chance you should ever have been taken. You just move straight to London.
That's just
like if you think you've got France on board, you ask France to support Norwegian into Edinburgh, but you don't not move to London. Also, if he tapped Serbia, Carthage would have lost Greece, so it would have still been a tied top.
All right, we have the final here. Carthage nips it by a nose at the finish line. Is this the right result? Michalis, we'll come to you.
I mean, it's the right result for Carthage. At the end of the day, Carthage took his chances and Marcus didn't take his, so you've got to say yes.
Adam?
I think there was another result on the table, but this is what happened.
And Adam, to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's as tight as you can get it, but Carthage made the right plays at the end.
All right, we're going to bring back to the stream Mr. Ed Sullivan. Ed, welcome back, my friend. And this is
that was an underrated Carthage performance. I understand there were issues and London should have been taken, but come on. He dealt with the Austrian ally with the misorders all the time, and he stuck true to him. I really like Carthage's play there.
Agreed.
All right. Congratulations, Carthage, on getting praise from Ed Sullivan on this broadcast. Adam, I believe we have to bid adieu to you. Do you want to stay for one more game?
I can stick around for one more.
Okay, then Michalis, we're going to kick you off, give you a little break here, and let us head on over to board number 2. Let's see if we can try to keep to some efficiency. It's partly my doing. I'm gonna push you guys to see if we can keep the time here. Austria finds Robert Chatterton out of Australia. In England, we have a very familiar name, Jamal Bukhari. France, Alan Thompson. Germany, Nicholas Lawton. Italy, Craig Purcell. Russia, Gavin Atkinson. And Turkey, Jonathan Sun. All right, let's jump into the game. And Ed, we're going to start with you. Here are the spring of 1901 moves. Tell us what you see.
Okay, in the West, I think everybody's playing nice, and it's standard for now. In the East, move to Tyrolia. The only thing that's unusual here is no Armenian fist bump, no bounce in black. You don't see that very much. And I kind of fine with it, and it worked out for these two. So we'll see how it goes.
All right, fall of 1901. It does seem to. Tell us what you see in the East. This is an unusual thing. We don't see this much anymore.
Well, yeah, in the East, Romania doesn't go to black. Could have, goes back to Sev. Ukraine takes Romania. No shenanigans from either Turkey or Austria there. Austria secures its 2. Meanwhile, I think we're going to get this Northern Italian Expeditionary Force, which you see sometimes going to Bohemia. It's a little unusual to see Apulia move to Venice in this situation. The convoy is de rigueur, but that gives flexibility to Italy as to what they want to do, and we'll see how Austria and Italy manage things. I mean, if I'm Austria, Italy, you got to be understanding that you're in the same boat now, and you need to be working together here. And I'm not sure they do, or at least I'm not sure the Italian does, or Austria, frankly, with that move to Trieste. But fine. In the you could say it's in the EF because France supports York into Belgium, and Germany was moving to Belgium. Maybe that's arranged, maybe it's not. I've seen it go every which way, but nothing too out of the ordinary. I think the relationship between AI is the key point for 1902.
The other thing that's interesting is the Fleet Mao going to south coast of Spain as opposed to Portugal and putting the army into Portugal. So I'm going to keep my eye on that.
Yeah, it's Turkey getting out of the box here. Turkey is in the Aegean in the fall of 1901. That just does not happen very much anymore. For builds, we get another fleet in the south, so it does look like a TR is in effect, at least from Turkey's perspective. Standard builds from Austria and Italy. France builds 2 armies. So we've seen a 2-army Germany. We now see a 2-army France. Can't be too happy about that if you're Germany. If you're Jamal, you're delighted. And you probably asked for that. No.
He probably did. He probably demanded it.
He probably not just asked, but demanded. Nicholas Lawton puts down finally a fleet in Kiel, which gives the tactical flexibility that we here love, but isn't always the best thing.
And also note that Jamal waived one.
Because he picked up 2. Thank you very much. Yep. Clever wave.
Spring. They needed to get to Belgium to not build there. Not build because of it. I understand.
Spring of 1902. Over to you, Adam.
Yeah. So France pulls that fleet back up to Mao. Portugal goes up to Spain. So, this is one of those cases where I think it's a little bit better for France if the army was just in Spain, because then they'd be in Gascony instead of having it a year away. But no harm, no foul. They get lots of support into Burgundy here, and the English are supporting themselves into Skagerrak. Down in the east, the Austrians are bouncing the Russians into Galicia. Really just a whole lot of red arrows down there, except for Italy taking the Ionian with support, but now facing 2 Turkish fleets. So it does certainly look like some degree of AI versus RT right now. That dynamic I would expect may change because nobody's going to get very far given this position. I do notice the Venice to Piedmont order is quite interesting, but not much that you can do from there other than cut Marseille.
All right, fall of 1902. Move us forward. What do you see?
I see. So Tunis goes to Western Med instead of supporting Ionian. So
wouldn't have mattered anyway because Greece joins in with the 2 Turkish fleets to support.
Greece is supporting the Turks in there. So I think okay. So and they're also the Austrians also are supporting Galicia into Bohemia, which frankly is a really strange way to go if you're looking to attack Italy. I think you probably want to be moving into Tyrolean Trieste from this position. So I don't quite understand that, but the net effect of that is Austria's in Bohemia, yay, and Russia is in Ukraine, and Turkey is marching out of the box into the Ionian Sea. Elsewhere, France quickly decides that English army in Belgium, well, since England wasn't going to build from that anyway, they probably just don't need it. So we'll just take that off of you. And that's about the gist of it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see with his build whether France is anti-English here or not. I presume not, and it's possible that support from Holland was arranged by France, but it's still understandable from Jamal's perspective. Ed, over to you. What does 1902 tell you about this board?
I'm not liking what's happening in the East here. Austria is making a bet that it has a better relationship with Turkey than Russia does. And maybe it sort of seems unlikely. So I think AI should have stuck together here, at least for a little bit. I can understand the one of the problems in diplomacy is the feeling that you have that you must be moving or progressing. And I don't know how it's going to work. And I really like what happened here with France getting into Belgium and not angering Jamal in the process. So I'll be curious to see Jamal's build.
All right, let's find out. And the answer is he rebuilds the army.
Hey, build another French army. Why not?
the French build another army in Paris, which has to just be warming the cockles of Jamal's heart. Gavin puts down army Moscow. So really nobody. So Germany is fighting England all on his own. Nobody else is. All right, spring of 1903. We are back over to you, Adam. Tell us what you see.
So England takes a different tack here. Russia wasn't doing anything useful in Sweden, so let's just take Sweden. Which again, I think to me is a little bit puzzling that works. If Germany knows they're under attack from England, why are they not coordinating with Russia here? At least throwing Sweden a support and asking Russia to throw them a support. It's in both of their interests. So that's kind of surprising to me. But I guess it's because the Russians are now getting involved in this takedown of Germany because they're going up to Prussia and such places. So this is almost looking like an RAT right now, or a TAR as they call it in Australia, with Constantinople convoying to Apulia and everything else now moving except nothing going to Trieste, which feels a little bit self-defeating. If this is the way that Austria wants to go, why not actually put yourself in a position to take a dot?
All right, let's move into fall 1903, and then Ed, we'll come to you, and you can tell us who's got the advantage between the TRA and the FE. Adam, tell us what you see.
Yeah. Okay. So Austria is now taking Munich, not Italian dots, which is interesting. But that Turkey has no such compunction. Walks into Rome, takes a pot shot at Naples, which gets bounced. Russia is now saying, "Oh, I guess I better defend against the English." So they cover St. Petersburg. They get involved in the whole takedown of Germany, so they take Berlin. Meanwhile, England actually takes Denmark from Sweden, so Russia holds on to Sweden and will be building this turn, which is great for them. And let's see, France is just pushing those armies forward to the extent that they can. That's about it.
All right, so Ed, over to you. So look, obviously Turkey guessed right here against Italy. We managed to pick one up here. Who's coming out the best, do you think, out of what seems like a bit of a whirlwind of fighting?
I think Turkey is ahead here, getting an army on the boot, which is going to be difficult to eradicate, even if Rome isn't held in the short term. But I also really think France is looking better than France really is. I mean, with one fleet, like that's the end of France is a naval power. When you start adding up the water tiles next to France, this is enough. Okay, like enough, France. Build a fleet. You build a fleet, you're back in it. But for me right now, and Jamal's not doing badly here either. Jamal's getting a build. One thing Jamal is so good at is getting friends. He and Gavin have a great relationship in this game. He's not had to really, abuse him. But Gavin's there. If he needs dots, he's got those dots. And so I'd like to see what happens here.
All right, we get a build. Gavin puts down an army in St. Petersburg. We get another fleet from Turkey and another army from Austria. Oh, and we do have the fleet in London here rather than Edinburgh. Here's where you got to ask yourself, if you're France, whether you did the right thing. Let's find out if I can move forward here. Spring of 1904. And Ed, we're over to you here for the play-by-play. Interesting that London goes to English Channel here rather than following into North.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Jamal is spinning this as a loyal ally play. But France is totally, I don't know why France is moving to Tyrrhenian here from Western Med in light of that build in London. So there's a walk into Brest. Meanwhile, England's taking Helgoland. England's taking Sweden. This is Jamal. What's that? Men at work. Can you hear the thunder? This is the Jamal thunder coming from the land down under right now. Meanwhile, Turkey takes Naples. So I didn't want to underrate that. That's another good year for Turkey. But if I'm Turkey, This is prime Brandon Fogel Russia stab Turkey time.
Oh.
I could easily see that happening soon.
I don't know whether to be complimented or offended. Fall of 1904. What happens here?
No stab. I mean, it's definitely a TR. They're going down with that. Turkey loses Rome, still picks up Naples. Meanwhile, Russia, that's the trade. Got Kiel, even though they lost Sweden. And Jamal just sort of walks into Brest. It was there. Brest is a great place to be. If you talk to the English.
I suspect that was negotiated from the spring. Don't you think?
Okay. Well, maybe. I wouldn't doubt it. Jamal's capable of negotiating anything, as we can see. He's the world champion. But France does get into Munich. Meanwhile, he's helping the Italians into Rome, but Italy loses Venice. But, France is building two. I assume that's a pitch. I guess we see two more armies, or one more army, since he's down Brest. So Army Paris to keep him honest.
Probably. Adam, what are your thoughts on 1904?
Well, it's a great turn for England. I think, Jamal's in a great position here. Not only is he got a free walk into Brest, but I think the continued lack of, French fleets anywhere near him just gives him free reign over there. I guess France is still getting a build in spite of this because of Munich. So it will be interesting to see. I'm assuming Army Paris based on the builds we've seen so far, but maybe I'll be surprised and we'll get a fleet in Brest, but in Marseille. It's a rough turn for Gavin, who otherwise would be looking up a little bit with taking Kiel, but the Italians retreating into Berlin is not overly helpful. I think it's a little bit of a mess over there, but I think Gavin's been playing patiently, but I don't think he can continue to have this patience now that it's 1905, and I don't think he has the time to really up his position very much, especially pushing into Germany that way. I think that he really maybe needed to find a way to work with the Turks against the Austrians, which I'm not sure the Turks really want to do.
Yeah, and he's losing Sweden here, so
he's got to pull anyway. Yep.
So it's
now it's done.
Yeah, it's not a great position. But France and England are both moving up into the lead at 7.
You think those are equal 7s? Which 7 would you rather be?
I would rather be England for sure here, but Jamal is the kind of player who likes to make a display of tied board tops and passing up opportunities to stab. I played in a game with him. I think it was at VDC where he wanted me to let him go up 3 or 4 centers over me. We were allies. He wanted me to let him go up 3 or 4 centers over me so that he could demonstrate how magnanimous he was by not stabbing me, by not taking advantage of it.
And you agreed, right? Because I know you. That's you're all into that stuff.
I'll let you check the tape. Spring 1905. Over to you, Ed. Here is what happens. Tell us about it.
Okay. Well, good alliance play here. I'll take Holland. You take Kiel. One thing Jamal's really good about is trading to where the other person, like, oh, Gavin, I'll take Sweden and you get Kiel, but it's always the other person who centers down on the trade, right? So that's something to pay attention to because he's in Holland, even though it looks like a trade. Russia takes Berlin, so we finally say goodbye to the Italian Northern Expeditionary Force. Italy survives, getting into Venice. Turkey advancing their fleets. But I buried the lead here a little bit. We see Russia going into Serbia and the Black Sea, but that might cover Romania now. But I am not sure. But this is sort of a move here by Gavin, who I would definitely sort of label as sort of a jackal type player, at least from what I've seen in this tournament and before.
I mean, what's remarkable to me, Jamal's negotiation, must be just so incredibly good, right? Because what does Paris normally do in this position? They normally say, okay, you're in Brest, and I trust you enough because we talked about it, but I'm going to pin you there. So just hold, and I'm going to be ordering Paris to Brest from now until eternity, right? But no, that's not what we do. We're going to leave Brest free to go into Mao and start taking other stuff. Of course, Jamal doesn't do that, but now Belgium is potentially under threat, But why take stuff that's not agreed upon when you can just take things that are agreed upon, I guess?
Indeed. St. Petersburg is now under threat as well by 2.
What's not under threat, though? Gavin moved out. I mean, I think Gavin's acknowledging that he can't hold it and just letting Jamal take it.
All right, let's find out. Fall of 1905. Jamal does support himself in. I believe, Ed, we're back to you, aren't we, for play-by-play?
I see good alliance play here. Jamal takes Kiel. Jamal takes St. Petersburg, but France gets Berlin. Devastating series of plays here for Russia. Meanwhile, France does not take Venice, which I find curious in light of what's happening. And we're seeing a really good capital E, small f, or small f, capital E, the symbol for iron, because the iron that Jamal is showing all his muscles and what he could do, but he's not going to. He's just a show horse. He's not a workhorse.
Jamal does take the lead here by a dot, thanks to France not taking Venice. The question is, will Jamal decide to keep the lead or magnanimously share it with France? We will find out. We have an army in London with still that fleet in English Channel. Could be convoyed very quickly. We've got another fleet in the north. Elsewhere, we've got Turkey building a fleet. We've got France finally building another fleet. Of course, it has to be in Marseille. All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1906. Over to you, Adam. What do we see?
All right, so now we've got Mid-Atlantic and all of that kind of good stuff from Jamal. But again, I'm finding it hard to believe that most of this is not just agreed upon. I think this is probably negotiated, right? He walks out of Kiel for Holland. I mean, we can trade that kind of stuff. St. Petersburg goes down to Livonia. Okay, Russia runs up there, but that can be retaken. It's really just a lot of flailing, except for Jamal advancing. And I think probably Turkey actually makes a nice play in destroying Tuscany from this position. So I think it's really just EFT's game at this point, and we'll see, where that actually plays out.
It's a curious set of moves here, actually, from my perspective, from Jamal, though. So it doesn't really need to leave St. Petersburg. Also doesn't really need to leave Denmark. So I wonder if he didn't expect that Kiel was going to be hit here. Maybe he thought he was pulling a fast one. Let's find out what happens in 1906. Talk us through it, Adam.
So we're convoying to Denmark because Denmark's a great place for an army, but I guess it's okay if you're going to convoy it to Livonia from there. But again, I think this is, like all arranged stuff, an arranged bounce in Portugal. English Channel is holding. I mean, I think, this all looks very, very much arranged. Trading Kiel for Holland. Elsewhere in the world, Russia just moves into Romania, which lets Turkey go into the Black Sea. Turkey takes Greece. This is a really good term for Turkey, right? Because now they are basically putting Russia on the fritz and preventing Austria from getting a build. So I think this is really good result for them.
Yeah, and so now we're counting dots. It's a question: can Turkey?
Yeah, I don't know that they can catch up, but I think at least Turkey can give themselves a good score.
And this FE fisticuffs that we saw, whether they were real or not in the spring 1905, clearly were worked out. And we see more of Jamal's diplomatic skill at play here in getting that alliance back together. Why don't we push ahead to the end here, because we know we only have one more year. And the drama really here is whether Jamal can hold on to the lead or not. We get another army in Paris. Well done. And Gavin does pull that northern army. All right, spring 1907. Ed, over to you. Tell us what you see.
Okay, well, just France moves a lot west,
Or east, yeah.
yeah, east, whatever. I mean, it all depends on if you're standing up or upside down. And we got Turkey here, going to Bulgaria. Be curious to see if Serbia, Romania, what happens there. So I think Turkey gets to 8. I think Jamal's trying to get this to 10-9, where he's a 10.
Yeah, but he miswrote it. So he miswrote it. So you have to assume that this was meant as a joke, I guess.
Yeah, probably. But he's got Portugal guaranteed here. He's got Belgium guaranteed. Everything else.
Yeah, it was a joke. It was a showing. I can toying over you. That's all it is. He can do it.
Okay, so he's got the win.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting question from the tournament perspective, because Jamal did not have a good result in round 1. I mean, it wasn't horrible, but it wasn't very good, right? So the question is, does he want to maximize his result in this game? What does he hold more important, maximizing his result in round 2 or getting a good result? And actually, I think a quite good result, assuming he takes the board top, which he will, or take a really maximized result. So going into round 3, he's in a much better position to be able to win the tournament without having to, have a crazy result. So I think that's what's going to be interesting. Does he take Belgium here? Does he take Portugal here? Or does he just stop at 10 and say that's good enough?
Brandon, is there a top board?
No.
Is there a drop round?
No.
Thank you.
So that is the question. Thank you for setting the table for us, Adam. So it's Portugal, Belgium are the things to look at here. Does he take them or does he pass them up? And the answer is he takes them.
Mm-hmm.
He's a loyal ally.
Yeah, it's what you got to do here. It's the right thing to do. So
all right. So this is, as we know, a massive score now in the scoring system. It is 12 centers, which is large. It is more than 3 centers above the next closest, or at least 3. And so that gets him to 2940, which is definitely the biggest score we've seen so far. We'll watch the last game before we check the standings to see whether it does get him into first place going into round 3 or not. But really quick, Adam, we'll give you the final word here. Is this the right result for this game?
Definitely. I think Jamal has played this game masterfully, and he deserved the big board top.
Ed?
I mean, the guy in 01 can get an ally and gets him to build things that other people can't get. So he's way ahead of mere mortals like Brandon Fogel.
Ooh, thank you. Yeah, he got a great ally, and he kept everyone else from fighting him, and then stabbed all of them at just the right times. And so that's a recipe for winning in diplomacy. All right, congratulations to Jamal for taking this game. Adam, we are going to bid you adieu, I believe. All right, thank you so very much for joining us, and we'll see you on a future broadcast. And that is, oops. Wrong button to hit. All right, get out of here, Adam. All right, finally. Let's welcome back to the stage, Mr. Michalis Kamaritis. Welcome back, Mr. Michalis. All right, let's head on over into the third board of round number 2. And that looks like this. Kieran McKernan in 14th place in Austria, Dave Ryan in 11th in England. So I'm Shindy. We don't know how to pronounce her name. Apologize for not knowing that. In France, Sasha Heilman in Germany, Robert Hillier in Italy, Zoe Cameron in Russia, and Ken Gordon in Turkey. So Ken is the one with the big score coming into this in second place. Let's see how things play out. If I can operate the machinery. Looks like I can. All right, Michalis, why don't we do this? Since it's the 3 of us for the rest of the broadcast, why don't we just have one of you guys stay as play-by-play for a whole game, and the other one give analysis at the end of each year, and then we'll just switch. Does that work for you guys?
Michalis is best at both, but let him do the play-by-play too.
All right. So Michalis, we'll have you on play-by-play for this first game. Here are the spring 1901 moves. Tell us what you see.
I see a pretty standard set of opening orders. I've seen 20 million VDL games like this. It's disappointing now, Australia. We were seeing so many fun openings. Now you're going back to the norm. Oh, yeah. I mean, Turkey shuffles the fleet out. Russia, I guess they do go to Black Sea. That's the only sort of slightly unusual thing. France doesn't go to Burgundy. Germany doesn't go to Burgundy. England doesn't go to the Channel. France doesn't go to the Channel. Yeah, I guess Italy's gone to Naples rather than Apulia, which is the second time I think I've seen that today. There's been a few times when I've done that, and it's almost always when I haven't played for ages and have forgotten that you're supposed to move to Apulia instead.
It does seem like a nice thing to do for Austria, just because you can't then follow up from Apulia to Venice if you want. But it is non-standard for the North American and virtual hobbies, and it is perhaps more common in Australia. All right. Question for me is whether this was an arrangement for, a SevCon. Well, it wouldn't be a SevCon shuffle, but something interesting happening down here. And the answer is maybe.
It's the Bull Rum Shuffle. I've got to say that's a new one on me. I don't entirely see what it gets you either, but sure. Yeah, so Turkey gets Romania, but not Bulgaria. They get it thanks to Russian support, so it's not a hostile anti-Russian move, probably. Yet again, we're seeing very Western Tripoli West, with England going up to Barents Sea, convoy to Norway, a bounce in Sweden. That definitely seems to be a recurrent theme in Australia. Whether France joins in or not, it's not yet clear. I guess the builds will probably tell us more. They haven't gone to Spain's south coast, at least, so it's not massive on that in that respect. And Italy does snag Trieste without trying for a G in here, which I suspect was not agreed.
Yeah, I think Vienna holding sort of speaks volumes. We're not sure in what language, but it's definitely saying something. All right, here. I'm sorry, Ed. Over to you. Any thoughts on 1901?
No, Western Triple, interesting.
All right, let's see the builds, and here they are in the West. We actually, these are finally, I think, the clearest possible Western triple builds from Germany. England may not love the fleet and Kiel, but it moving to Baltic and the two armies poised eastward is the right thing. This, however, may not make England as happy. England does build an army here, which I think I've heard one of you guys say that that's what you want to see in a Western triple from England. What do you guys think of Russia's builds? Russia's build here in Moscow, splitting the difference.
I don't know why there's a fleet in Barents. I don't think you can build there.
I think that Moscow's going to support Bothnia back to St. Pete. I think they're just going to try and defend St. Pete for now. Maybe they've given up on the north entirely. I have been interested to see whether France really did wave their second build, or whether this is a bit like earlier and this was not actually a wave, and we're going to magically see another fleet come up, because that's quite an interesting wave if so.
All right,
free build Germany.
Right, because it could have been Fleet Brest, Fleet Marseille, and then that feels more Western Tripoli. All right, let's find out. Spring of 1902, and still on you, McCallus.
No magical fleet appearing yet, so we're going to assume that this is really what the situation looks like for France. Again, sort of Western Tripoli, but not hugely committal from France. Very committal from Germany. Very committal from England. Russia does send Moscow up to St. Petersburg, and as a result is going to lose St. Petersburg. In the south, Turkey takes Bulgaria by a convoy from Smyrna. Presumably Bulgaria's retreating to Constantinople, so this has turned into a Russia and Con shuffle.
It's not a retreat, it's a movement. Bulgaria went to Constantinople.
Okay. Sure, yeah. Meanwhile, Austria did not like Italy taking Trieste, and Italy having perhaps been lured into it thinking that Russia moving to Black was a stab, and that's why they took Trieste. They're now paying the price for taking Trieste, as Austria has put 4 on it, and they're surely not going to keep it. Pretty good for an
Why didn't Serbia do anything this turn?
Yeah, is there any reason for that?
No, maybe it supported Greece to Albania.
Oh,
I don't know.
or it was a misorder of some sort.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move forward into fall of 1902. And McCallus, tell us what you see.
So Russia does lose St. Petersburg and Sweden, as was pretty much guaranteed. They don't lose Warsaw, at least. France takes Munich. Yes, Germany's taking Sweden. I guess it's by agreement, but it's not an agreement I particularly like making when I'm Germany. Yeah, the Western Triple is rolling across the board now, and RT are rolling into Austria with Italian support this time. So Austria did not take Trieste, but had annoyed Italy enough that Italy supports Turkey into Greece. So they're really struggling to get on the same page here, Robert and Kieran. Each turn, one will give an olive branch, and the other won't take it, and then the next turn it'll be the other way around. So some delightful little shuffling going on there between them, but all to the benefit of France, Germany, and England.
So is there an argument that I get Munich because you're getting Sweden, and I'll get it back, and you push it forward? That's how Germany gives up Munich here.
That seems to be it. Munich goes to Tyrolia next, I guess.
I mean,
I don't like it.
It's a nice argument for Soam to make and
Yeah.
get away with.
It's a delightful argument for France. It's not one I like as Germany.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, presumably we're going to see Fleet Marseille here. I think you could make an argument that moving to North Africa and West here is better than Lyon and West, but just to give room for the fleet to get into play quickly.
The flip side is that given the Italy-Austria shenanigans, maybe Tyrrhenian Sea is realistic because Ionian will get tapped.
Fair enough. So France must have waived that first build. In fact, either that or it was a misorder because they still are at +2, and that gets 2 more fleets. So we see the inverse of the all army France that we saw last game. It's now all fleets France. But hey, if you can get Munich with your 1 army, then why not?
I mean, you have to like that as Germany as well. Like, if you're giving up Munich and France is putting armies down, that's sending far too many alarm bells ringing. So, I mean, Fleet Edinburgh though, I don't actually like as Germany very much.
You want another army from England here, yeah?
Where's that fleet going?
So, are you worried about that if you're Germany, or do you just not like it if you're England?
Oh, I'm very worried about that if I'm Germany.
Okay, but you don't dislike.
He's gonna self bounce in north. It'll be fine.
All right, we do get a Turkish fleet as well. So considering that a Russian fleet down there to also be Turkish, there are now 3 fleets, and I have to think. Oh, but Fleet Con doesn't move. So, all right, Mikhail, let's talk us through it.
Well, Tyrrhenian Sea was realistic. I'm not sure I'd have taken it this way. Taking it from Western Med instead from Lyon seems a bit unnecessary. Sure, you've kept hold of Piedmont, but I'd probably rather have just got into Tyrrhenian Sea and had all my fleets out. Like, Piedmont doesn't matter really. Austria takes Trieste as the AI continue to squabble. Maybe it's agreed, given that Trieste didn't retreat to Vienna, so maybe they're finally on the same page and the East is unifying, but yeah, all right. Elsewhere, just England shuffles forward, England gets another army to St. Petersburg, and England's in North Sea, which should terrify Germany.
Germany's come down to Denmark, so they're in position to stop it, quote unquote. All right, let's see.
They've got a 50-50 to stop it.
Fall 1903.
Germany takes Munich back. Yeah, fair enough. There's no reason to let France keep it. Other than that, Turkey has decided that they don't need Russia, and they've taken Sev and Smyrna. And they've also gone to Black Sea, which I don't actually think they need here. I think that they need to be in Aegean more if you don't have that Russian fleet as a friendly fleet when you've got all of the West coming in. Maybe you've got enough to pin them with the Italian fleets, but it's looking pretty risky. And one wrong guess, one French fleet managing to get into NAF and then take Tunis, and you've got a real problem in Ionian Sea. So I think I'd much rather have a Turkish fleet coming out. Austria is building, because of course they are. Yeah, bad turn for Russia, and we're going to see now sort of what's happening next on the Western Triple, I think, because It's France that's actually pretty vulnerable at this stage of the game, and if EG rather drop in on France here, France could implode pretty quickly.
Yeah, let's bring it over to you, Ed. What are your thoughts about what should happen next on this board?
I don't know what should happen next. I think there needs. I don't know. I'm looking at a walk into Paris. I mean, there's a lot of distrust between E and G right now. They could have had Warsaw. They could have had Moscow. They decided for neither. And I think that North Sea Fleet is super debilitating to the relationship here. And then Denmark goes to Kiel, so the only place to build for Germany is in Berlin. I don't think it's a stable unit displacement, as you like to say, Brandon. Meanwhile, France is looking like wide open to me. And so they really need to get it together here. And I think they can, right? Because North Sea can slip into English Channel, Norwegian go to North Atlantic, something. But that's what I think. What should happen is an EG.
Yeah, this was a nice catch here. We didn't recognize that that Moscow should have fallen here, and it looks like Prussia did ordered Bohemia to Warsaw, which isn't what you wanted, and Silesia didn't even move anyway. So, all right, that's a bit of a mess. Question is, what happens next?
Presumably, Silesia didn't move because they actually wrote Bohemia to Warsaw with that army instead of Silesia to Warsaw.
Very good point. So that's presumably just a misorder then, and that's the kind of misorder that seems like genuine to me. Like the kind of misorder you make when you don't want something to happen. You usually just mess up one unit. Or Prussia would order Warsaw to Silesia or something like that. Those are the kinds of suspicious misorders. All right, let's move forward here. We've got Ken Gordon making a move, and we've got France sort of wide open for the taking. Do the EG take it? Is Ken able to back up the gains and propel himself forward? Spring of 1904.
I mean, it seems that Ken has Austria on side, which I think is quite important as well. Bohemia to Galicia is a bit suspicious. It's not entirely clear what Austria is doing here, but they're not covering Bohemia. They didn't build Budapest. They didn't build in Budapest. They're not looking to pressurize Romania. They're not trying for Greece. Looks like Turkey's made a pretty unfortunate misorder this term in that they've convoyed to Bull instead of to Rum.
Yep. Gets the convoy written correctly, gets the move order wrong.
Yeah. Which is pretty painful given that EG haven't stabbed France and Austria has bizarrely put France into Venice. I don't see how that's good for Austria at all, but maybe it's just a legacy of the bad AI coordination we've seen sort of since the start of this game. Yeah. England staying in North Sea and not stabbing France has got to be just concerning Germany more and more every turn. Germany's making the move to park Baltic in Livonia. They're trying to be as friendly as they can, and they're not getting reciprocation. Sure, they're in Helderland, but even that's just weird. Like, why not bounce Helderland if that's what the plan is? Just do an arrangement there.
All right, well, England and Germany both pass up the opportunity to move on France. And as you say, the sword hangs over the head of Germany. Let's look.
Well, France is going to build, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chance has been missed.
Yeah, this is the turn to do it. If you're going to move on France, it's got to be right now, right? Because if France gets this build, now it's not guaranteed France will get the build. Although if they get dislodged from Venice, they can pull it off the board and rebuild. But McCallus. So basically, Rome is the one that falls here, and that's Turkey gets the convoy order right this time, and everything else is stationary.
I think that's sensible from France. Rome is a much less precarious position to have than Venice there.
Ed, what do you think about this board? What do you think about England and Germany's decision not to move on France here? Do you like it or do you dislike it?
No, I dislike it from a board perspective. I think I understand the reason it hasn't happened is whatever it is in the relationship between these two individuals demonstrates a lack of trust. And now we've got Livonia going back to Baltic. We're going to be self-bouncing in Holland for a while. They took Warsaw, they took Moscow together, and they took Rome. So the Western Triple's still on, but they're running out of railroad here. And now they got a Turkish issue. The Turkish success may force the Western Triple to stay together now at some strange, some strange way. But the player who's really lucky here is France, because France could have been gone Paris, gone Brest, Army and Burgundy, could have had a lot of problems.
Both England and Germany, particularly England, have a build right now that's really unpleasant for the Western Triple Alliance. Like, what does England possibly put down that doesn't terrify one of their two neighbours?
The question for me is beyond that, that's a very good question. But the next question really is, what do they want? Like, what do they think? What are they aiming for here? Because Germany is ahead of both of them by 2. Do either one of them, either England or France, want to top this board, or are they happy with Germany being, bigger than them?
And Germany's not pushed into Bohemia or gone after Austria either. So what's Germany want next?
Yeah. We get armies from all 3 Western Triple members, which suggests they don't necessarily want to fight each other. This does leave the stab open now. England and Germany still have the same stab that they had before, unless Marseille goes to Burgundy here or Gascony. And
it's going to Piedmont.
But it clearly is going to Piedmont. Right?
Yeah, the stab's back on the table, and it really shouldn't be.
All right, spring of 1905. There we go.
Yeah, that build was a big mistake from France. That should have been in Paris or Brest. Be an army in one of them either way. But at least they're taking Tunis. They're pushing down to Apulia. Maybe Turkey will give them Naples to help them defend against the EG, because the EG is more likely to rival Turkey for the top. Turkey's decided now, with Russia dead, they don't need Austria anymore, and I think they're correct in that. So they get into Serbia, they convoy across to Romania. Neither England nor Germany goes to Ukraine, which is either brilliant news for Turkey because they didn't take advantage of it not being covered, or brilliant news for Turkey because they've got some sort of deal with EG, which is even better if that's the case. Italy going to Trieste is just even better news for Turkey. The more messy the AI get, the better. So Venice and Trieste flip over. Turkey keeps pushing forward, and yeah, France is about to have a very, very painful year, because even if they get given Naples here, they're going to be even with Brest and Paris gone for good.
Ed, do you want to make an argument for anyone on this board besides Turkey topping this board, or
not really? I mean, I think Turkey's got the whip hand right now, but I think England's got a good shot after that. It sort of depends, right? I mean, England's now got to dedicate a lot of resources. Everyone's got to dedicate a lot of resources west, which means you're shuffling around in the east, and that's not a good position as a Western power.
I think Germany has a chance.
Yeah.
If anything, I actually kind of like Germany more, given its no 7 game.
Was the supported move to Livonia anything to be concerned about?
I can see a world where they have to give up Warsaw by agreement. I think the bigger mistake Germany made was Kiel to Munich instead of to Ruhr. That's just an error.
Yep. Yeah. All right, let's go into fall of 1905. Talk us through it, McCallis.
All right, so France does get Naples, but it's not through Turkish help, because Turkey's taking Tunis from them, but losing Ionian Sea to France in the process for reasons.
That wasn't.
That's not good. I mean, sure, Turkey is +2. They can build 2 fleets, but I actually think you'd rather be building at least 1 army here to try and push into the Balkans before the end of this game. The fact you've now got to build 2 fleets, I think, is a problem. Greece is in
France will
danger.
disband it. France will disband it.
Will they? I don't know. You've just taken Tunis from France for no real reason. If your pitch to France of I'll help you defend against the EG is a lot weaker when you're taking dots from them. So I don't know. I don't think I'd take Ionian off the board if I'm France. Meanwhile, Ukraine does go to England, so this is a really good turn for Germany. They get into Bohemia and have power projection onto Vienna. They get into Paris, they get into Ruhr, they've got to build, so Munich, they have to care about Burgundy. Burgundy, I can see very easily coming off of this board. Yeah, I think this is a really good turn for Germany.
Yeah, and this is quite significant too, isn't it? Getting into Ukraine while also being in Moscow. Sevastopol, you can make an argument, at least should have gone to Moscow here. Yeah, Ed, how do you feel about how this year has turned out?
I don't know. And all things defer to McAllis. He's probably right. It's really good German year.
All right, it's an exciting game we have here, though. We've got 2 players tied at 9. We've got another player in England at 7 who, shouldn't consider themselves out of it, shouldn't be counting themselves out. So how are these balanced powers going to finish this game? So Ken in Turkey puts down 2 fleets, which is interesting with 2 years to go. And we do get a fleet in Liverpool, which is probably not a surprise. Army Munich, I don't think there was another choice here. All right, let's just move forward here. Spring of 1906. McAllis, to you, tell us what you see.
Well, I'll say that Ionian didn't come off the board. I think that was pretty big, and that was why Turkey had to build those 2 fleets. As soon as France got into Ionian, you were sort of hamstrung into doing that. You don't want to do it. As you say, you're 2 years left. Those fleets are at best maybe getting Naples, but I'd rather have at least 1 more army.
All right, let's move forward here. Let's see if Turkey can make the most of their armies, and early signs are good.
Yeah, good turn for Turkey, getting into Budapest. Because Germany decides to take Vienna from Austria. Sure, fine. Germany also gets into Burgundy. Interesting that they decide to do that with power 3 rather than go to Tyrolia. I think Munich. Actually, no, you couldn't go to there in case of the retreat from Burgundy. Fair enough. Yeah, sure, okay. Good turn for Germany. Good turn for Turkey. England not getting Mid-Atlantic is hurting their chances of getting this sort of storm up to the top. They don't have time to have turns where they sort of stall out. If they can possibly get Germany to agree to give them to a dot, that's what they've got to pitch right now. It's like, you've got to give me Belgium. You're getting too much. I'm getting nothing.
I think England has picked. Sorry, I think France has picked Germany to win, which is because otherwise Burgundy may have gone to Marseille. I mean, it's a.
It might just be that France is doing anything they can to just split EG up.
Let's find out. It'll be interesting if Mid-Atlantic takes Brest here, sort of knowing that that Mid-Atlantic is lost, taking the chance. And nope. And it was open for the retreat as well. Oh dear, this is potentially a mistake.
Yeah.
Mid-Atlantic could have retreated to Brest.
Yeah.
Yep. Unless it's actually they're picking England to win now, maybe because they did
Show you
support.
how I can read the board.
By the looks of it, they supported Germany into Paris. Mao, it definitely looks like did that. Did Gascony do that as well? No, Gascony covered Marseille. Okay, so maybe it was a case of, oh well, Germany, you wouldn't take my support, so I'm going to help England instead. I don't know. But what is big is they've taken Tunis, so Turkey is down a dot there. But Turkey does get Trieste. That's pretty big and
+2. Yep.
Shouldn't have happened. Trieste tapping Budapest instead of defending with Venice is questionable. Germany
there was 3. There was 3. What they needed was for Vienna to support Trieste to hold.
Sure.
It's sort of hilarious that the Western Triple is still continuing, even though there's a stab between I mean, France is kind of helping the Western Triple here in one sense, and fighting in the other. But I don't know who I'd call here. This is pretty good for Turkey.
This is very close. Well, so England is out of it. I think we can agree on that. It's really just England, Germany, and Turkey at this point. And with 1 year left, here we'll put the units on the board here. These units probably won't actually come into play. France's might, but it does. Who do you like? Who's got the advantage here now? Ed, we'll start with you. Who would you want to be on this board with 1 year left?
Well, I'm not going to consider throwing or whatever. Turkey can take Naples. I'm not sure Turkey's going to get anything else. McAllis could correct me. So Turkey can get to 11. Germany, what's Germany going to get? Struggling to see it. I'm going to go with Turkey.
I mean, I think Germany's got a decent shot at Marseille. RBT was a bizarre build here. Why that isn't Munich so that Tyrolia can go to Piedmont and Munich to Tyrolia, I don't understand.
Yeah, that's a good question. Or even a fleet, so you go to North Sea and you can still go to North Sea here.
Germany could be about to force North Sea and take Norway or Edinburgh.
Yeah, your fleet doesn't matter. Army Munich's the only thing that could be useful. But yeah, if you force north here, then you get Norway or Edinburgh, almost certainly. So that would be the way that Germany can grow, possibly through Munich as well. Might be a possibility of sneaking into Venice here. Let's see. And it's Rome and Naples, and maybe.
I think you have to defend Venice because Albania's going. No, Albania can't necessarily go to Adriatic. I mean, Trieste is actually vulnerable as well because Bud can be tapped. If you've got Austria's support, Austria can kingmate between the two.
So this is great. So there's guesses that can be made here. Aggressive play can, potentially change the tactical situation for you, or it can, pull the rug out from underneath you. Let's find out what happens. We do have Albania going to Adriatic. We do have Naples falling to the Turks, and Paris sneaks into Brest. That was one that we didn't point out. Helgoland stays put, doesn't go to North Sea. So that
has to be by consent.
Yeah, that's agreed. As it was the only way to guarantee Marseille. Like Gascony had to be the mover. I mean, the real question I have on this board is Trieste supports Tyrolia to Venice. That is an order that could have been entered. I'm struggling to see an argument for why it should have been entered, but it definitely could have been.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe if it was dislodged, then he'd have a chance of getting in, could convince Austria to support him in or something. I don't know. I'm trying to make it up here.
Yeah, maybe it was making sure that Germany didn't attack Trieste while you were trying to shuffle yourself to Adriatic. I don't know.
Rome. I mean, I guess Rome is potentially vulnerable here now.
Yeah, Rome should fall.
Rome should fall. Yeah.
Trieste. I think if you're question for me is, does Adriatic just support Trieste and guarantee holding it, or take a chance, do something else? Please don't support Tyrolia into Venice with 2. All right, let's see. We got another photo finish here. Wow. Oh, wow. All right. So Venice does fall thanks to the Turk supporting his erstwhile competitor, rival for the top into Venice. Doesn't get Rome, the Turk. Marseille falls thanks to Burgundy not supporting it, while Brest holds on. I believe this means that Germany wins with a lone board top.
Germany wins, but also stabs their ally in Marseille for no reason whatsoever in the final turn. Yeah. I don't understand why you're tapping Marseille there. Sure, fine. Maybe it was the price France gave for supporting Austria to Rome to defend Rome. Maybe that was it.
I don't understand. I mean, I'm not as big a Care Bear as McAllis, but I don't understand this.
I don't understand Turkey putting Germany into Venice at all.
Yeah, especially the other thing too is if Tyrolia is going to Venice, then you support yourself there, and then you're guaranteed either Venice or Rome. And in that case, you win this, I believe, 12-11 yourself.
Yep.
Wow.
It's still good. It's still 2 good scores for Ken. He might be leading the tournament at the end of the second round.
Yeah, it's true. This is a 4-round rather than a 3-round tournament as well, right?
No, it's 3.
Okay.
All right. So what that means here. So, I mean, give credit to Sasha Heilman for negotiating this. You know, he got his rival for the board top to support him into a dot that gave him the win. I mean, that's diplomacy right there. So congratulations to Sasha for that. Any other thoughts on this board before we take a look at the standings? Ed?
I enjoyed the game. To be honest with you, Germany teetered there for a few years in the early, and then we had England over Sasha, and I thought England was going to take it from Germany. So it's really well played by Germany to get this board top.
Yeah, McCallus, you were sort of pointing out the sword of North Sea hanging over Germany's head for a long time, and Sasha managed to keep it from falling, and that ultimately was one of the keys to the victory here.
I'm interested to know if it was negotiation that got either Sasha or Dave that got Soham to build that Army Marseille that year for France, because that sword that was hanging over Germany shouldn't have been able to be alleviated, but because France built the army in Marseille instead of an army just back to cover that, the stab was back on the table, and it was a year later than I would have done it, but as soon as that stab was on the table, it was the correct move to take the stab, and they both reaped the rewards. In the end, England didn't reap it quite as much, but Germany, yeah, they played it diplomatically really, really well, and Turkey as well. Like, they picked their time on when to stab their neighbors really well. Sure, they haven't got the top in the end, but they turned on Russia at the exact perfect moment. They turned on Austria at the exact perfect moment. They turned on Italy at the exact perfect moment for them to be mopping it up. They've got 4 armies on this board, well, 5 armies on this board, and all 5 of them are actually holding centers, which is an achievement in itself. So, good
yeah, and Turkey managed to keep the EG from fighting them, even though it was potentially in the EG's interest. So, there's good diplomacy on both sides here. But I think the point you raise, and we'll finish this and then move on, is that a lot of times this game hinges on giving your ally something else to do than attack you. And so having France Germany being able to convince England that attacking France was better than attacking them was a huge key in this game.
Yep.
All right. So with that, let us, unless we need to pause for Ed to call the fire department.
We almost had a YouTube viral moment there, but I'm alive.
Instead, we at least got to see you cussing on screen, and we enjoyed that. All right. So here are the scores as of the end of round 2. Marcus Lone maintains the first spot despite a less than stellar second board. Ken Gordon moves up with that board top into second place, while a familiar name, Jamal Blacarley, is sitting in third place, probably very happy not to be in first place going into the final round. As well, Karthikanath just behind in fourth place, also probably happy. So, a couple sharks sort of hanging around the top of this leaderboard. We got Sasha Heilman, who just showed some diplomatic chops in that last game, also up there. Those 5 players are within 700 points of each other, which is not a huge score on this board, on this scoring system. Beyond that, we've got Stephen Litton, Dave Ryan, Robert Hillier, and Stuart Barton sort of in slightly distant positions, probably need a huge score and for everyone else above them to fall on their face. But with this top 5, a good score and just not a huge score from everyone above them will be enough to steal this.
One thing I'm thinking about is, go ahead.
I was going to say, we've just seen Sasha get the top by that 1 dot, and Sasha's now in contention to win the tournament. I think if Sasha hadn't got that top, even if it was a shared top, they wouldn't really be in contention. They'd be an outside chance if all 4 of them above choked. But that scoring wise, the sort of 500 point swing between the 2 of them there is huge for Sasha's chances to win the tournament. If Sasha does come out winning this tournament, the final year of this game and getting that Turkish support into Venice is going to be a pretty critical reason why they did it.
Yeah, and it's Ken Gordon is the one on the other side, right? So if we add that 525 points to Ken Gordon's score, Ken, is easily in first place, right? So that's one to remember. And if Ken falls short by within 500 points, then
Yeah, but what I'd like to point out here is that I really like if the first round of a non-top board tournament is being in the mix, the third round, for the most part, unless you're like McAllis, who just seals it in the second round. But if you're, for most mortals, the third round is, at least for me, cashing in your credibility chips. And Ken's got a lot of credibility with Marcus from game one. He's got more than a lot of credibility with Sasha in game two. And Karthik has played in such a way as not to really anger anyone in boards 1 and 2. Meanwhile, Jamal, he had to make, to get into contention to where he's at right now, he had to make that big move. So people might be distrusting of him. So, I like Ken and Karthik here for round 3, just based on who's got the most credibility in the bank.
I mean, you do have to counter that Karthik has probably annoyed some people by being Karthik, so there's swings and roundabouts.
His personality automatically annoys people.
we forgot about the natural Karthik handicap.
Yeah.
Just from being Karthik. All right. Let's so we've got an exciting final round set up here. Let us dive into some games. We've got 4 games, so they managed to pick up some more players and got several people playing multiple boards at once. So that's something to keep an eye on. Players playing multiple boards at once that could end up being a factor in this game. One of the nice things about the 1907 cutoff is that you don't have an early time limit in round 3. In North America, these are often played on Sunday, and there's a time limit that makes the games shorter than the other boards, which can sometimes make movement harder. In this case, you've got the same 1907 limit. These games will play out, at least from that logistical perspective, in a similar way. All right, shall we move on to board?
Oh, God.
1. One of those people making an appearance now is Peter McNamara. I don't know if Peter was one of the organizers or if just wasn't able to play. I think he's one of the organizers for the tournament. Fresh off of his second DBN Invitational win, just 2 weeks ago now, is showing up in. Well, this would have been just the following week, in fact, just a week after that tournament. Is in Austria. England finds Nicholas Lawton. In France, we've got Stuart Barton. Germany, we've got Boyan Wang. Italy, Jamal Blakarli sitting there, showing in second place here, which is interesting. Because we had him in third.
DB&I, it said second place. DB&I rank.
Yeah, that was his place in last year's standings. But the place column. Let me go back here. It's possible.
All right, you wrote bad software. That's it.
All right. Something's going on here. Let me check the. Did anything change here? No. Okay. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but that is how it goes.
Might be factoring in another board that he played or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. In any case, we know he's in third place coming in. In Russia, we've got Matt Anderson, and in Turkey, we've got Zoe Cameron. So none of the other players who are in contention to win are on this board. That has to feel like a big win for Jamal.
Well,
just
in a way,
asking for a friend. You two have both played this scoring system. How many points is a solo? Can Peter win this?
Peter can win. You got to think a solo is better than anything.
I don't know offhand, and soloing in 7 years is difficult. But if someone's going to do it, it's going to be Peter McNamara. All right, let's have a look at some orders here. Ed Sullivan, you now get to do the play-by-play.
No. We have a good thing going. Let McAllis do it.
No. This is all to you.
Oh, great. You can laugh at me. All right.
I mean, isn't that what we're here to do, Ed Sullivan?
Jamal goes west. That's basically the story of 1901. Germany putting the fleet home. Second time we've seen that. I like to see more of that, so that's good. Meanwhile, Turkey doing the Andrew Goff Australian move when Jamal's like, fuck it, I'm not going west. Or going east, so it's no problem. Let's see here. That's what I see in 1901, which is it's a different. I like to see stuff like this. This is great. I wish I was playing this game.
I gonna stick my hat on a ring here that Jamal is about to put Tyrrhenian Sea to Gulf of Leon and Venice to Trieste. We've talked about this as a potential opening. He wanted to do a variant of the one I wrote an article and briefing about, where you convoy to Tunis in 01 recently. I think that's what we're about to see from Jamal.
I mean, do you think Peter McNamara, do you think in Austria should like that? Giving up Trieste and not getting any help?
No.
Peter ain't giving up Trieste. Like, that's not happening.
He wanted to. That's great. So this was all a feint. Ed, tell us about it.
It was all fate. Peter was never going to give Jamal Trieste, but yeah, he does throw Jamal. I've noticed these kind of crazy openings. Meanwhile, even though most people consider the fleet in Holland anti-English, here it's anti-French, especially coupled with the Munich to Burgundy move. But France does build too, so it's kind of difficult to take on France alone as Germany. But I don't know. Maybe this Germany can do it. Meanwhile, England is moving to Skagerrak, going with the Nome opening, and we'll see how that goes for them. And Russia was going to automatically get Sweden given the German opening. Meanwhile, still makes nice with Turkey. I'm curious that Turkey, that Zoe, I'm not sure which one, does not move to either Khan or Black. I have to think, given the fact that everything's holding, that there was some issue with the order writing.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. McCallus, any thoughts on 1901?
No, just that the Australian meta seems to be England immediately attacking Russia every game. That seems to be the difference between the Australian meta and the meta in North America that we're more used to seeing play out here.
For builds, we get a fleet in London, which I don't know, just makes me happy. It's can go anywhere, even though he's already committed to, Nicholas already committed to the north. Let's see, we get another army in Paris, which makes sense given the army in Burgundy. We get a fleet in Trieste from Mr. Peter McNamara. Not happy about the movement to Tyrolia and Venice, showing his cards right away. For some reason, Jamal built a fleet in Rome, thinking that Peter might not mind the pivot back to against him.
I think that might be a pitch, like an agreement with Turkey, that it was, hey, Turkey, you build an army, I'll not build a fleet in Naples.
The thing is, what's he going to do with it? It's going to take him...
I don't think it's a good pitch, but
Yeah,
I think
okay.
that's potentially a deal that was made, and that then the way things are going, maybe it was made expecting to get Trieste, and then you didn't want to break that deal and do a stab on Turkey in a build phase. I don't know.
In any case, spring of 1902 finds... Oh, my God. Ed, talk us through it.
Okay, so... well, the fleet in Trieste got dislodged and retreats to Adriatic. That's what I was looking at. Meanwhile, nothing really happens too much in the east. France, let's see, puts 2 on Burgundy, doesn't get it, gets Spain. Just a lot of stasis, except we do see more English-Russian cooperation here. It's time to... This is what happens when Germany doesn't build a fleet. Loses Denmark to Skagerrak, so that's what happens to the Nome opening, so to speak.
All right, so clearly Peter didn't get any buy-in from the TR that he was hoping for, and it feels like a real blender in the East. Let's see how it goes as we go.
I mean, it feels like everyone against Peter in the East, which is interesting. It's a big win for Russia to get England on side here from that position. Diplomatically, that's really big for Matt Anderson.
Ed, talk us through.
So as we continue, all right. So England can move to Helgoland. It convoys its army to Denmark and actually moves Norway to Skagerrak. So it's all in on the German attack, and now is sort of relying on Russian munificence. Meanwhile, Peter sort of picked a friend here and says, hey, well, if I give you Vienna, will that buy peace? And I think it might have bought a little peace. Warsaw goes to Silesia, and Peter gets Trieste back. So that might be the beginnings of a beautiful friendship there in the east. And nothing else really.
Interesting. Interesting that. I'm sorry, McCallus. Let me turn to you and talk about what's happening in the east here. You said that you like Russia getting the spoil here. Is this going to be a problem for Italy? What does Italy need to do in order to make this situation work for him?
I think this is a big problem for Italy. I think what Italy needs to do was not have Peter McNamara angriest at you out of all of your neighbours. I don't think this is going to go very well for Jamal. I don't think it's going to go well for Peter either, but Jamal's going to have to do some work now to be the one who's actually getting Peter's dots. I think Turkey will get Greece unless Jamal can pull off a diplomatic coup. I think that Russia, maybe Vienna is all they want, but I kind of think that this is lining up that Russia is gonna just take Budapest next. I don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but I think Jamal's definitely got some issues, and I'm also really curious what France is doing. Like Spain to Mid-Atlantic, Marseille to Spain to open Marseille for a build is this such an EF that they're about to come in on Jamal as well? Maybe.
The build will be interesting here. Germany also has to pull one. Some of Russia's moves are a little bit confusing, like Rum to Bulgaria here.
Yeah, I mean, if this was real AR cooperation, then one of them should have been supporting the other to bull, and that didn't happen.
Not that it would.
By the way, I don't understand a few things here. I don't understand Ruhr holding. Like, I assume it's a misorder because it could have supported Holland and Belgium.
Oh, yeah.
This is also France playing with fire, because if Ruhr moves to Burgundy, Burgundy moves to Marseille, that's like bad. So I disagree, but I've been proven wrong a billion times that we're just going to see France go into Budapest. I think Peter found himself a friend, and if Peter can then just magically write a set of orders to maybe a less confident friend. I don't know anything about Matt. Matt may take all that advice, and Peter can focus on Jamal.
What does Peter pull?
It depends, right? Does he just want to hurt Jamal? Then he pulls Greece and and focuses on Tyrol. Maybe he pulls Budapest, giving up there instead. Or he pulls Bohemia, and says, all right, you're in Silesia, you come on down.
I think he pulls Bohemia.
I think he pulls Greece.
And the answer is Greece.
Oh, and the
For
army
once, I predict Peter correctly. Can't do it when I'm in a game with him, but at least when I'm watching, I can.
All right, we get a fleet in Brest as well, which England probably isn't too happy about, and an army in Warsaw, which I think makes sense for Matt. All right, let's move forward here. Spring 1903. Ed, tell us what you see.
Well, the first thing I notice is England helping Picardy into Belgium, and yet France is moving into English Channel, which is like hilarious. I don't know. I would have done it's not my patented thing, but I think I would have foregone and gone up to North Atlantic and convoyed in if I wanted it, if I knew I was getting Burgundy and Belgium, but fine. Meanwhile, the English attack on Germany is sort of stalling. I think it's about to stall out further. Russia deploying things south. Let's see here. Oh, well, I don't know. I doubt he's worked out a deal, but somehow he lost Budapest, kept Warsaw out of Galicia by bouncing it, and then got into Vienna. So good for Peter. And kept Serbia free. It's pretty good defense.
It's a pretty good defense, but I don't think it's an AR, Ed.
I'm not saying it is. I'm hoping it will eventually. Peter's only at 3, 2. I mean, it'll be fine for Peter.
Yeah, McCallus, this feels like they're just killing Peter at this point.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure there is a long-term alliance in the East yet. I think there will be. I think that at the moment, none of them are going to be entirely sure what it is, though. Like, Russia could go for Serbia, or they could put Turkey into Serbia. Maybe they're going to put Italy into Trieste. Maybe they're going to try and take Vienna again.
It does
I don't
feel
think Vienna would work, because I think Peter is probably going to tap Budapest with Trieste as the best way to guarantee Vienna.
It does feel, though, like this is a moment for Russia to make a decision between Italy and Turkey. If Turkey kind of needs 2 builds to be able to project forcefully against Italy,
If they want to. There's no guarantee they do.
Yeah. All right, let's move forward into fall of 03. And all right, wow, Ed, tell us what you see.
So Russia picks Turkey here. Everybody just basically it picks everybody but Peter. Turkey gets Serbia, so Turkey will go up 2. That's pretty fantastic for Turkey. Italy gets Vienna with Russian help. Also goes to Adriatic, but Peter gets Venice, so that's what he gets out. He'll die with his fleet in Venice. Although I should never say Peter's going to die. Let's see here, and he kept Trieste, I think.
He did, yeah.
So good for Peter. Meanwhile, see that fleet in the English Channel totally being helpful. Helped England get Holland here. Bounces the convoy in Sweden. Arranged? Not arranged? Hard to know. But I think we've resolved in the East that you're right. Everyone was against Peter, but the really interesting question is what happens when it gets down to 3, or 3 and a crippled two unit Austria. We'll see what happens now. I suspect we have a TR.
Russia chose not, this was how to not make a decision. They supported Turkey and they supported Italy, so they've still not actually put their cards on the table. I don't think Sweden was arranged because of the Warsaw to Livonia follow-up. I think that was an anticipation that would actually get in, because otherwise Warsaw should probably have just gone to Galicia to lock yourself up in the Balkans. So that's probably an error from Russia.
McCallus, do you like this decision by Russia to not make a choice here and to support Italy into one of their own dots? It should be said, Vienna was Russian at the start of this year.
No, I actually think this is going to turn into an IT. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see that happen from this position, given that we already know that Italy and Turkey had a pretty good relationship at the start when Italy was building not a fleet Naples. Turkey was building armies. I'm not convinced Turkey's going to put 2 fleets down and come after Italy rather than a fleet to take Black Sea, or maybe even 2 fleets that just take Black Sea. I think the Russian dots are there for the taking a lot more easily than the Italian ones are.
All right, let's find out. Focus on the Turkish builds. Armies.
Well, it's not taking Black Sea,
IT.
but yeah.
How do you run an IT here without a fleet in Black Sea if you're Turkey?
You just take the Balkans. Russia is stretched pretty thin.
Oh my
England's
goodness.
probably going to go for Sweden. I mean, you've got to hope that something's going to tie up some of the Russian units in the north, but
What a coup by Jamal Bakarli to have Turkey build 2 armies here, and Peter McNamara pulls the fleet in Spain. I am guessing Peter and keeps Galicia. I am guessing Peter
Spain. You mean Venice?
Did I say Spain? I meant Venice.
Why is he displaying anything? He's got 2 centers, right?
Yeah, but he's got 3 units.
Where's his third?
Galicia.
Oh, Galicia.
Yeah.
maths is difficult for Ed there.
I know. People have to tell me what to do all the time.
But so I wonder if Peter is just mad about Russia supporting Jamal into Vienna and saying, look, if you're gonna if you're gonna do that, I'm not gonna help you. I'm gonna punish you for it.
What about Army Brest?
There's also the thing that, like, if his play in this game was to punish Jamal, Turkey building 2 armies is also a massive 2 fingers up at Peter in that regard as well. It kind of looks like whatever Peter has tried this game, all of his neighbors have just gone, nope.
All right, let's turn our focus to that army in Brest that Ed pointed out. Ed, what are your thoughts about that?
Well, I think it can only be considered anti-English, but the better move would have just been, if you're going to build the army, to build it in Paris, I think, and move it, slip it to Gascony. But England built an army. It doesn't seem like England, although there was that little bounce in Sweden, so we'll see if the army's moving to Norway, but I tend to doubt it with that build there. So I think we're seeing growing EF discontent, which normally I'd say that's good for Turkey, except maybe not now, and I don't really know what's going to happen. It's a good game, I'll tell you that.
England's got some problems because Army Denmark is not what you want, and like if Holland and Denmark were the other way around, this position would be significantly better than it is. The army in Denmark is really vulnerable to any sort of German-Russian coordination, piffing it immediately. You can't not bounce Sweden if Russia's going to be trying to convoy there, because by no means can you allow Livonia to convoy into Sweden. That's catastrophically bad. So you've sort of got a unit tied up there, but if you're tied up bouncing Sweden, then Denmark's vulnerable. Then you've got to use North Sea to defend Denmark. Then you've got to worry about all of these French units. England's in a really tough spot.
I tell you what, I think we're going to leave this game here for a moment and go check out another game. What do you guys say?
Sure.
That's fantastic.
All right. This is a game that is poised, on an edge. You've got Matt and 3 other players within one of the top, and you've got one player who's in contention here to win the tournament. So let's put a pin in this one. We'll come back to it and head on over to I know what you. What is the Taylor Swift song?
Do you think I know anything about Taylor Swift?
I knew you were trouble.
I knew you were trouble when you couldn't think of it. All right. We've got Sasha Heilman, 5th place in Austria. Arsh Singh, hope I'm saying that name correctly, in England. Craig Purcell in France. Dave Ryan in Germany. Kieran McKernan in Italy. Peter McNamara playing 2 boards in Russia. And Karthik Kanath, another contender, in Turkey. So you've got 2 contenders here in Austria and Turkey together. That's delightful.
You have to think this probably could be quite a short game for one of them.
Possibly. All right, let's dive on in. And Ed, we're going to keep you on play-by-play here. We'll switch after when we switch to.
I think that's because my analysis is so bad. By the way, Peter in Russia, that's a solo country for Peter. Okay, so they're all solo countries, but we'll see. All right. Oh. I don't know. Does Italy just do the same thing every time? Are we sure these aren't the orders of the other game? Okay, so we've got
France
Italy
is
doing
different.
this. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, Germany too. Yeah,
it's all right. It's fine. Italian orders are west, so that's what Kieran's doing. France is doing the Andrew Goff runaway opening, is what I call it, and works out well for Andrew Goff, and he's Australian, so I'm sure Craig will have the same success. Meanwhile, German order standard, pretty standard from Austria, and I was going to say, we have a regular North American opening, and then I realized it was Karthik playing Turkey, so that's why we see that. We don't see the normal Acticon, Smyrna something. Yeah. See the normal opening. We got Brandon gone, so McAllis, you're gonna have to tell us what you see here.
All right, so France is perhaps this is usually quite an anti-English opening to take Iberia with the armies, and then Mid-Atlantic can stay in Mid-Atlantic and be used to catapult an attack on England. But I think with Italy and Piedmont, that's probably not going to be what happens.
All right, let's find out. Answer is there we go. Ed,
Okay.
What do I
totally
know?
wrong, McAllis. Because Marseille, it's
Who
always a
cares
gamble.
about it?
It's always a bit of a game. Usually, I say Italy should typically hold because then France gets into Marseille and they can't build there. So if that was the thinking, that's what this Italy would do. It turned out poorly. Meanwhile, Italy foregoes 3 builds because it didn't want Tunis, which is usually the only build Italy gets at the end of 1901.
3 built to Italy would have been fun.
I called this last game when Jamal was in Italy. This
Yeah.
is the exact opening that I expected to happen. So I think I was just looking at the wrong
one game
game.
off. Yeah.
Yeah.
But somebody does get 3 builds. That'd be Dave in Germany. And I like this muscle opening, right? Which is I'm taking 3 and I'm bouncing Russia. That's like 3.5 builds for Germany there. And it's even worse because England convoys. So, I think this is a Western triple, except France is doing horribly, is the way I would put it.
Australians
Meanwhile,
like
Turkey
Western
takes black.
Australians like Western triples. I feel like that's one of the big takeaways so far tonight.
Though France also has a walk into Tudors in spring, which isn't unnotable.
All right, let's have a look at some builds here. We've got Fleet Venice. My eye just zeroes in on that. It's just hard not to see it. Fleet Venice, Fleet Naples. Thank you, Kieran McKiernan, and you are already giving us some entertainment.
You're our favorite player ever.
Peter McNamara builds Fleet South Coast. Despite
he's like, you didn't give me Sweden? I'll show you what I can do. Don't mess with me.
Yeah, we got Dave again with the same builds as Germany previously, which are, I think, good Western triple builds. We'll see if that is actually what happens. Otherwise, we got the Army Paris, probably expected that, and Army London, which should make France happy. All right, let's move forward here. Spring 1902. Ed, keep it going.
I love how Karthik moved to the black. It's a Western triple. Maybe other people, Karthik like, nah, I'm taking black.
All 1907 cutoff. Karthik will be rubbing his hands together with Lee at a Western triple.
That's true. Okay, so the Western triple takes St. Petersburg with the fleet into Finland, into Norway. Germany's part of this Western triple for sure. Now has to come and help France. Has to help them by going to Burgundy. It's required, and presumably, as Brandon would say, with consent. France does not go for Tunis. Instead, just pushing forward to Tyrrhenian Sea. We'll take Marseille back. So I guess that was the thinking there. And even though there's this obvious, 5-alarm fire Western triple, Austria's like, I think I'd be in Trieste now. Time for that to go. I didn't like that fleet build. So sorry, Kieran. I'm going to butcher his name like I do McAllis. It's Kieran. So that's what I see right now.
Fleet. If you're Austria, I can understand not liking Fleet Venice. What on earth was Fleet Venice?
And Sasha has shown himself to be a pretty cagey player. So, all right, and this army, or the fleet in Armenia, I'm sure this is an agreement to blow it up and let him do something else with it if he can, somehow hold on to a dot. Let's see here. Budapest. All right, Ed. Take it away, man.
Yeah, so they do blow up the fleet in Armenia. Peter's like, man, I'm losing St. Petersburg. I'm really going to need a build here. And just snakes into Budapest. I think this is probably by agreement, if for no other reason than he can go to Austria and say, hey, you got Trieste, and here we go. So I think this is the Western quadruple forming, which is good for Karthik. Meanwhile, I'm struggling to understand why they didn't take Marseille, because it looks like Gascony supported Marseille.
It was in case Marseille went to Spain with Lyon Sport. It was a 50-50.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess Turin could have taken Tunis, but it also could have cut Lyon. Anyways, fine. It takes Tunis, gets a nice little, presumably a fleet building Brest, and England takes Sweden, which I'm Germany. Like I'm sorry, I just consider Sweden German territory. It's sort of like when I'm France, I consider Belgium French.
I will say that of the few things that can convince me to give up Sweden as Germany, if I'm getting Marseille in a Western triple, that is one of them.
But look, England has just built 2, or is going to build 2. England is going to build 2. England is now tied at 6. If you're Germany in a Western triple, you don't want England to be the same size as you. Certainly not building 2 behind you.
I mean, it's really hard to make a case against England building Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London, and just attacking France here. I don't think an attack on Germany is particularly likely. I think an attack on France makes a lot more sense.
Just because they're so open, and because Italy is being besieged on the other side?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what happens. And the answer is 2 armies. Oh!
I might be scared as Germany now.
England, mind you, the island nation here, now has a unit distribution of 4 armies and 2 fleets.
That's just
England,
what Doug wants. Doug Malott. So it's perfect.
Out of the Western powers, England has the joint most armies on this board. Out of everyone, England has the joint most armies on this board with Germany.
It's hard to spin this as anything but a mistake. You need at least 1 fleet here, don't you? I mean, you can't even use the 2 armies in the spring, let alone the fall.
You can if you're convoying 1 to Belgium and then supporting the other to Holland.
Well, if I'm Arsh, right? I mean, I think the thinking is France had to build a fleet Brest. There was no other build other than that coming. So I think a fleet London, you could have a lot of diplomatic cover building that. It wouldn't have been scary at all to France, and frankly, you needed it. But we shall see.
All right, let's push ahead here. Spring of 1903. Ed, talk us through it.
Well, England's using those armies, so we can laugh all we want. But England's in St. Petersburg, in Finland, in Norway. England looking juicy. That's the way I look at that. I mean, me hungry, me like England right now. All right. Meanwhile, France is in the Ionian. Cool. Takes Marseille. I note this time Gascony didn't support Spain, so Marseille could have been in Spain if it wanted to, but it wasn't. Peter, he's like John Malkovich said about Matt Damon and Rounders, hanging around. He's in Venice, he's in Apulia, using the fleet there, and Karthik. Spring move, Peter. Everything's cool. I'm going to be in Serbia. I'll just get myself to Romania. That'll, and I'll get out of there. Karthik's not going to be in Budapest, is he? Next turn. I don't know.
I will say it's officially 1903, and England has the most armies on this board.
That's
Germany just have 1/5. This is what I'm here for. I'm here for England having more armies than anyone else.
But wouldn't you want to be Karthik here?
Oh yeah.
So Karthik has made a move. I think it's hard not to view this as anything but making a move in 1903. Question will be: is it too early, or is it just right?
I mean, Karthik will have a real problem if France goes after him here. Like, that fleet in Ionian Sea is a real wild card, what it does.
I don't think it's doing that.
Austria and France could collaborate here to take Greece away. Let's see if they do. They do not. And Romania walks out of Ukraine. So TR is in effect here. What else do you see, Ed?
Did I see that? anyways, I saw all that, and also France is back in Burgundy, solidifying its position. Had to cover Tunis. Greece was never in threat. I really like the TR as it's going. I don't know. Arsh's play is, well, what I can say the positives are Arsh has locked up Scandinavia. That is he's got that on the lockdown. No one's taking anything away from him up there. I don't know if he was going to do all this, why he didn't just convoy York.
No.
If we're doing this, I wouldn't have left the North Sea. I don't even know why he's in the North Sea. Why he's in Norway. Doesn't need to be. But
I
cool.
wouldn't have convoyed North Sea just in case Mao went to now.
I agree, but like if you're in for a penny, in for a pound with Arsh.
The reason you convoy York into Norway here is so that you can have four armies across the board here. Because that's just fun. All right, so Karthik has made a move here, picked up 2. Sasha's chances of winning this tournament, I think, are effectively over. What do you build here if you're Karthik Kanath?
Fleet army for me. Fleet Smyrna Army Con.
I think an army is a stab on Peter, so it's whether you're willing to do that.
But didn't he just stab Peter, though?
He's just walked out
of
rum into
Romania.
Ukraine, so I don't think so.
Oh, Peter, I'm sorry. Thank you. I was thinking Austria.
Yeah.
I forgot Peter is not Austria in this game for the moment.
Yeah.
What's
I
Peter
think,
going to do to him?
I mean, you need, like, he's presumably playing to top, so you do need Peter to hold back this EG. If Peter turns around because you've upset him, that's pretty bad for you.
You probably do need Peter's dots to win the tournament, so that's maybe a 1906, 1907.
Yeah, you can get them later. I think now is the time to build the fleets and push into Ionian, rather than the other way around. When if you take Ionian in 1906, you're not going to get anything from it.
I think you're underestimating Karthik's greed.
All right, we get fleet.
I know my Karthik.
All right. Now, I actually feel like this is a good time to leave this game for the moment as well.
Fleet Breast is fun.
Oh, thank you. I didn't. Maybe a little bit of low blood sugar here. Yes, Fleet Breast, and so Craig. Craig's kind of bounced back a little bit here. Very difficult opening. Has now 2 fleets in the Med, and has a nice fleet army balance. If we can talk about such things. You guys, why don't we go one more year here then and see, and then move
we
on.
went through Spring 04 and the other one just to remind.
I think we went through all of 04.
I can tell you, we stopped in. No, we stopped in the winter of 03.
Okay, let's swap then.
Right. Well, we can go to another board. Whatever you want, Brandon.
All right, we'll do that. All right, IION. Who can figure out which Taylor Swift song this is?
Not yet.
I only know how much money Taylor Swift concerts cost. I couldn't tell you anything else.
I should know this. Is it over now?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. We find Is It Over Now finds Stephen Kumar in Australia. I'm sorry. Playing from Australia in Austria. Ken Gordon in England, second place Ken Gordon out of Brisbane. In France, we have Jonathan Sun. Germany, James Corey. Italy, Soam Shindi, who had some really nice plays in the previous round. Some guy named Andrew Goff in Russia, and Alan Thompson. So again, we have another board here where there's only one contender, this time in the West. Let us dive in here and see what happens. And this time, Michalis will give you the chance to do some play-by-play here.
Thank God.
Tell us what you see.
All right, so we see Ken Gordon, who might have been delighted to roll England, given that all the games so far have been pretty strongly pro-England. Maybe a bit less delighted when Andrew Goff opens to St. Petersburg as Russia, though. On the flip side, Andrew Goff has opened to St. Petersburg as Russia and been Sunströmed, so easy come, easy go. Germany is open to Baltic Sea for even more anti-Russian reasons, because this tournament hasn't been anti-Russian enough from the West. We're having to find new and exciting ways to be anti-Russian now. And this is a new and exciting way, so fair play. And yeah, Everything else is a little bit static, but we've seen enough fun from those three. And this is the price you get for opening to Baltic Sea: is you get to build free, but you lose Baltic to the Russians. So this is an interesting and unusual way to get a free build Germany. I can't remember the last time I've seen this. This 1901. So well done, cool. Glad to see something interesting in you.
For England, the only non-3 build in the West.
Yeah, free build France and free build Germany. That's a rarity. Turkey gets Romania with Austrian support, which I actually don't really think is that great for Turkey usually, because it's really hard to stop Austria taking Bulgaria now. But they have also got Black Sea, so they guessed correctly in that regard, rather than leaving Black Sea and trying to walk into Sev or anything. So yeah, not too bad for Turkey. Pretty good for Austria. They've got quite a lot of power right now with the RT war going.
Ed, what do you think about 1901?
I always look at these things as opportunities. Like, if I'm Turkey, I'd almost rather. He doesn't know for sure what's happening with Sev. Is it going to black? Is it going to rum? But I think here you can think, because Andrew went north, that it probably goes to rum. So I might have supported Sev to rum and taken Sev with Armenia, but I mean, it's fine. But it's certainly anti-Wow. I really was puzzled with German fleet, and I think it's hilarious that he got 3 out of this. I guess we're seeing another Western triple.
We're seeing
and Andrew's got 2 in the north.
I'm not sure that France is going to have to. France is very uncommitted for a Western triple.
I have to say, such is the power of Andrew Goff, that I had to consider for a second whether this might have been arranged between between Germany and Russia, and and then I considered that Russia's not actually getting a build, and maybe that's not the best thing. So
I mean, Andrew Goff just likes to wave his builds anyway, so why bother having
them in the first place?
Doesn't even need them. But I was thinking, maybe Baltic will now pass through Denmark or something,
And Andrew Goff is not going to build all game and is going to top this board.
Everyone else ends at 3, basically. Yeah, that's perfect. All right. So for builds, we get what do we get? We get Fleet Berlin, but otherwise 2 armies. We get a Fleet Liverpool, which is, just fun, right? Like, why not? In concert with 2 armies and a wave from France. It almost feels like they're trying to spell out some word, in some sort of code that maybe we don't understand. And an army from Alan Thompson in Turkey makes sense. All right, let's move forward here and see what happens here. McCallus, keep us going.
All right, so
who needs Bulgaria?
Yeah, Bulgaria stays neutral. Italy goes to Eastern Med, perhaps thinking Austria was going to Aegean, and Austria isn't going to Aegean. Turkey's already in Sev, great. Russia gets into Sweden with English support because Germany takes Baltic from Sweden because no, I've run out of reasons. Because
no, it's brilliant. No, this is brilliant by Ken, because it leaves St. Petersburg.
No, I get it from England. I'm wondering why Germany did this.
Why he would agree to it? Yeah, fair.
Yeah, but sure, fine, whatever, great. Yeah, France uses all of their armies to go to Mid-Atlantic and Picardy. Cool.
And Burgundy.
Yep, and Liverpool's in Irish Sea because it's important when you're attacking France to have no fleet in the Channel or the North.
Awesome.
What if Bulgaria stays neutral the entire game? How fun would that be?
I mean, it's the perfect way to do the 11-11-11-0.
All right, let's see if Germany retakes Sweden, and what happens with those Irish and Mid-Atlantic fleets. And the answer is, talk us through it, McCullough.
Yeah.
So all of those French armies are shockingly going into Germany because they had nowhere else they could go. Fair enough. England is attacking Germany as well with Russian support, so it seems they've deemed that Germany is superfluous, and the free build Germany who walked out of Sweden is going to regret walking out of Sweden. Goffey loses St. Petersburg, but it's to a fleet, so that's probably by agreement, given he tried to support England into Denmark. Doubt that Austria walking into Warsaw was by agreement, but
I can hear
who
Andrew Goff
knows?
now.
I think Andrew Goff has had better games than this. Italy decides that the thing they can do best with an army in Tunis and 2 fleets in Ionia and Nisa Med is to convoy to Armenia. Austria takes Bulgaria and Warsaw and is actually at 7 centres in 1902, which is exciting.
But didn't leave a place to build.
They get to build one of them.
Oh.
Yeah, cool. I don't understand that Italian convoy whatsoever. The rest of it I can sort of strain my eyes at and go, yeah, okay, fair enough.
For what it's worth, I do know Andrew is playing 2 boards, and it's possible somebody else on this board is playing.
I'm pretty sure Andrew's playing 1 board.
Just not this one.
We needed an English sense of humor there. That was awesome.
It made us think, man, and for that we we don't thank you. All right,
John, please.
All right, so let us move forward here into the build phase. We find, let's see, nothing.
5 armies for France.
Oh, France.
That's all we need.
Yeah.
And Goffey keeps Fleet Livonia and disbands Ukraine.
Perfect.
Cool. Sure, why not?
Yeah, I mean, what is he going to do anyway, right? All right, so Fleet Berlin goes away. So Ken Gordon, who's in position to win the tournament, is not seeing a lot of fleet opposition here. Maybe the North is clearing out for him. Let's move forward here. Spring 1903. Talk about it, McCullis.
All right, so Goffey gets into Denmark with English support and is backfilled because England has Goffey as a janissary. Great, cool, why not? Germany had to choose between defending Denmark or Munich. They've chosen to defend against the 5 army France instead of against the perfectly lodged England. Probably the decision I'd make too, because I'd be loath to reward this as Germany. Austria decides that AT is all the rage, so they're going to go after Venice, but Italy correctly sees it coming. Well done, Soam. So they convoy to Apulia, and Austria's attack for now is going to stall. Turkey is in Aegean with Italian support. Not something you can often say, but who knows where that's going, honestly. Turkey does cover Syria against the Italian convoy, but doesn't cover Armenia, which was a big mistake. Could have been punished drastically. And yeah, Turkey walks into Moscow.
From the Persians.
Yeah,
from anyone. Like, Armenia is the place to be.
All right.
So this tells me that Austria was trying for 3 in fall 1902. That Venice move was not an arranged bounce, because clearly Italy knows something's up. Notice this supporting Khan Aegean.
I mean, Italy, if they've got a hostile Austria, and you know you've got a hostile Austria, you've got to make any pitch whatsoever you can to Turkey. So, hey, I'll give you Greece is a better pitch than nothing.
Fall 1903. Talk us through it, McCullis.
It's not a good enough pitch, though, as instead Greece takes Ionian with Turkish support. Austria gets Romania because Turkey takes Bulgaria, so they've evened their borders out. Fine. They're sort of going backwards a bit with those armies, so I don't actually particularly like that, but yeah, sure. There's no real pressure on the other side of the board yet. France's 5 armies now take 2 dots, so what do we know? 5 armies is the correct way to play this game. I think going forward, all Frances should just build armies based on this tournament. England, very generous to give Holland as well as Munich there. But yeah, a bad turn to Germany.
And Denmark. If you think about it, and Denmark.
I can see why you'd do that. Like, you probably want to keep Russia on this map for now as a useful janissary. I think giving France 2 builds instead of just 1 is a little more questionable.
Question for me is: does Andrew Goff keep Livonia?
Maybe.
Maybe. All right, Germany's got some disbands. France has a couple builds. Is there Ed? Let me turn it over to you. What's the what did you think of 1903? First of all, do you see this game developing in any particular way at this point?
It might actually end up being very boring. That was not a boring season, but it might end up being EF versus AT. I tend to think we won't see that. I mean, Ken's going to play for the win. He's having a good game in round 3 here. He seems to have a France willing to make good builds for him. I mean, I'm going to guess Fleet Marseille and maybe a Wave, but I assume he builds an army in London. That's probably what happens.
Yeah,
You're really overlooking the possibility of Army Marseille, Army Paris here, Ed.
yeah.
No, you're right. What do I know?
And the answer is, Fleet Marseille. Jonathan's son has made a decision here. So a Wave and a Fleet from the French. The English put down a Fleet, and Alan Thompson in Turkey puts down a Fleet. All right, let's see here. So Ken is the one who's in contention here and is in 3rd place. Let's take this one another year and see how it develops. McCallus, over to you.
So the East is still just AT. Sure, Greece is being given to Turkey now. No, actually,
Why?
I don't know why. I don't know why, but it is. I guess it gets. Oh, it's the way to get the fleet out, guaranteed, regardless of what Italy did. Actually, even Italy could have bounced to Gian, but I don't know. Maybe it's just going to go from Greece to Ionian in full. Maybe. Elsewhere, France uses that Fleet Marseille to do nothing. England goes from Irish Sea to English Channel to do things, and goes to Helgoland, which doesn't necessarily spell good things for France, actually, given that Russia has taken Kiel but is a janissary to England, or maybe Russia's a janissary to France now. Maybe they're going to put France into Berlin. I don't. This Helgoland's a really interesting place for England to be going here. I'm not sure I like it when you're in Holland as France.
But do you like
Convoy
it?
to Brest time.
Do you like it if you are England and trying to win a tournament?
Oh yeah, I love it for England. It's absolutely the best place to be for England. I might like to be in Denmark as well, but
maybe that will happen very soon.
I have a point to make here. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry. Go for it. Nope.
I didn't understand Marseille to Spain. I mean, I viewed this as anti-English, kind of in a big way. But then I just saw the orders for the next season.
Going to West, yeah. It was potentially, put him in position to go either way.
By the way, I did predict Norway to Brest, but it went to Picardy instead. So
I think that's an error, actually. Yeah, like England convoys to Picardy, which looks quite good, but France is building from Kiel. It's really hard to break that position now for England. I think I'd have rather gone for Holland with support of Helgoland. Like that, you've surely got knowledge that Goffey isn't going to bounce you out of Denmark, and so I think I'd much rather be in convoying to Holland and going for the lowlands here than Picardy in a sort of hopeless shot at Brest. But the AT makes the progress. They do walk out of Greece, so that was the reason. They're into Ionian Sea. Austria also gets Venice, so really good year for Austria. They pushed the armies up to the line, which is actually good for England, because they pushed to the line in the other side of the map. They haven't pushed up to St. Petersburg to threaten Ken. They've pushed to Munich to threaten France. So that's pretty good news for Ken, especially if Livonia now goes into Prussia. So I don't know if that's diplomatic on his part, but if it is, that's really well done. Keep the lines of communication open with the other side of the board. Might win you the tournament.
I love Alan's play here. I think I'd like to be Turkey. This is fantastic, and with only 3 game years left.
Is So, Ed, let's talk about the move that Ken makes here. It's clearly a move made to put himself in contention to win the tournament. McCallus wasn't crazy about it, or at least wasn't crazy about the way that it was executed. Do you agree with that, or would you have waited longer here?
I don't know. I'm like an American voter now. No opinion. I don't know. It's 50-50 on that. I mean, I think. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen to that army, and now you have an enemy. But it may have been happening anyways because Munich was supposed to support Kiel to Berlin, and that didn't happen. Um, but my running assumption is we were supposed to support Holland to Kiel. So I mean, France is always going to go up one here, and if I'm England, knowing France is going up one, I mean, I think England got spooked by that move to Marseille. Like, I honestly think that's what happened, and I think that's why England did this. But maybe I would have convoyed back to the island and just be like, "Come get me." I don't know.
So, in any case, the net result of the turn is that Jonathan Sun in France is building two. Picked up one, had a wave from 1903. Ken Gordon is only building one, and it doesn't look like Ken has a strong path forward here. Let's look at the builds, and then we'll take a pause from this game. The builds are more armies from. You shall not pass.
I don't understand. Like, I mean, I'm not.
I kind of do. Like, he's going to support himself to Burgundy.
Yeah.
It's with a 1907 game, maybe it'll work.
Yeah, there are 3 game years left. The question, I think, for Ken is, if he needs more dots to win this tournament, where are they going to come from, and how are they going to get it? All right, and elsewhere we've got army from Stephen Kumar in Vienna. Thank you.
I think Ken's got a good chance, not because his position's particularly good, but because Austria's coming in on France as well.
Yeah, that was the point you were making before, that it's not a great tactical move, but it may, from a strategic perspective, work out because of the push-pull that exists elsewhere on the board. We're going to find out, but not right away, because first, we're going to head on over to Cruel Summer, our last board on this in this tournament. All these boards are being played concurrently. So here we get to see, finally, Andrew Goff in action in Austria. England finds Gavin Atkinson, France, Robert Chatterton, Germany, Stephen Litton, in Italy, our tournament leader, Marcus Loan, Russia, Robert Hillier, and Turkey, Joshua Crowder. All right, let's dive in here. So here again, we have the people who are in contention are spread roughly evenly over the boards. There was one with 2 of them on it, and then the rest of them only had 1. Let's dive in here and see how this one went. McCallus will keep you on play-by-play. Talk about it.
Alrighty, so the West, we see another bounce in Burgundy and another Germany opening to Holland. So that's a bit more popular here. Generally seen as anti-English, but maybe it's anti-French in this occasion. In the East, Russia puts the fleet straight into Romania. Turkey brings the fleet straight out. Again, this looks like one of those awkward positions where RT wish that that was an army in run. Maybe they're going to do what we saw earlier and shuffle it back out and put Ukraine in. Maybe it's a rat. Who knows? All right. So in full, Italy takes Trieste, but that's probably by agreement given the bounce in Aegean Sea. Good by Marcus there, I think, recognizing the threat of Turkey getting the fleet out. Russia takes Galicia, stays in Romania. So we're in this. We saw this once before in this tournament with an RT where it's a fleet in Romania that's sort of reducing their effectiveness of the attack on Austria. But who knows, with Germany in Tyrolia, maybe they have a friend from the other side of the board already, because Germany hasn't, well, they obviously couldn't bounce them out of Sweden, never open to Holland, but they haven't done anything anti-Russian yet, and Tyrolia could be good news if it's AI versus RT. That could really break that deadlock. England takes 2, France takes 2, Germany takes 2. Not really clear what's going on in the West yet, but hey, for at least for once, we haven't seen a massive pro-Western triple opening.
Let's hold that thought until we see the builds. Ed, your thoughts on 1901?
I don't know. I think it was fortunate for Italy to move Apulia to Venice, especially with Munich and Tyrolia. But if I'm Austria, I wouldn't have liked to see that if that's what had happened. I mean, if Munich hadn't gone to Tyrolia. So I'm not sure we have an AI versus RT. I think we just have a gang up on Austria here, or at least we did. Things might shift. I'm kind of digging this Fleet Holland thing. Third time I've seen it. I do that a lot in Gunboat.
I used to do it a lot in
Probably
Extended Deadline.
All right, let's have a look at some builds. We have 2 more fleets from France. It's really one extreme or the other, right? Either two armies or 2 fleets. We get Gavin with the creative builds here: Army Liverpool and Fleet London. Robert in Russia gives us 2 armies. We get 2 armies from Germany. Again, there's Australia is a land of extremes, it seems like. We got a fleet in Turkey. All right, let's push forward here. Spring of 1902, and McCallus, take it away.
So maybe we get another Western triple. Well, hey, bit's nice. We haven't seen enough of them so far. So France is coming into the Med. Germany is going east with the armies. England is not going to St. Petersburg or doing anything, which is the only thing more terrifying than England gaining dots in a Western triple is England sitting behind not taking dots in a Western triple. I don't like this of France or Germany. Russia does now shift the fleet out. They get into Black Sea for their troubles. Armenia, I would imagine, is agreed as the cost of that. Like, hey, this is a trust but verify for each other sort of arrangement. But the problem is that because it was a fleet in Romania, it couldn't defend Bulgaria, and so Bulgaria falls. Italy gets into Eastern Med but doesn't follow up into Ionian Sea. Not too bad for Turkey, I guess. If they can take Bulgaria back using Black Sea, this could still be quite salvageable.
All right, let's have a look in fall 1902. And
they don't need Black Sea. Who needs Black Sea?
They don't need Black Sea because Austria takes Rum instead. Pretty bad turn for Russia.
Yeah, it's hard not to view this as just a misorder. Black Sea not supporting Romania. Maybe it was written as something else.
Yeah, maybe Black Sea supported Constable or something as well. Yeah, either way, England is still doing nothing in this Western triple, which I still hate with all my fibres if I'm in France or Germany. Don't go for St. Petersburg. Try to support Livonia to St. Petersburg for, I don't know, reasons. And yeah, France makes progress into the Mediterranean.
I have to say, Andrew Goff, this is, I think, emblematic of the kind of day he's having between these 2 games, that the best turn in either game so far nets him a build, which I don't remember him getting in the other game, and he doesn't have a home center open to actually use it. So sometimes you just wake up on the wrong side of the bed.
What I have to say is that Andrew Groff and Peter McNamara and Jamal Blakali, these players, particularly Andrew and Peter, they have all this success across the globe. But by the looks of it, they're really bad by Australian standards. Australia is clearly sending their worst, and their worst is crushing us.
All right. Winter 1902 finds another Fleet Rome. Fleet Rome is the thing to do. From tournament leader Marcus Lund. Although with the French fleets down there, it makes sense. And Andrew Goff has a build he can't use. All right, moving forward, spring of 1903. McCallus, talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, Fleet Road made sense because you actually had to cover Tuscany with the army in Piedmont, so that goes up there, fine. Germany gets into Tyrolia, fine. Austria support holds Vienna and moves it, so Andrew Goff really not knowing what he's doing this game. Think he needs some tactics advice from people. Russia, they're holding in Galicia, so they're worried about they're worried about the East more than they're worried about the West, but they have lost Sweden now to England. That's actually kind of interesting that England's chosen to take Sweden in spring rather than St. Petersburg. I think that usually you'd expect to do it the other way around, and I'm a bit worried if I'm Germany again from this, because again now this is 2 units on Denmark, and
nothing
I
to support
wouldn't
it,
be
yeah.
shocked to see Sweden just now take Denmark, and that this is actually some sort of ER play to work together. Maybe it won't be.
I think we've seen enough from Gavin to know that taking Denmark is definitely on the table.
It's definitely within his repertoire.
Yeah.
He's the Australian Tommy Anderson.
Oh yeah, that works. All right, let's move forward here. And fall of 1903. Talk us through it, McCullis.
He does not do that. They finally do the full-on Eastern quadruple as well. So correct read on their part. Except that none of them went to Ionian Sea, which one of them really needed to do. That's a mistake tactically again. Other than that, yeah, Turkey walked through Ram up to Gao. England, knowing they can't take St. Pete because they dislodged Sweden in spring, they just sent the armies up and round. Belgium is presumably by agreement. I don't love the fact that Germany's taking it with a fleet. If I'm France, I'm still pretty worried, but the stab on France that we saw happen in an earlier game is going to be very much on the cards here if EG turn around. But the difference this time is that Germany's under huge pressure from an actually unified East, so Germany has less room to make that stab. England has as much room as they need.
Yeah, I think if Austria-Turkey were teaming up against Russia, then you'd have a more analogous situation. But it is on Gavin's part. Like we just sort of described him indirectly as an agent of chaos, and which is another way of saying a creative player, right? Who isn't sort of tied to notion
loyalty, friendship.
Well, these ersatz notions of morality that people import into the game, either for self-interested reasons because they think it helps their image at Sullivan, or because they think they can sort of get more out of allies in the future, or because that just feels like the right way to play, right? I think there's a lot of people who they want the game to mirror the way that the kind of person they want to be. And so always telling the truth or always being nice, something like that.
I think it's also harsh to say Gavin can't be an alliance player, because I know at least one of us has experienced Gavin at alliance play on a top board situation. So
yeah, so I went through all of that just to point out that here is a place where Gavin made a very long-term calculation here, right, to give the build to the alliance partner, and knowing that, hoping that it will pay dividends in the long run. So I think one of the things about calling people agents of chaos is to sort of say that they generally engage in short-term thinking, and let's point out that that is definitely something that Gavin did not do here.
Also, Goffy's definitely going to wave this build.
Credit to Goffy, the plucky underdog, for managing to hold on to the dot and open up a home center for a build. And the answer is he does not wave.
Took the coward's way out.
I'm disappointed.
All right, so I do feel like we've seen many, many Western triples in this tournament already. Now, from a tournament perspective, Marcus Lone is the one player on this board in contention. I think of the 4 games that we've looked at now that we've all taken through 1903 or 1904, would you agree that Marcus is in the most difficult situation of the contenders on those boards?
It will take a miracle for Marcus to win the tournament from here.
I don't know.
Based off of this game, like he could win if it goes horribly for others on the other boards just that way. But this is going to be hard.
I'm just like, I don't know. If I'm Marcus, I'm just talking to Germany or England. He's one stab away from being just fine.
But the thing is, even if EG stab France, what's going to happen except AT stab him in return? Like, where is Marcus actually going to grow in this game?
Well, so that's I think Ed's outlined the path forward here, which is that EG need to fight France, and then he needs to get AT fighting each other and needs to be on one side with them, because Russia is unlikely to be of some help. But so it's a diplomatic way forward for Marcus. Let's have a look, if we can, at the standings as of what we have seen so far. So
He's
Marcus
hanging on there.
holding on to number one spot by 4 points. Karthik sort of lurking in the background, just I think 1 dot behind. And then a little bit further back, we've got Jamal and Stephen Litton, I think, was the player that was 500 points further back. So maybe we need to start paying attention to Stephen and see if he can make a move here. But Sasha is still in the picture as well.
Yeah, Stephen and Jonathan, because Jonathan, I believe, is the big France in one of these games. So he's also got potential to get a huge score, which if the rest of them all get average scores, might be enough to overhaul.
That's good. That's a good catch. And I just remembered Sasha, I think, is Austria in the Karthik game and just
Sasha's
got stabbed. So
basically
Sasha's
out of it.
Yeah, Sasha's probably done. Okay, well, then why don't we stick with this game now and give Marcus a chance to turn things around and see if that happens before we go back to another game. So spring of 1904, here is what happens, and tell us about it, McCallus.
All right, so Austria pushes forward into Tyrolia, correct tactics this time. But this is the problem that they had last term with not going into Ionian Sea. Tunis is now lost. And the stab on France is going to be much worse when Tunis is lost, which is why Germany seems to be making it right now by going to English Channel. Potentially. Potentially this isn't actually a stab, and this is some other reason, but I struggle to see it. Yeah, aside from that's basically it. Austria moves up on the line, France moves into Tunis, and the real question is what Belgium is going to do now that it's there.
Or English Channel, yeah. And yeah, does Gavin respond in any way?
But maybe Gavin's going to dislodge it and it's going to be pulled off the board.
That'd be fun. Or maybe it'll take Brest and Gavin will take Denmark and Belgium.
That's what I think is going to happen.
And the answer is...
Oh.
That was easily the least interesting of those possibilities.
So... Am I reading that right, that France did not take Tunis?
Correct.
It did, because of Turkish help.
And because of poor tactics. McCallus, for our viewers, talk us through what should have happened here.
Yeah, I mean, what should have happened is Tyrrhenian Sea should have tapped Ionian Sea and France should have walked into Tunis. But, as they didn't, great news for Marcus and his slim hopes haven't got slimmer. England takes St. Petersburg. It is with an army, so... they can continue onwards. Marcus will be really, really disappointed to see English Channel walk back to Belgium there. Germany has taken Silesia, which potentially frees up Munich for next year. And now they could make 2 units to attack France with, because France still doesn't have that build. So the stab's still going to be on the cards. But yeah, there's not a huge amount of change on this board, and where there should have been change, there wasn't.
And Germany's playing one short now because they had one piffed, I believe, in the spring, correct? Yep, in Tyrolia. So, but they had to use Kiel and Berlin to cover Munich because there were 3 on it.
Yep.
All right, then I think we stick with this game because the question here is whether Marcus can open a path for himself to increase his score. Even though still in first place at this point, I think we agree that he's unlikely to stay unless he can increase his score.
Army London's what he wants to see.
Why? Talk about why.
Because if England's going to stab France, Army London is right there for a convoy straight away. And like I cannot imagine what England tells France Army London is for that doesn't scare them. It might scare them so much France actually pulls back to mid-Atlantic even if England's not going to stab, because that is so hostile. Like, if it's, oh, I'm worried about that German fleet, just build it in Liverpool and move to Yorkshire. Like, that's not an excuse. There is no actual excuse on this board that justifies RB London to France.
I mean, RB Liverpool would be the same, right? You just drop it to Wales and then, convoy into Brest once you go to English Channel.
Army Edinburgh could go to Yorkshire and cover, and couldn't do that.
Right. So that would be the thing. You want the build to be in Edinburgh no matter what, if you're France.
Yeah.
We've shown he's capable of making that move, but Munich to Burgundy, Silesia to Munich.
Oh yeah, I think it would be an EG stab. I don't think that they'll do it without each other.
Yep. Yeah, and maybe Germany's been holding back because has too many units on the line, that sort of thing. But now has a little bit of tactical freedom. All right, let's find out here whether anything dramatic happens. And no, the answer is no. Oh man, Gavin, we've built you up as a drama wizard, and right now you're not helping us out. There's still time though.
Well, Ruhr is still there. Ruhr could do it next year, especially as France has again not made the correct guesses in the south, which means that they're not going to get Tunis for another year. This time it wasn't guaranteed what they should do, but oof, this is getting painful. And the problem Robert has is that the longer this option is on the table, the more and more tempting it gets for EG. Like, maybe you can talk them out of it once, maybe you can talk them out of it twice, but each time you're having to put a lot of effort into talking them out of taking those nice juicy dots in this time limited game, and you're getting closer and closer to the clock and they're not progressing anywhere else. How long can you keep that diplomatic high wire going?
Yeah, I wonder if EG have passed up the chance at this point with only it's a time limited game, 1907 year limited. I mean, to be able to take the dots and then turn them into more, I feel like you probably needed to do that this year.
Also, I think the Australians really prioritized Scandinavia.
Yeah,
Scandinavia got locked down again.
I do.
But France is not building under any circumstance here,
Yeah.
barring catastrophe from the east, I suppose, like Venice could go. But yeah, so the EG are already at 6 and winning. Maybe they just want to stab right at the end if they can and not risk Turkey growing quickly on the other side, having time to react.
Perhaps. Oh God, Germany. Sorry. Germany opens up a home center to rebuild and then has another unit piffed. McCullough, talk to us about it.
I mean, that's the only thing that really happens, isn't it? Prussia is piffed. England pushes down to Baltic Sea. That army can now convoy to Livonia. So technically, by the end of the game, they can threaten Moscow, but there's no realistic chance of forcing Moscow. So it doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, I don't know. No. France again guesses wrong in the mid. Doesn't take Tyrrhenian Sea again. It's getting a bit painful for Robert, that.
All right. The only adjustment on the board, because no centers changed hands at all. There were no changes.
Fleet. Got to build a fleet.
Fleet keel, 100%. Answer is Army keel.
Should have waved it.
That would have been bold. All right, more piffs. Oh, and now the stab goes away because he can rebuild in Brest or Paris.
And they didn't take it. Like, you had to take it this year. So.
If you're going to do it at all, yeah.
So my read is that this game isn't going to change until the end of the game, and that it's going to stay exactly how it is for the rest of it. But we shall see.
All right, so we get a convoy to Livonia and a piff in Tuscany, and that's it. Fall of 1906, another piff in this now enables Russia to rebuild in Sevastopol, which is kind of delightful.
But it's bad for EG as well. Like, if anything, you should have not taken Prussia this turn, done that piff in spring, so at least you can try and force Ukraine to have to make more decisions. Doing this piff in an autumn, so Russia can instantly defend Moscow, Ukraine can defend Warsaw. It's not actually got them anything. The one thing we can say is that Marcus, having left Trieste and now pushed over to Piedmont, has also now moved out of ability to stab in the final year and take some dots himself. So Marcus's chance of top has gone from almost none to basically none.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that the board leaders are only at 6, right? So there actually was there is a world in which like Marcus could have talked his way into Budapest and Serbia or something in 1907.
Yep.
Hilariously, by taking Piedmont and having Piedmont retreat to Marseille, he can't even get the build in Brest, which is what he wants, is Italy. I'm sorry. I totally made the wrong point, but fine. I'm rolling.
All right, winter 1906. So France does get a rebuild. Germany would get a rebuild had they an open center, and Russia is definitely going to build Fleet Sevastopol, and that's not happening. We do get Army Paris because nobody likes fleets, and spring 1907. Forget about Marcus getting some dots.
So Joshua is the one who's making this play. What I read this as is that Goffey's actually gonna. Maybe Goffey will stay in Trieste. I'm not convinced. I don't think he will. What Tyrrhenian Sea held for some reason? Maybe it was actually just moved to Tunis and they didn't enter it on the sandbox. But
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is sort of a wow 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 sound for Marcus, and yeah, this is a bit of final year dot grab.
Yeah, it looks like Andrew and Joshua are, just sensed that Andrew just sensed that Joshua was going to go for dots, and is just pulling back to stop.
Yeah, and England might be going for a single dot stab at the end because they've got
Denmark.
3 on Denmark.
Yep. And the answer is yes. Goes for Berlin as well. Doesn't get it. And Robert did get Tunis in the end. Congratulations. Trieste does leave Trieste and goes to Serbia. And so the net result is that England, Gavin Atkinson, agent of good timed 1 dot stab for the board top, takes the board top with 7 over Robert Chatterton at 6. Germany, for all of their patience, ends up in a tie for 3rd with Turkey at 5. So this game also finds Marcus Loan down in 4th place, now at 840 points, almost certainly has fallen out of 1st place, and is no longer in contention to win. I want to ask you guys, is this the right result for the game? I'm going to ask you guys, is this the right result for the game? Ed?
I think Gavin had the most opportunity. If anything, I think he fell short of what he could have maximized, but on the other hand, he got what he needed to. So he wasn't going to win the tournament either way. So I'm okay with the result. I'm a little sad for Turkey here. I thought I really liked Turkey's position about 3 years ago, but sort of forced to play it slow. That's what I think.
You think Turkey just needed a stab and let the chips fall where they may, and if the other side of the board ends up getting a jump, so what?
Yeah, because in a short game, I don't mind Turkey being super stabby if there's a Western triple, because the people in the Western triple, the human instinct in my experience is, I got to catch up. I got to catch up. I got to catch up. And do we just do this sort of slow slog together, or do we just start feeding on each other to try and catch up? And I think sometimes it's okay as Turkey to do that.
I think Joshua would have been playing with fire, making that stab on Goffey and Marcus, because I think that Goffey is Goffey and is more than capable tactically of punishing you, and Marcus, if you take away his chance of winning the tournament, has no reason to do anything other than punish you. I think that really the person with the biggest missed opportunity was Germany. I think that it was always the case that England was going to be able to make a final year stab on you, so you needed to get stuff elsewhere, and Germany was the one that played it safe for too long. Germany missed the chance to take some French dots and actually try and force the issue in a way that could have got them the top.
Yeah, it seems to me that if Germany does go against France with England, it also gives the East something else to do other than just go to the line and mess with them.
Exactly.
So, it unlocks the gridlock on the board and just gives everybody else more things to do.
And it gives Gavin somewhere to send his units that aren't lurking right next to yours.
Which, eventually. All right. Gavin.
We already saw one German top that way. Like, we saw the German top where Sasha was Germany, and they got the EG and they stabbed France in that exact way.
All right, so this game, we're going to have to figure out how many Western triples there have been in these games, because it feels like quite a large
Too
number.
many.
But maybe I wonder too if there's something about the 7-year year limit that maybe encourages more conservative alliances. Maybe.
I mean, I would think it would do the opposite, but
No, look, it's worked out for the West in almost all the games. Someone in the West has come out ahead. It's not always been Germany loses. I mean, I saw Germany lose. I saw Germany win. Here's England won. I think we saw France. So, I mean, I can see it working.
That's true. We've seen very few AIRs, which are usually the way that best pins the Western Triple. And because we've seen Western Triples without seeing airs, and you've got an 07 game, the Western Triple usually gets and keeps the upper hand. So, yeah.
All right, we've got halves of 3 games left to finish. I don't know about you guys, but I could use a little bit of a break here, maybe a 60-second break. Shall we do that?
Sure.
And in the meantime, I'm going to put up the picture of the Peter McNamara robot that we showed during the DBNI broadcast. Ta-da. All right, McCallus, welcome back.
Thank you.
I think we've all enjoyed that little break, getting to see Ed Sullivan sitting down.
That's what the people are here for.
Ed, you look very, very relieved. Oh, we'll have to wait to see his. Welcome back, Ed Sullivan. All right. Oh, you have to unmute yourself. I can't unmute you. You're still there.
Why would I ever mute myself? Come on, I'm my favorite person.
Because you're doing a service to the community.
I remember a few streams ago, Ed, you once showed me some spicy snacks that you said that I was missing out on the UK. So today I'm here to respond with the UK's best efforts with some Indian balti mix, some proper spicy snacks. It's what we do over here.
By the way, I'm going to tell you this, Brandon.
Uh-huh.
I ended up meeting a young lady in Vancouver, and she came down to visit me in Houston. And I had her bring me the correct peanut butter because I missed out on it in Vancouver. Apparently, America sells a peanut butter, McAllis, to Canada that they don't sell here in the United States. I kind of know why at this point. I don't think it's some superior peanut butter that we. Jif is 10 times better.
Why don't they sell it in the U.S. then?
I don't know. No, I don't think they can compete with Jif for Peter Pan.
Because they're afraid to compete. So yeah, background of the story is that Dave Miletsky, when he was in Vancouver, bought 4 industrial-sized jars of peanut butter. I mean, literally like twice the size of my head. And I was driving back with him across the border with Siobhan and Zach Moore. And Dave had been talking about this peanut butter the entire weekend. And we actually had to, he had to declare it at the border. And there was a question about whether they'd let him bring it across. And it's because he loves American peanut butter sold in Canada. Full stop. All right. We'll see whether I edit this out later or not.
Oh, no.
Time will tell. All right. Here we go. Back to our tournament. Let me see if I can get this up here. Checking in on the standings. Now, this will include the final. This is as we have viewed it. And this includes Marcus's final score. So he actually picked up 10 points from when we had looked mid-game. And Ken Gordon will only need 14 points. I think both of the players below him only need 1 dot from where they currently sit in order to pass him. All right, so we have a choice. We've got each of these. The 3 players, Ken Gordon, Karthik Kanath, Jamal Bulkarli, are all in separate games. I forget which one Stephen Litton and Jonathan Sun are in. Do you guys remember offhand?
Stephen Litton was in the one that just ended. He was the Germany.
Oh, he was. Okay, so Stephen is now unlikely to win unless everybody in front of him ends up getting eliminated, which seems unlikely.
And Marcus gets disqualified from the tournament.
Thank you for pointing that out. Marcus's score is also fixed, and I think I need to eat some more crackers. Okay, so Stephen Litton is done. Do you remember which game Jonathan Sun is in?
I don't. I just know that he was playing France in one of them.
All right, here is Jamal's game, which does not include Jonathan. Here is Karthik's game, which does not. And this is the game. Okay, so he's in the game with Ken Gordon. So why don't we pop back into this one and see where we are?
Sure.
Although this is the one that we took. Let's see. This is the one that we took.
I think you should go back to board 1.
Okay, the one with Jamal in it.
Yeah, I think Jamal was in the roughest position of the big contenders, so makes sense to do him next.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, so here we are. Just to reset this game, Jamal is in. Oh yeah, look at that. Jamal is in Italy. Is this right?
Yep.
Okay, so Jamal's in Italy. Zoe, right. Oh, but what we loved here was that Zoe had built 2 armies in Turkey, so we thought that Jamal's position wasn't as bad as it looked. Okay, good. So Jamal is sitting at 4, and Matt Anderson is up there, and Peter McNamara kept Army Galicia. So that was the other.
And Army Brest.
And Army Brest, right? So the question was, what was going to happen with Army Brest, and so forth. Okay, here we go. I think Ed, you were doing play-by-play on this one, so we'll put you back up here. Spring 1904.
Army Brest does nothing. A lot of holds from France, except they take Rouen. Fine. England, not worried about France. Convoys to Holland. For some reason, well, okay, let's see here. Convoys to Holland. Germany is dying. Holland takes Kiel. Meanwhile, Turkey gets into Trieste. I think that's the end of Peter McNamara. It's only a spring move, but presumably. I mean, Peter might be in Munich in a minute, but fine. Jamal recovers with Venice and holds on to Vienna. And looks like Russia dumps the fleet in Armenia. Can't be blown up from there, though. So, all right. A lot of armies for Turkey. That's what I keep looking at.
Yeah, but they've gotten into position to actually do things, right? So I think, McCullis, this was your point. What can those armies do? They can get into the Balkans.
I mean, the real question, there's a couple of moves on this board that make no sense to me. Con holds rather than follows to Bulgaria, which means that an attack on Russia is much weaker. Save to Armenia, Ed says it can't be blown up, but actually I read that as entirely that it will be blown up, because I struggle to see any other reason. Maybe this is an RT where Russia doesn't think Turkey needs fleets. And Marseille holds as well, because, look, France is in Rouen, great, but you're not in Burgundy, so you can't actually force Munich.
Oh, it can't be blown up. I thought Smyrna moved to Khan. I wasn't looking. I just sort of, my brain filled in Khan to Bulgaria, Smyrna to Khan, and that's not what happened.
Yeah, there's the Marseille hold, the Khan hold. Both of them are really strange decisions.
So, I mean, Khan holding could be it could be a friendly gesture towards Russia. But there's lots of possibilities here now, and I think they all center on Vienna and Trieste, at least in the east. Does Russia retake Vienna here? Is Turkey able to hold on to Trieste? These all depend on what Russia really wants. So it's another. Remember, we had the decision
Russia
point
can
with
take
Russia.
Serbia.
Yeah, we've had multiple decision points from Russia here in this game. I remember this now, and here's yet another one. And chance for Jamal Bulkarli, one of the best diplomats in the world, to work some magic.
I want Tyrolia to Venice, supported by Trieste.
Tyrolia to Venice. All right, and Silesia to Warsaw. The answer is
Somebody moved to Trieste. Oh, I'm play-by-play. I was so used to McCallus doing his masterful job. First of all, I will point out Peter is in Munich, so I did see something right. Peter lives.
And Berlin
Jamal,
as well. Yeah.
And Berlin. Might be a slight problem with where to build.
William does not live, but Peter does.
Let's see here. Meanwhile, Italy gets Trieste because Turkey walked out.
Yeah.
And
supported Adriatic into Trieste from Serbia.
Yeah, and Jamal keeps Vienna, and actually has some pressure alleviated from it, and the fleet gets blown up.
I think that's a mistake from Russia, letting Armenia be blown up here.
Mm.
If Turkey was going to attack Italy, they'd be in Ionian Sea. None of this makes me happy as Russia. The fact that, the one good thing is that it's fleet Trieste rather than an army, and that was just the safer way to do it with Peter and Tyrolia.
But it's all defensive anyway. Why aren't you taking Vienna here? Why is Bohemia supporting Peter into Munich?
He can rebuild it instead after he secures his fleet build from Turkey. Well, no, Turkey can only build it Khan, so that won't work.
All right, but Jamal Bulkarli suddenly, back in contention here. Builds an army and then waves. That's great.
Russia builds fleet North Coast. Okay.
Huh. All right.
But this is the sort of inverse of what we saw earlier with Gavin and the game we just finished, where we had a Western triple with England sat behind twiddling their thumbs for much longer than I was comfortable with as either France or Germany. This time we have a sort of RIT where it's Turkey sat behind twiddling their thumbs, and in this case I think Russia has a lot more to fear than Italy does, because one fleet for Turkey is not a particularly convincing attack on Italy. Russia, yeah, those armies, the Turkish armies have got to go somewhere. What is Russia expecting those Turkish armies to do?
What is Russia expecting the Italian army to do? This is a really bad play. Not bad, but it's a learning experience. But Russia had to have seen that Turkey helped Italy into Trieste. Okay, so they're both now making a bet that Turkey's on their side. And then you blow up the fleet, you build in the north, you're mighty vulnerable right now. We'll see what happens, but I'm afraid for Matt.
All right. Yeah, this is a classic situation where a three-way alliance has achieved its primary goal, which is to eliminate another player. This happens with two-way alliances sometimes as well. And then the question is, what next? Where else are you going to go? And I'm with you guys. It does feel like Russia has less to offer the other two, and more to offer as a corpse to the other two.
I know England is topping this board, but the EF isn't some like existential threat to the Eastern powers. The argument that you need Russia to contain England is a lot weaker than it would be if EF were like pressing against the stalemate line rather than pressing against each other.
But you do need Peter McNamara to do something in this game.
You need his centres to not fall to England. I think that's about it.
All right. The answer to our question is what, Ed Sullivan?
Well, the Fleet and English Channel wasn't there for, show. And this was the obvious move. It had been there for at least a year, maybe a year and a half, if I'm remembering correctly. So convoys to Wales, goes to Irish at the exact worst time for England, because England moves to North Sea and Norwegian, meaning London and Liverpool are lost. And, it gets worse because Belgium is in Holland. Pretty disastrous turn of events for England. Meanwhile, we've got Jamal with one fleet west, so he can walk into Spain. That's awesome. And into Tyrolia. But Turkey here kind of stabs. I mean, is it a stab? I don't know what it is. It might very well be arranged, but
question is why? Why is it arranged?
I think the problem is that even if it is arranged, England taking massive losses against France means that Russia has gone from having not a lot of use on this board to having no use whatsoever.
If I knew any of this was happening, Bulgaria being Romania, Armenia being Sevastopol, I'm a little perplexed. That would have done everything you need as Turkey.
The flip side is that maybe if this is all agreed with Russia, you think you can get Russia to do something dumb for one more turn, and you can take advantage in full and still get Romania, and maybe, I don't know, put Italy into Galicia or something.
If the intention is to get a big score, right? That may not be Zoe's objective here.
Italy's not that. Italy's got issues too. I mean, Turkey's in a great spot. Turkey hasn't. If that was arranged, Turkey hasn't really angered either.
1907. Turkey, I don't think, is going to threaten the Italian dot before the end of the game. Trieste's the only realistic one.
Fall 1905. Ed, talk us through
Fall 1905. If I'm reading it correctly, Turkey helped Russia back into Romania and walked out of Budapest. Meaning it was arranged, and it was just a way to get a Turkish army, away. Jamal doesn't apparently think France is much of a threat because he uses France's support to get from Tyrolia to Munich, and instead doesn't also just take Spain. Okay. The French moves, I understand. France is building 3. You can't tell me that's wrong. I think they're building 3. Well, since we moved ahead, I don't think.
Sorry, I was just looking at the. Sorry, I was just showing the.
And then it's goodbye, Peter McNamara. Your little diversionary force was fun, but it's over. You made it to 1905. The genius was not respected.
He outlived Germany.
He had a hand in that.
Yeah, he made sure he outlived Germany.
All right, so
there's a lot I don't understand about that turn. I don't understand Jamal not taking Spain. I don't think France building 3 is at all good for your chances of topping this board. So even if you've got France to support you into Munich, which is great, sure, absolutely, I'll take that support, but I'll do it whilst taking Spain and following up to Tyrolia. I don't understand what Turkey and Russia are doing. I don't understand what Russia's doing with St. Petersburg holding. Like, the whole point of that fleet was to attack England. Why are you not attacking England? There's going to be a vacuum there. You need your fleets over there. I'm back to the point of what Russia's use on this board to anyone else is, and I'm still not seeing it.
I think you can make the argument, if you're Matt, that you want England to be able to try to fight France as much as possible, and that dot, Norway will be there until the end of the game. You're still getting a dot from Berlin. France has picked up dots here, but the question is, Liverpool should fall, I think. Well, not necessarily. And I guess England has to choose which ones to disband. Yeah.
And the English disbands are all horrible.
Yeah, I would think the biggest problem for Russia is just what's happening in the East. That there doesn't seem to be a specific plan that sort of makes a clear path towards victory. Right? Like, either Zoe or Jamal is going to be a rival for the board top, and so you want to make sure you're with one of them against the other, rather than the two of them ganging up on you. Although that doesn't seem to be happening, so maybe that's not a worry.
I mean, it's also the fact that Zoe hasn't taken this opportunity to gut Matt. She is opening the door now that Jamal is building for a potential wintergreen here. If she keeps not taking centres, and let's say that Matt right now sticks an army in Warsaw, the wintergreen becomes really quite strong if Jamal builds a fleet, because she's only got one fleet and she's got no realistic possibility of building a second fleet.
Shall we see what happens?
We shall.
All
Two
right.
armies.
Oh, you're looking at the French builds?
Yeah.
So fleet and 2 armies from France. We've got an army in Warsaw from Matt, which was just advertised by McCallus as a potential prelude to a wintergreen. And we do have Jamal. Jamal suddenly sitting in not terrible position, at least certainly much better than he was when we popped back in. Let's move forward here. Spring of 1906. McCallus, tell us what you see.
So, yeah, Russia, they finally realised that Russia doesn't have a use on this board, and so Turkey and Italy are attacking Russia before Russia grabs all the English dots. Russia gets into Denmark, will take Norway, I think, given this attack. It's still not a particularly convincing attack, because Turkey's not gone to Armenia, so maybe, again, this is all arranged, but
I think Jamal freelanced this. I mean, Turkey's moving Galicia to Prussia. Galicia to Bohemia. Ukraine's supporting Bulgaria to Romania, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a range between T and R. I think Jamal was like, I got to get one here.
Maybe it's even arranged between the 3 of them, though, if that's the case. Like, Russia is building from Denmark anyway.
Well, would need to get one more in order to actually build.
Well, yeah, they're going up from Denmark, and they have Norway guaranteed.
I mean, but look at this. I mean, I guess I'm doing play-by-play, but Munich is supporting Ruhr to Kiel.
Yeah.
So, and Mid-Atlantic is supporting Liverpool to North Atlantic. I don't know what North Atlantic was supporting. What York? So, is that helping? Like, is he helping? I don't know.
I mean, France is going to
down 2, right? He's down Holland.
Up Kiel. Yeah.
Up here, Holland also. Holland can be.
But Kiel should fall to Russia here.
Yeah,
so.
But Kiel should take Holland probably. That's the correct set of moves.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah. Oh wow, this is suddenly very complicated, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think that if Turkey and Russia is arranged, then Italy and Russia is also arranged. Because I don't think Jamal would do a spring stab for Budapest without Turkey also stabbing.
And then, there's Mid-Atlantic has a dot. Trinity and C may come over here to grab 2 dots. I mean, suddenly Jamal's in the catbird seat, isn't he?
The problem is Munich, is really he's got to do it without upsetting people, which is difficult but not impossible. I mean, we've already
that man
seen
can do it.
with it. Yeah.
So it may come down to whether Budapest was arranged or not, and if Russia and Turkey get mad about it, then that's the sort of thing that could derail its plan. All right.
If Turkey sides with Russia against Jamal, I don't think Jamal can win this because I think Russia then wins.
All right, let's find out. Talk us through it, Ed Sullivan.
Okay. Well, basically, this is just a prelude for Jamal taking Marseille, Spain, and Portugal in 1907 to win the game. Having taken Budapest here, there's going to be no Turkish stab as best we can see. Meanwhile, France does not take Kiel. There's just complete dominance over these dots. So he may lose Munich, he may not, but I doubt it with Russian and Turkish support of Munich. This is basically the East saying, Jamal, good on you. It's fantastic. It's a really great game for Jamal.
France trying to defend Kiel rather than putting Kiel to Holland was a big mistake.
That's a mistake for sure. But France can't really win this, having conceded Iberia plus Marseille at this point. In fact, with just 1 year left, it looks like Jamal has 11 guaranteed, unless Budapest were to fall or Munich. Well, so maybe that's what it comes down to. Now we get a fleet.
Doesn't matter. He can't get anywhere. Actually, he could get safe, to be fair.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we? So currently, Jamal's in first place, tied with Matt Anderson at 1680. That likely puts him certainly ahead of Marcus Lone, I would think.
This guy's good.
Yeah. Shall we finish this one and then go check out the other ones? All right.
Yeah.
Oh, so here's spring 1907. We do get Marseille being taken because Burgundy could have just bounced potentially.
Turkey. I'm going to go to black, but I'm not going to follow up to Ankara.
Oh, yeah.
So there's no dots for Turkey. Nothing matters here, as best I can tell. Jamal's just going to take his 3.
Well, and now Serbia is open for.
Well, yeah. I mean, he could theoretically lose some. I love how he still gets Turkish support in Munich. The guy is at a different level right now, diplomatically, because it ain't tactics for them. Like, look at this. This is just he's good at convincing people to do things. I'm jealous.
All right, let's finish this one off. Does not take Serbia. Interesting. Does not take Serbia, but posts a big score of 24-50.
Does lose Munich.
And he does lose Munich. Oh, I see. Interesting. Wonder why he doesn't take Serbia here. All right. Well, for certain, this makes him the clubhouse leader. And so now the question is, can one of those 3 other players on the other boards catch him? So we're looking at Karthik and Ken and Jonathan Sun. So let's put a button on this board. So let me turn to you guys. Ed, you just soliloquized a bit about Jamal's.
Not a bit. Just a bit.
McCullis, talk to us. Was this victory deserved? And if so, why?
I mean, if you can convince everyone else to do this, of course it's deserved. Should this have been the result in a normal game? Probably not. But this is Jamal diplomatically steamrolled the board, and France supporting him to Munich was a pretty big mistake on their part. Sure, you didn't get him taking Spain that year, but I think that actually France's hopes of winning this game were France's hopes of winning this game were stronger if Italy was fighting around Spain and Marseille and wasn't getting Munich and doing whatever they wanted elsewhere. And Russia had the chance to put their foot down on the gas and chose not to take it. They didn't take Norway when they could have done. They started messing around giving dots to Turkey and to Italy. So Russia chose not to top the board. Turkey chose not to top the board. France, whether they chose to or made an error, didn't top the board. And so, of course, Jamal will top the board.
Yeah, I'm with you. This seems to me, so we're looking at fall 1905. This is the turn where France supported Tyrolia into Munich, presumably in exchange for Jamal not taking Spain or Portugal. This is probably a deal that you make and hope that Italy follows through on, and then you don't follow through on, right?
Yep.
And that's something you do in diplomacy from time to time. You make a deal knowing that you're not going to keep your end of the bargain. If that happens, then Italy's only building 1, you're building 3. You probably have to give up on Liverpool and just go back and defend your Iberia here. But in any case, this is a diplomatic victory. I'm with you guys. Both of you are saying this. This is a diplomatic victory, sort of par excellence. This game, a big part of this game is about convincing people to do the things that you want and that are in your interest, maybe not in theirs. And I think we've seen somebody do that really, really well here.
And I'm pretty sure they had beers with Jamal afterwards. Everyone's like, "Oh, it's a great game."
All right, so that is game board 1 in the books. Let us hop back over. So we are, let's see if we can show. These are the current standings as of the game, as of what we have watched so far. So Karthik Kanath is 1,200 points, but I don't think he's topping the board. So he can increase his score quite a bit. And same with Ken Gordon. Well, Ken might be topping, but I think there's more to go. But so this is the score to beat, 63-35. Whose game do you want to look at first, Ken's or Karthik's?
My man Karthik's going to win, so we're going to look at Ken's.
All right. On over to, it says Ken and Jonathan are the two who are in contention here. So Ken is not topping. So actually Ken has quite a bit of room to improve here. So needs around 1,200 points. To do a reset on this board, Ken is in England and has just made a move, a positional stab on France. Meanwhile, an AT was doing well, and McAuliffe was making the point that while Ken may seem stalemated here at the moment, if Austria and Turkey hit France from behind, that may open up dots for him, and that's his path to topping the board. Meanwhile, Jonathan Sun, he needs basically Austria and Turkey to fight and to get the upper hand on Ken somehow.
And McAuliffe was play-by-play on this one.
All right, so I'll switch you guys up. All right, so spring of 05, what do we got? McAuliffe's talking through it.
All right, so I said that Ken, the convoy to Picardy, wasn't great, and yeah, this is how it's played out. It's immediately piffed. His good news is that Austria has taken Munich, and the Austrian armies are all going in the other direction against France. Livonia, as I said, it was going down to Prussia, so that's alleviated more pressure on England. So it sort of looks like an EAT here. Greece is an interesting one this time. I'm not entirely sure how that can be justified unless it's actually giving a dot up in exchange for the fact Austria is taking Munich. Given that it's always stabbable for, I don't hate that from Austria, but I would probably want Bulgaria walking out rather than sat there behind me. Italy is about to get sort of finished off and killed, and yeah, this is the big question now is England's got Kiel. They've got a good chance of getting Holland, and if they can keep Austria and Turkey on side somehow, they've still got a pretty good chance of winning this.
All right. Fall of 1905. Look at this line of armies here.
I was looking at the exact same thing.
This will be a while.
The thing is, despite the line of armies, it's not a stalemate line.
Yeah, it's true. But we need to get fleets around the top, and then it can start to crack open here. All right,
it's not a stalemate line around Munich. Like Holland is absolutely takeable with these pieces where they are.
If let's see what needed to happen here.
Ruhr and Belgium get tapped. That's what has to happen, and they've got room to do it.
So they could have done it here, actually, if they'd been a little more adventurous. On the other hand, France is going to have to pick up a couple pieces here.
Yeah.
So that
It didn't make sense to risk heal to do it this turn, but next turn it will make complete sense to do that. Meanwhile, Austria, yeah, they're taking Rome and Munich, so giving Turkey Greece actually makes sense.
Yep, completely fair. All right. The winter 1905 finds 2 more armies in the east. Fleet Edinburgh, a little bit curious there. Can you guys make an argument for that? I'm having a hard time seeing it.
Well, he doesn't
No.
need it to force Mao. I guess he does because of Western Med. Yeah. So
Yeah, but Norwegian comes across to rebuild Liverpool. There's also a
yeah.
wave
Can't
here.
make it.
Yeah, like an army actually makes the most sense. I mean, I'm also like the army in Ankara is a curious build instead of another fleet. I don't think I like that as Austria. That suggests it's going to go around to 7, defend that area / attack Romania later.
Oh, well, I think if you're Turkey, you can make the argument that it can go up to Moscow and eventually hassle England if they end up getting the upper hand.
In
That is
1907.
technically doable if it goes Arm, Sev, Moss, and Petersburg in the 4 moves.
Hey, there's 3 years left, or 2 years left. There you go.
Everything's got to work out perfect.
All right, so 1906 spring, Holland does fall. McCallus, take it away.
Yep. So Holland falls. England's extra fleet goes to Clyde because why not? England moves out of Kiel to do it. They seem like they've got quite a lot of trust in Austria and in Germany right now, and who knows? Maybe that's going to pay off. The situation that France is in is now Belgium is going to be heavily at risk, as defending both Belgium and Burgundy is getting very, very difficult. So France is sort of dying to death by 1,000 cuts here. It's just one little move every single turn takes something slightly further away from them. And Italy coming to Western Med is sort of the icing on the cake for killing the French position off. I mean, unless Italy's there to defend Mid-Atlantic, which would be hilarious.
So I think if you're Ken, you have to be thinking about how you get to the board top. You need Austria's compliance, basically. You need Austria. You need to be Jamal Blakarli and talking Austria into you topping this board and not them.
Or you need Turkey to stab Austria in the final year.
Just to bring them down enough, not to actually elevate themselves. All right, fall 1906 does manage to hold on to Kiel and Holland, which wasn't clear at the outset that would happen, but it doesn't.
Italy does defend Mid-Atlantic, and Austria walks into Marseille, so this position is getting incredibly good for Stephen Kumar. Turkey gets Naples, but I'm a little scared if I'm Turkey at this point that my chance of topping, if I'm playing to top, has gone, especially putting Austria into Berlin instead of taking that yourself.
Yeah, Berlin's the key, isn't it? All right,
I know it gives Warsaw as a takeable center in the final year, but
he's got to go to St. Pete now. Turkey's got to go up there. He's got to try and stab.
I don't think so. I think Turkey's got to take Warsaw with Prussia. They've got 1 year.
He's got to take one
both.
down. Yeah.
I think you've got to build Fleet Ankh to go to Black Sea to take Romania, and you've got to hope Austria. I mean, Austria going down 2, that takes them to 9. You can get to 9. Can you get to more than 9?
Austria's building Budapest here almost certainly, plus Trieste. I think the chance. Oh no,
you can't hold on Warsaw, right? It's unlikely.
Yeah,
under pressure.
I don't think they're going to fight. I think they're viewing this game differently than we are.
I mean, if that's the case, it's also a question of why he wouldn't draw right now.
So we do get 2 army builds now from Ken. I think he needed. I think had he built an army before and gotten it onto the continent, he'd be in much better shape. As it is now, I think he's going to have a hard time holding on to Kiel and taking Belgium unless he gets compliance from Austria. He does not.
Yeah, I think. I mean, Austria is taking Paris. That's 12. Kiel is 13. I'm not counting. I'm not counting for a reason.
Loses Berlin.
Spain is 14.
Loses Berlin, though, yeah?
Sure, but like this is on the assumption Turkey lets them do it, so they walk back out.
Yeah. And then there's Rome. No, Rome is safe.
I mean, theoretically, Turkey could throw Austria a solo right now, I think.
Really?
I think that could be done. I don't think it's going to be.
Okay.
I don't think you'd go into Berlin in the first place if it was, but I think it's theoretically possible.
All right, I think it's clear that Ken's chances of topping this board are largely done. Does Kiel go to Denmark here? What do you think?
No, I think you.
Why not?
I mean, Munich can be supported up into Kiel. Let's find it. For me, that's basically the main drama left here. Whether Bulgaria goes to Romania, because why not? Nope. All good tactics if the game were to continue, right? But
I mean, England played the final year perfectly. They got Belgium and Brest out of it, which is as much as they could have hoped for. Their issue was that Turkey didn't do anything to stop Austria running away with it.
Oh, so Austria actually only picks up one here. So Austria. So why did Austria picked up Paris and Kiel, but lost Berlin? So that takes them to 12. And Ken lost Kiel. That's it. So Ken picked up Brest and Belgium lost Kiel. So ends up falling short by 2. Wow, this is quite a game, huh? Talk about Austria. I don't think Austria was. I think we were worried about Austria for a while in this game, even though they were on top or in second place for a while. Talk to me about this game, you guys. Ed, let me turn to you. How did is this the right result? I mean, that's the standard question here.
I go back to the game is diplomacy, and Austria managed his Turkish ally extremely well. Alan had many chances in this game to increase. That may have actually afforded England a better chance than they got. So that might be the reason they did it. I mean, if Turkey had moved to Tyrrhenian in spring of 1906, could have had Tunis, could have been at 10. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue against anything else. They faced Andrew Goff in Russia. Just, it was a good game. And I think Ken played it wasn't an optimal game for Ken, if I'm being honest, but it was a good game. And I think it could have, had the ball bounced a little differently if France hadn't made all those decisions. Ken might have won, but I bet you Ken did get a pretty good score here. I don't know where that puts him in the running. I think it took him over our current leader in the clubhouse, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think so. I think he's going to fall short. Okay. 800 short. But it does put him up into second place. The only other active player on that other board that we haven't finished is Karthik. So it's going to be down to Karthik and Jamal for the win.
I think that Ken's issue was that convoy to Picardy.
Yep.
That in the end is what cost him the game. If that turn he convoys to Holland with Helderland support, he's going to keep Kiel at the end of this game. He's probably not going to get anything else that he didn't take anyway, like Brest, Belgium, Holland is what is sort of his limit. But if he takes Kiel at the end of this game, that's a tied top with Austria at least. So that one move there, knowing that France was going to be building to Picardy wasn't the correct move, and Holland was a much better move, and that's sort of the only thing I'd actually say he did wrong in this game. Because other than that, sure, maybe he built some fleets that could have been armies, but he ended up with all the centres that he probably would have ended up on either way once he convoyed to Picardy instead of Holland there.
Ed, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of in the psychology of Alan right now, because there was a play, and I think it was 05 or 06, where St. Petersburg goes to Norway. Yeah, here. Where Turkey, okay, I get it. You don't want to stab Austria, but it's hard to be cool to everybody. And there was enough dysfunction there between E and F. I mean, I get it, but it turns out England was going to build anyways. Turkey at St. Petersburg gives them some more options to maybe exercise some leverage to win. I think Turkey had some missed opportunities, but the way I'm looking at it is if I played this game and I finished second as Turkey, I'd probably be like, okay, Austria probably played a little bit of better game, but he finished third, and he finished third because of plays like this helping England finish second. And I think he should have just taken a second place.
Yeah, I think the difference is that Ken tried to win but came up short, or Alan, for whatever reason, didn't try. Like that, and that's again we go back to what it was with Jamal, and Stephen's done the same thing here. He's convinced Turkey not to go for the win. Jamal did it last game, and I think for that we have to give credit to Stephen. Like we gave credit to Jamal, we can't only give credit to Jamal. Stephen's convinced Alan not to take it, so well done, Stephen.
Agreed, but also McAllister, like, you and I, and you live to your principles and I don't, because I have an inner Brandon in me. This is what we keep saying. You want to have a race, and it turns out that Austria wins this race. So I don't want to fault Alan for sort of playing the way we tell each other we want to play.
You got a Vietnam flashbacks gift, Brandon.
I was trying to make Ed be front and center there, like in the spotlight, but I didn't know how to do it. Sometimes players get into a position where they're just okay with their alliance partner topping the board. Maybe they had a really difficult first few years where they couldn't get anybody to work with them, and they're just grateful that somebody was willing to work with them. And so, being able to read people and determine whether they're in that position, in that mindset, is definitely one of the skills of being a top diplomacy player. And Stephen demonstrated that here for sure.
And this scoring system doesn't overly punish not taking the top, so it's still a good score for Alan.
Yeah, and let's flip on the scores here. We can see where Alan ends up. So he's gets him up to 12th place, very close, just behind Gavin. So well done, Gavin, for picking that. But that does mean that we are down to one game, 4 game years left, and Karthik Kanath is the contender on that board. And let's pull that one back up. Here's how we left things. Karthik is in Turkey, having just made a move on Sasha, seemingly working with Peter at this point. And RT is sort of getting started here. Kieran in Italy is kind of weak, so there may be potential for a lot of growth here. Elsewhere on the board, let's see if we can reacquaint ourselves with Arsh Singh in England. We were disappointed that he didn't convoy the army over to Norway and have a 4-army lineup over there. But it's a Western triple otherwise, I think, is what we were feeling here. Am I right about that?
Craig's Fleet Breast is also an interesting build, like what he does with it now.
Let's find out. And who wants to do play-by-play on this? I forget who was assigned to it originally.
It's me. I'll do it.
All right. Here we go. Spring 1904. Tell us what happens, Mr. Sullivan.
Craig doesn't move to the channel, but I think Arsh got a little spooked and he moved back to North Sea. Meanwhile, France is pushing in against Italy and making pretty good progress here. Another spring theoretical pass-through for Karthik, or though maybe not, because Peter's in Vienna and he gets into Venice. So it seems like there's a sort of a Western triple but the East is not sort of playing. I think the East is sort of responding, but not really. And I think we'll see if there's more pass-throughs or not in these spring moves in the fall.
I don't think that this was Arsh getting spooked by France, because Sweden tapped Denmark to help Russia take Baltic Sea. That's just a stab.
I missed it.
England's going to convoy to Belgium right now. Yeah.
All right. Let's see if it happens.
That's Peter doing it.
Oh, brutal. Oh, brutal.
He pulled an Ed Sullivan.
Tell us about it, Ed.
So North Sea supports a convoy as opposed to actually convoying. And it didn't happen, and that's never happened to really good people in the past. Meanwhile, you're right. McAllister's always right. We should just sort of footnote every comment made. It's definite stab. At least England got Denmark here. So +2 goes to +1, but France pulled back. France has, if I'm not mistaken, been in the channel before in this game. I don't know if that's a stab or not. Maybe England's happy that the convoy didn't go through, seeing that in English channel. One never knows. France is helping Italy into Venice. France can't take the Ionian. And then Peter keeps Vienna and gets Carthage to walk out of Romania.
Yeah, let's talk about this because it nets Peter McNamara a build here, and not Karthik Kanath. From Karthik's perspective, can you guys make an argument for why this is a good thing to do in fall of 1904?
I wouldn't want to see an army in Sev if I was.
But Karthik
Karthik?
needs another fleet to force Ionian as well. Like on the I need a build side, Karthik has that, and on the I don't want to see Russia build, there's that. Like, I don't see it from either side being good for Karthik. So combined, it's even worse.
Do you think this is? I mean, do you think this is just an argument that he needs to make at this point, or do you think he should just stab? Or if Peter doesn't go along with it, do you then just stab and say, "Okay, I got to take my chances"?
I don't think Peter's the kind of guy who gets mad if you do that. If you just do that on a logical basis.
I think you just tell Peter I'm taking a dot, like, and deal with it. Because I'm taking a dot, I want to keep working with you. You've got the strong position on him. He can't do anything about it. You take Budapest, probably.
It's good position anyway. It's good position anyway. Then you've got Trieste is on offer next.
Yeah, and you just say, right, I'm doing it. I'm building Fleet Speeder. And you've just got to accept that. Like, that is, I'm in the upper hand, and you've just got to deal with it.
All right. Instead, we're going to get probably Army Sev. Fleet Sev would be pretty juicy. Army Sev. Yeah, you really want that unit to be yellow. If you're in contention to win this tournament, yeah, coming down to the wire here. All right, we'll see if that comes back to bite Karthik or if he can manage to pull it off. Elsewhere, we get a fleet in London. Probably not a surprise, but that convoy really hurt, didn't it? All right, let's keep on going here. Spring of 1905. Ed, talk us through it.
Well, France gets Belgium. Is the key there. Meanwhile, I don't know what London does. Doesn't seem to. It's supporting North Sea. I guess that's what it's doing.
Yep.
Karthik this time does take Budapest. It's what? Okay, I'm sorry. The arrows confused me. All right, Italy gets into Naples. So
Ionian. France doesn't take Ionian because Adriatic supports the wrong unit. Supports Tyrrhenian Sea rather than this.
It looked like it was supporting, even though it couldn't do it, Rome to Naples.
I'm not entirely sure that that's a wrong unit by Italy. If I'm Italy, I'm very happy to support Tyrrhenian Sea to Ionian Sea, and I'm very unhappy to support Tunis to Ionian Sea. So
yep, I agree.
I actually think that that's probably, hey, I'll support you, but only if it's that unit.
And I guess if you're France, do you take that deal, or do you say, I really want it to be Tunis? I don't know.
I'm suspecting here Peter will not lose Budapest, right? That they'll push Budapest to Trieste?
Potentially, but also that might actually triple bounce on both sides right now.
I think, and then if you're Karthik, right, like, do you take Vienna here? And Romania? Like, is this the time to just take as many dots as you can? What do you guys think?
I think it's too early for that. We're 2 years still going after this.
I might do it. I might do it because I'm seeing that there's a lot of tension between E and F, and I'm not too worried about the French fleets. Maybe spring 1906, but Peter's going to be thinking of that. Maybe just get your 3 builds now if you can.
All right. The answer is no, does not. Keeps Budapest, just pushes the army forward from Galicia into Bohemia. Well, man, now you really have to wonder why he didn't take Budapest in the previous year.
Yeah, so they double support Trieste, so clearly, using that, and then they get into Bohemia. Why did you say that, Brandon?
Oh, just because if he was going to get it anyway, might as well have done it the previous year when he could have gotten another fleet into position to challenge Ionian. He would either be an Ionian now or would keep them out of it.
And so Russian units are pointlessly self-bouncing. That army in Sev was never needed. So, yeah. Meanwhile, Germany does get into Denmark, but
That's right.
Denmark, I don't think, gets into Kiel because it's supported by Holland. And now there is that tension, right? So even though France makes it to the Ionian, there's clearly tension between E and F, attempted convoy there. I think that's what I'm looking at. Anyways.
Yep. Convoy that didn't go anywhere.
So it's kind of a curious position for Karthik right now. I'm not sure what he's thinking. He's got to build a fleet. We know that.
Does he? McCullis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. His problem, though, is that he needs armies to take the dots that are accessible to him, which are Vienna, Trieste, Romania, and Sebastopol.
Yeah, but he just
maybe he
can't
cuts a deal with
walk
Turkey.
into a
Maybe
GNC or anything like that.
Yep.
Maybe he cuts a deal and says, "You go, you take Naples, you take Rome, you do that. Let me go after Peter." That could be the play, right? Not build a
fleet. And Peter disbands Moscow, which is interesting because St. Petersburg still needs to keep an eye on that. But we have to look at the center chart here. Karthik has now moved into first, at least a tie for first. And so, his score has gone up from 1239 to 1589. If we look over at what he needs to get, he needs to pick up another 900. I don't think that includes
survival bonus, domination bonus, all these Bangkok bonuses.
Yeah, he needs to get several more dots. I think at least 3. All right, so let's find out what happens here. Talk us through it, Ed.
All right. Well, maybe Peter doesn't seem to be the kind of guy that is going to give you dots at the end, but he's moving away from Romania because Peter has to go there to protect Moscow. He gets into Tyrolia. He gets into Aegean, but France just plugging away on 2 fronts. This time, France is helping Italy into the Ionian, and meanwhile, France goes to Eastern Med. So they're clearly setting something up here. It's a dot grab at the end. Peter gets a build, or is up 1. I guess it's a spring move. And England gets into Denmark, but loses the North Sea. So Germany has a walk into Edinburgh.
Yeah. Not a great position for Karthik Connauth to be in here.
This is the turn he's got to stab.
Just has to, right?
Yeah. It's a race between him and France at this stage, and France has potential of Munich, has potential of an Italian dot. Not necessarily very easy to actually take an Italian dot. That's the one weakness Craig has, but Liverpool's going to be quite likely. You've just got to go now, and you've got to just hope that it all works.
Do you so you support Tyrolia into Vienna, you slip into Romania from Serbia. Do you take Sevastopol as well, or do you keep the fleet there so you can convoy an army right away?
You just take Sev because you're not going to get Moscow. Not with 1 year left.
Yeah, okay. And you might lose Smyrna. You have a guest down there as well, so you need to just get dots. All right. Answer is no. Just takes Trieste. Doesn't take Romania. So I have to imagine that Peter is basically talking him out of anything that would be too good for him.
Yeah.
This is not Karthik-like. This is... have they drugged him?
I don't know.
Down under?
I can't help but have flashbacks to the first DB&I top board where Karthik and Peter were on that, and Karthik said after the game that he'd spend 15 minutes talking to Peter, and at the end of it, Peter would have said 5 words, Karthik would have said 1,000, and Karthik would have done everything Peter wanted. And it's happening again.
I mean, because look at the center chart now. Suddenly, Peter McNamara is at 7.
And he's building 2, which means he can take St. Pete.
Take St. Pete, maybe even challenge for Budapest. I mean, wouldn't that be rich if Peter stabs Karthik for the board top? Builds 2 armies, no surprise. And we get a fleet in Khan, probably no surprise as well. All right, let's see. We do so. Karthik has gone up to 1925 because he's now got sole possession of the board top, so he's at 1925. I believe this puts him. Yeah, just in touch, but he still needs to pick up 600 points, which he can get from picking up a combination of dots and separation from the people below him. So he needs to pick up a dot, and he needs let's say probably 2 dots, and probably needs France and Russia to both stay where they are. I think that's probably what he needs. Not impossible looking at this board, right? Romania and Vienna are both there.
Venice, maybe.
He just needs to not lose anything, and he needs France to not gain anything. Wow, this is more possible than I was thinking after the last turn. You guys ready?
Come on, Karthik.
You guys ready? Does Karthik?
Texas fight.
Does he have the guts?
Yeah, he's got Romania. Let's see. They blew up Italy. He's got 1. But then Peter moved to Armenia. Okay, that's doable maybe. He's helping Peter try to get to Munich. That's pointless. He'll make up. Could have taken Venice, by the way.
France losing Belgium is very big here.
So France loses Belgium, but we'll have, I believe, Liverpool, depending on what Clyde does.
France can't take Belgium back. Well, they can, but if you're using Channel to do that, it means that London won't be forcible.
Let's see. He can take Vienna, right? Definitely.
Vienna may be Sev by some miracle.
Well, Vienna...
No, that's not definite. No, it could get cut. Yeah. No.
Yeah, because Trieste, Italy probably has nothing to do but take a swing at Trieste here.
So you take it from Trieste and put Alba to Tree?
And just hope that Italy doesn't support the move.
Yeah. I mean, it's only hope at the end of the day. So.
He needed to take Vienna in the fall for sure, or in the spring rather. I wonder if let's see, he can cover Ankh, he can cover Smyrna.
He can't cover Smyrna if France supports Russia in.
Oh
True.
No.
True. Very
Peter's
true.
in Holland as well, which we cool. He has lost heel, but he might take it back.
He would need. I think Peter needs a lot to top this board.
He needs French help.
If anyone can do it.
But this is also a diplomatic moment, right? Can Karthik talk Peter into
No.
that gives him the win?
No.
If that's what you're relying on, nope.
He
needed Allen on this board, not Peter McNamara.
But look, I
Come
think.
on, Karthik, I got it. I'm rooting for you, baby. We're gonna do it one more time. Show those Aussies how it's done.
But look, I think Karthik. So what Karthik needs is, let's say, to pick up 2 here. So maybe he needs to pick up Vienna, hold on to Romania, hold on to Ankh and Smyrna. He needs to convince Italy not to attack Trieste, which that's potentially plausible, right? And then he needs that would take him up to 10. That might be enough.
Might be enough if like that would give him the free center. And I think it was a free center gap that gives you the bonus points. But
yeah, it is. A 1 center gap gives you more bonus, and a 2 center gap gives you more, and then the 3 gives you max, I believe. All right, let's see. This is the final turn here of the Melbourne Open 2024, and
instead he helped Peter into Munich. Doesn't go for Vienna.
he just had to.
I don't know. I'm just reading all this as Karthik doesn't win. Maybe he does win.
He tops the board, but or does he? Does France takes Naples as well? Yeah, he still tops the board by 1, but I don't think that's enough points.
That takes him from 19 to 20.
No,
20
it's going to be
no,
just short.
it's going to be short.
Just short.
The question for me is going to be how much more would he have gotten from taking Vienna? That's the question. So, okay. First of all,
run that back for a second. Just run that back. He could have taken Venice, could have taken Vienna, because he definitely had one extra.
Yeah, he didn't even try to take. Yeah, Venice wasn't actually defended.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, we missed. We didn't notice that Naples was guaranteed. So
I think they drugged him. I think they did. I don't. Maybe he had jet lag. It's not making any sense.
Wow. Yeah. I'm very, very curious. All right. So first of all, is this the right result for this game?
It's not. And I mean, I've been saying it's the right result. It's the right result. The one player who has shown that alliances don't matter, friendships don't matter, only winning matters is Karthik Konat. And I didn't see him play to win in this game. It's very upsetting to me because I think he had it. And it wasn't the only game.
He topped the board, and he was the correct player to top this board. So if you take all of the tournament perspective out of it, the game result is correct because Turkey played best and topped the board. France had a chance, but they didn't get the correct guesses. When they lost Belgium, that was pretty critical for their hopes. Peter, I mean, it would have been a miracle if he'd come back from that position to top the board. And the fact he came close, well done. Arsh as well, right at the end, somehow put himself into almost top position when it looked like that failed convoy earlier had blown it for him. So good comeback in the last couple of years from Arsh as well there to get up to 8 centres. But that's just the game. And this isn't a one-off game. This is a tournament. And from a tournament perspective, no, Karthik should have taken at least one more door. And if he'd still come up short, fair enough. But Vienna or Venice.
Run the math on it, Brandon. Do your computer magic, as they say in Spinal Tap.
I actually can do this. We have a nice little handy calculator. I'm going to do that while you guys sing the praises of Mr. Jamal Blakarli, who we can now say officially has won the Melbourne Open 2024. Congratulations, Jamal. All right, so talk to me.
Jamal was a favorite. Okay, he was the favorite. Even though Peter and Andrew Goff played 2 boards, they got stuck in Austria and Russia, respectively, in both games. But Jamal, that fucking guy can talk. Okay, I'm like, that's all I got is talking, and he's doing way better at it than me. So I've seen the next level of what I have to get to.
I mean, he absolutely dominated his game diplomatically at the end there to get him the win in that one. We saw earlier where he had a great alliance and stabbed for the top and got a big score in that. He chose his moments at the correct times, and he won as a result. Karthik didn't choose his moment at the correct time, and that was the difference between them in the end. Ken narrowly came up short. Marcus had an unfortunate final game where he just was sort of crowded out by the Western triple meta that Australia seems to have. And Jamal was the one who came through and won. So, yeah, well done, Jamal.
Also, Jamal is objectively a good guy, especially if you ask him. But we saw some really nice players here who didn't go for it, or they were happy with their alliance. Like Jamal had a good alliance in game 2, just like you said. But Jamal didn't do Aussie rules diplomacy, which means, your ally wins and you don't. He went and took it. Okay, it's like midnight oil. Okay, let's give it back. And he wanted that title and he got it back. And so he played to win and he won.
So I didn't do the calculations, but I did find another game in the tournament that was 10-8-8, which is what would have happened if Karthik had taken Vienna there at the end. It would have netted him another 420 points, which would have kept him
just shy,
about 60 points shy. So he needed 2 more dots, or to keep at least one of the other 2 below, further behind, which would have happened actually. So 10-8-7 actually is different from 10-8-8 in the scoring system. So actually, I'm not entirely sure that might not have netted him enough points. But if he had gotten 2 more dots, for sure, he definitely would have won the tournament. So yeah, if he had stabbed earlier, maybe, we can always play the what ifs.
But Jamal's a worthy winner.
You guys were singing the praises of Jamal, and he has won the WDC in Bangkok in last year in August. He won the VDC, the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, this past January, and now he's won the Melbourne Open. Credentials are impeccable. He is definitely one of the, if not the top player on the circuit right now.
He's like the new Nicolas Taillet. This guy can't lose.
All right, that is the Melbourne Open 2024. I want to thank you guys very, very much for joining me on this broadcast. You guys have any last things you want to say about the tournament before we sign off? Carlos, we'll start with you.
Australians, please stop Western tripling so much. But aside from that, it was really fun to see some openings that we haven't seen so often that are more common over there, such as the Germany Open into Holland, the bounces in Channel and Burgundy that were a lot more frequent than we're used to. A lot of rushes opening to Romania and then swapping stuff out or not swapping stuff out. It was a really nice little insight into a sort of similar but not quite the same style of play. And yeah, again, brilliant play by Jamal and worthy winner.
Ed, over to you.
Okay, first of all, it was a stab by Brandon, who said this broadcast is going to be 4 hours. All right, that's number one. Brandon had the stab of the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
2, I know they don't speak English in Australia, so I'll talk loud like an American so they can understand me. But I thought they were a bunch of ex-convicts there, or just straight-up convicts, thieving and stealing and kniving. Turns out, Australia, bunch of nice people. I can't wait to go to Australia. They seem like people that I can actually, convince of doing things. Maybe not as well as Jamal though, because that guy was amazing. He is just the hottest player in diplomacy. I'm going to go looks and game. He's a double tool player. So good for him. Thanks, Brandon, for having me on. I've had a boring day today, except for this. So thank you.
I want to thank all of you guys for viewing. Please like and subscribe to our channel. I too would love to go to Australia, so maybe Ed, you and I will see each other at next year's Melbourne Open. For all of you watching, there are lots of virtual face-to-face options for play online. Please check our website, diplobn.com. Hopefully we'll put some links down below too on places where you can find access to the Discord servers where you can play all of the virtual offerings that we have to offer. And we'd love to see you guys over in North America as well. With that, I'm going to sign off with our traditional Siobhan Nolan inspired sign off. To all of you out there, please stay safe and stab well.